is this sort of conversation being had in the government about what these things potentially are?
Not to my knowledge, and I sure hope not, because I don't think the government, this is a conversation, this is where I go back to, this is a conversation that involves a lot of people, whether it's your priest or your rabbi or your imam, or it is your philosophy teacher at the university. I think we're getting into an area now that is beyond national security. And I'm honestly, Joe, not comfortable with my government taking that aspect on, because frankly, I don't trust my government to manage what I should think about something. Tell me what is, I'm okay with it. Right. Don't tell me how to think about it. Don't tell me how to process it. Because now you're overstepping your bounds.
It's also other human beings. The government is just human beings.
Right.
Human beings shouldn't have this insane knowledge and keep it from other human beings.
Well, in fact, it's illegal, especially in our democracy. This type of stuff is supposed to be discussed with certain members of Congress and certain elements of the executive branch. And when somebody, I don't care if you're the government or the religion or anything like that, this goes to the fundamental pillar of something that agrees with me, which is corruption. Now, when I say corruption, let me backtrack a little bit. My father recently died this last Father's Day, not this one, but the one before. And I had the privilege of knowing he was sick, and so we took a road trip down to Miami about a month and a half before he died. And he never told me he was sick, but I knew something wasn't right. I knew my father for a long time, and something wasn't right. He started losing weight, and I could see he wasn't eating as much, and there were telltale signs, and he didn't want to tell me. And I asked my father, almost flippantly, I said, Dad, I think we were probably somewhere by St. Louis, and I said, Dad, what is the greatest threat to humanity? To humans, what's the greatest threat? Now, I say flippantly because I'm thinking, terrorism, right? And this and that. My father thought for a second, looks at me and says, son, it's corruption. I said, what do you mean corruption? Like financial corruption? Governmental corruption? He says, no. Corruption at its heart is when you are willing to bypass your own moral code, your own ethics for something else. And whether it's financial corruption, religious corruption, governmental corruption, or even moral corruption, when you start to compromise on your own values, it's a very quick downward spiral to utter chaos. And he knew that firsthand. My father was in the Bay of Pigs invasion. He was a political prisoner of Castro. He actually fought with Castro against Batista. And then when Castro went communist, my father joined the folks here, the friendly folks at the CIA, and was part of the invasion of the Bay of Pigs. He spent 2 years in Castro's prisons being tortured. So when he came to this country offered us opportunities that no other country could or would. And the reason why Cuba failed was because of corruption. And he said, look, corruption will be the end of it all. And if it's a very quick downward spiral with democracy, that if democracy becomes corrupt, you now have tyranny. Right? And so every time someone in the government is willing to compromise a little bit on the value of what it means to serve the American people, and they forget that, they become corrupt. And that actually erodes the very essence of what democracy is and what this country is about. And that is why it's so important that the individuals in our government that don't want to have this conversation and don't want to talk to Congress and are making the unilateral decision on your behalf, the American taxpayer on my behalf, that's wrong. They don't have the right to do that. There is a process of rules and laws we have in this country that we all agree to we're going to abide by, and that includes that. And they don't have the right to bypass that. Even if they think they're doing it for the right reason, I disagree with that. I think this democracy only works because we all agree it works. Right? And the moment you begin to compromise on that, all of democracy is at risk. And I mean that sincerely. It's not a slow downward spiral. It's quick. You can hit rock bottom very, very quickly. And the only reason why this government works is because we all have faith and a commitment to what we consider are the American values and serving the American people and, for the people, by the people. So I think it's very dangerous when elements in the government, and I don't want to villainize the whole government, because the government's full of great people that do great things and keep us safe. So I'm talking about the minority few. Some of these people who've actually gone after me will probably continue to come after me to try to discredit me and everything else, despite the volumes of documentation that I have in my possession and others, because they don't want to have a conversation. And they are happy with the status quo. And to me, that is a greater threat than any UAP could ever have on humanity. It's the greatest threat is how we perceive ourselves and what we are willing to do to keep this a secret in violation of the commitment and what we have done to, we've sworn in some cases to uphold the values of this country. And I think that's a concern for me. And that's why I don't want certain elements having this conversation of what this means, the bigger macro level conversation, because I don't think they're qualified. I'm not qualified. I know that. I'm damn sure they're not qualified either. So this is why I think this type of national level conversation is so important. At the end of the day, it's not up to me. People say, what do you think? What the hell do I think? It doesn't matter what I think. It matters what you think. Here's the information. Here's the data. You figure it out. Don't ask me for what this means, because I'm not entitled to that. I didn't earn that privilege, and I would definitely never take it away, because that is sacred. That's you. That's up to you to decide for yourself. And this is part of my frustration with this overall conversation, because there are elements that don't want you to have this kind of conversation.
Well said, Lou. Thank you very much, man. Thanks for being here. I really enjoyed it. Really enjoyed our conversation.
Joe, this has been fantastic. You're truly, truly an honor and privilege. You have one hell of a responsibility. You are, look, I got to tell you, I don't ever get nervous doing an interview. You were the first one, and probably the only one I will ever have been nervous coming in, just simply because, not because of me, because of you, the responsibilities you have on your shoulders to have to communicate. You reach a global audience. People are listening to this conversation right now. And by the way, they're part of this conversation, very much so, right? That is an enormous responsibility. You have a voice in some cases that exceeds presidents. The technology you now have available to your fingertips and this wonderful staff you have, you are influencing the world. And I can't imagine that type of responsibility. I mean, there are world leaders that don't have the voice you have. And so for me, it is a profound honor and privilege to be with you here today and your wonderful audience. If I never see you again, I wish you the best of luck. You're doing America a great service. Be honest, be candid, speak your mind. That's all I can say. As a little chicken here in the United States, you've got big shoulders, man. You've got a big weight on, a lot of responsibility on your back. And I mean that.
You're freaking me out, man.
I'm telling you.
But thank you very much. Thanks again. I really appreciate everything you said, and I appreciate everything you said about disclosure and how important it is. I couldn't agree more.
Joe, it's been my honor and privilege, sincerely.
My honor too. Thank you very much. All right. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night, all day.
How's it going, Joe?
Nice to
Yeah,
meet
very
you.
well. Thank you for having me. It's good to be here.
So I got the request to be on when it said multiverse and new atheism.
Yeah.
What a combination that is. Let's talk.
Nice. Yeah, so I think it's interesting to think why philosophers need to think about the multiverse, right? It tends to be like a theory thrown about by physicists and stuff. But I think at the moment, we don't want to be talking about philosophy as a society. We're stuck in this idea of scientism, the view that science can solve all of these problems or questions. You've probably heard of people like Lawrence Krauss or Dawkins and Stephen Hawking, Brian Cox. They all say something along the lines of philosophy is dead. But just before we get into the multiverse, it's probably best to say what philosophy is and and what the point of talking about the multiverse is. So this is something I ask every philosopher I speak to, what they take philosophy to be, because it's really interesting to see how all the ideas they discuss fall into a wider project. One of the ideas that I love is this one by the late great British philosopher Mary Midgley. She likens philosophy to a kind of plumbing. So we have these conversations in our societies, and these conversations are flowing around, and likewise we have these pipes running underneath our houses, keeping the water flowing. Occasionally it gets clogged, and so the philosopher needs to pull up the floorboards, see what the clog is, and help the conversation move along again. So these are things like what it is to be a woman, or what it is to have free speech, or what it means to say that a gene is selfish. So that's, I see, like the primary job of the philosopher, something we're all doing every day, like trying to understand the concepts we're using. Then also there's this bigger aspect of philosophy, which is how it all hangs together in the broadest possible sense of the term. Like, let's put all of the pieces of the puzzle together from physics, biology, and the arts, and let's try and get a big picture of the world. And if we're missing a piece of the puzzle, let's have our best guess about what that piece could be. So take that to be the project. And so the questions that come out of that, the questions that philosophy asks, are things like, why is there something, a universe, rather than nothing? No universe. Like, why are the laws of nature fine-tuned for the existence of life? Where does consciousness come from? Like, when I make a moral statement like the Holocaust is bad, is it the same as me saying that Jonah Hill's movies are bad? Are they the same kind of statements that same bad music?
Right.
But the big question, and to get to the multiverse now, is the big question for me, and how all of my work seems to explore this fundamental question. The French-Algerian philosopher Albert Camus said the fundamental question of philosophy is whether life is or is not worth living. So my question is, what's the point of all this? Is existence on the whole a good thing? Should we be happy and pleased to be alive? Or what's the purpose of life? And so that's where the multiverse, new atheism, and these arguments for theism will come into the project.
I think it's ridiculous to dismiss philosophy because you are a proponent of science. But just that reductionist perspective, the idea that thinking about things and developing, for lack of a better term, a philosophy, developing your own personal philosophy, taking from the accounts of others and their perspectives and their interesting, unique view of the world that we live in. The idea that that's not significant or important to me seems pretty silly.
Yeah,
it's silly. Like,
I don't know how they get away with saying these things, but like, I think you get it though, right? That science splits the atom, it puts man on the moon. Like, so it seems like it's going to solve all these problems. But
right, but the human beings that took place in the experiments that led to the splitting of the atom all had to have some sort of a philosophy that they managed their life by.
Yeah,
they had to have something that allowed them to have the discipline to commit to their schooling, to follow through with the project. They're especially think about Oppenheimer's struggle that he had with this thing that he had created that was ultimately going to lead to the destruction of hundreds of thousands of lives, if not the entire human race itself, right? Which was very deeply based in philosophy, like his perspective and his struggles with it. I mean, if he was just like an automaton, like some, sociopathic, just super Alzheimer's guy, that didn't, not autism guy, rather, that didn't think at all about, no concept at all about empathy, no concept at all about our perspective. And you would just plow forth ahead and just launch bombs. Like, that's, science depends on human beings that have a unique way of thinking. And how does that not come out of philosophy?
Well, that seems to be like the failure of new atheism fundamentally, right? We've got this movement in the early 2000s, Dennett, Dawkins, Harris, Hitchens, who were all being critical of religion in the light of the September 11th terrorist attack, and people thinking that religion thinks as though it's beyond like criticism. But then once that project, and like once they embark on that project and they criticize religion, there isn't really anything left there. Like, they don't do the project of philosophy of finding the meaning in the ethics, and when they try to do it, it's lacking, something's missing. So I see that as like the reason why new atheism is going out of favor, why it's becoming unfashionable, because it can't answer those questions.
Well, I think it becomes almost as dogmatic as religion itself. Like, atheism in a lot of ways is kind of, they're committed to this idea that there is nothing else.
Yeah.
I just don't understand how you could do that without enough. If you're a person who you view the world based in, he is so fucking loud, dude. Just like Marshall and Carl were having a wrestling match for about 15 minutes, and poor little Carl was over there.
It's also one of the hottest days of the year without aircon, so
our
he's
condition's
really
fucked
going
here too.
really going hard.
where I was. I was very distracted. So I just think that these people sort of looked at this as religion is all this superstitious nonsense that these people concocted and put together over years to keep people in line.
Yeah.
And science is something that we can prove and see. And there is no God. There is no, which is, how do you know? You do not know. It's a crazy thing to say. You have such a limited perspective just in terms of the universe itself. We only see what we see on our planet and the tiny amount that we can reach out into the study. They can look back 13 billion years, but like, what are they looking at? They're looking at like bright lights, like gold dots, and they understand this is a galaxy. But it's like, how big is this fucking thing? Where did it come from? What's going on?
Yeah,
you don't know. What is the purpose? Is this a grand test? Are you a part of some very bizarre journey that the soul has to go through in this environment before it expands and goes into the next dimension, the next phase of existence? Who fucking knows? You don't know.
Yeah.
We do know that people die. We do know that people have near-death experiences and these very bizarre moments where they come back from the dead and have very similar accounts of something happening, about or encountering. Like I had Sebastian Young on the podcast the other day, and he was Sebastian Younger, and he was explaining how when he almost died, he had an internal bleeding, and he saw his father. His father came to the bed with him. He was talking to him. It was like this very bizarre thing. Like, we don't really know. We really don't know what life is. We don't know what consciousness is. We don't. So we're being arrogant, and I think, unfortunately, brilliant people that are so used to schooling people in debates, like Christopher Hitchens, like Sam Harris, and these guys are so good at making religious zealots look like buffoons, right? And you get real good at that, and you just sort of think that, look, I got it down. These fucking religious people, they don't know what the fuck's going on.
Yeah.
But you're involved in a religion. As bizarre as it seems, just like wokeism is a religion, just like far-right ideology is a religion.
I'm not sure about putting like religion on those things in particular, but
Cult.
Cult. They might be cult. They might have some aspects.
They're ideological, captured people.
I think to have a religion, you do need to have like a belief in what Christians, Jews, and Muslims take to be the perfect being. Like, God has to be by definition perfect. If you think that being exists, then I think you certainly qualify for having a religion.
What about Scientology?
I guess that's a cult.
But in our country, they actually won a lawsuit.
It's bad. It's a bad classification.
I used to have a joke about it where I said that a cult is created by one guy, and that guy knows it's bullshit. In a religion, that guy's dead.
That's good. Well, okay, let's say this, though, on behalf of religion, right? I think the two best things going for it aren't for me, the sense of community and the cultural aspects, they don't appeal to me. I couldn't think of anything more boring than spending my Sunday singing hymns and doing that. No, that's not for me. There's so many other things that you can do to find community, to find fulfillment.
But you can recognize how some people would find great engagement with it, enjoyment from it.
I think in terms of philosophical arguments for thinking it's true, like the one you mentioned a moment ago, like where this all came from, science can't get to that question. Right. The Kalam cosmological argument in philosophy is really popular. It just goes, everything that begins to exist has a cause. The universe began to exist, therefore it needs a cause. And then you do this deduction to figure out what kind of cause that could be, and it would have to be something outside of time and space with power and knowledge to bring this into being. And that might not be, that might get you all the way to God. That's a really strong reason for believing in God. And the answers the atheists give in place of it are nowhere near as strong. And likewise, like the argument from fine-tuning, which is gaining traction again. The physicist Sir Roger Penrose said that the fundamental laws of nature, like 26 of them, have to be delicately balanced perfectly to allow planets and intelligent life to form. He calculates that the initial low entropy point of the universe had to be 1 in 10 to the power of 10 to the power of 123, which means if you sat there writing out that number for the law of entropy and the condition when the universe first started expanding, and you wrote down one digit every second, you'd still be writing out that number now. But that number is so astronomically huge that the odds of us being here are incredible. And when we're thinking of probability theory, if we're looking at the best explanation for then I think those that posit the existence of God have the better hand. Like, I'm not religious, but I think we have to put our hands up and go, no, to those two problems, they've got really strong arguments for believing in God. But people like Dawkins, people like Hitchens and the like, and even Dennett, I think Harris is a little bit more sympathetic to those arguments than the other three. But they're not serious about following the arguments. They're not serious about going wherever they take them. Like you say, there is a dogmatism there. They're not open-minded on these points.
Well, I think the dogmatism, a lot of it is like all the public discourse that we've seen that you could watch on YouTube between atheists and religious scholars. It generally turns into a debate. They're almost all debates, and almost all of these debates are, in a sense, intellectual competitions.
Yeah.
Right. And so it's like, if you give a cop an incentive to arrest people, he's going to find reasons to arrest people.
Yeah.
Right. And if you have a person that is getting social credit, you're getting notoriety, adulation from schooling these religious people, from mocking what you think are ridiculous ideas that are superstitious, it becomes a part of yourself.
Yeah.
Right. It becomes a part of your identity, and then I think your unwillingness to engage in the mystery of all this, it speaks to that. I think that's the origin of it. I think it becomes a competition with people that their ideas are correct, and that these ideas that they've held for a long time, they want to defend those ideas instead of going home. I am of the opinion that I am not my ideas, and I think it's a really important thing to say, because I think more people should try this out. Maybe it's not for you, but it's my personal philosophy. I am not married to my ideas. They're just ideas. Yeah. And they come in my head and they go, and a lot of times while I'm saying them, I do it on the podcast all the time. I go, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense because of this. I don't want to be that buffoon that's connected to the first shit that comes out of my mouth. And I think that happens with a lot of people. I also think the idea that there's no God, that there's nothing, I think the universe might be God. I don't think it was born. I think it's probably always been. And I think Sir Roger Penrose's latest work, he seems to think that the Big Bang is just one of a series of these events. I don't want to paraphrase because I don't want to fuck it up, but his position is not that was the beginning. That this is probably a series of these things that have gone on in eternity, and that they're the infinite nature of the universe is probably something that even mathematically, even if you get the most genius people, they're probably going to struggle to understand something that has no boundaries, that has never been. We have biological limitations. We are born and we die. And I think we try to impose those upon things. And there's some things you can, like, oh, we know this tree grew 2,000 years ago. How crazy. Oh, we know this planet formed, 4 billion years ago. But there's some things we really just, we don't have the capacity to really put it into perspective. We don't know. There's just too much we don't know. Yeah. They're starting to think now that the universe is quite a bit older than they thought it was before because of the observations of these galaxies by the James Webb telescope. So now there's certain people that are these controversial ideas that are running around about like 22 billion years ago, 23 billion years ago.
It's interesting what you say, first of all, like about us being like so involved with our egos in terms of these arguments. It's always baffled me that people can care about their views or their philosophies to such an extent that they're willing to die on these hills and refusing to count in their wins and not their losses. I just had a 2.5-hour conversation with Jordan Peterson on his podcast about his motivations for being religious. I basically sketched out a broad argument, which is atheism's shortcomings, or it can't answer the two problems we just spoke about. Why does something rather than nothing find tuning? Then the problem with theism is that no perfectly good God would allow for evolution by natural selection. Like, what a wicked thing to do, to create the rules of the game to be that to have intelligent life, it necessitates the pain and suffering of countless sentient creatures over billions of years. Like, if God exists, then God's a psychopath, right? If that's what God didn't have to do that. It's logically and metaphysically possible the gods are created as the Christians thought God did in the Garden of Eden 5,000 years ago. That is way more compatible with the perfect, the good God, right?
Than what we're currently experiencing.
Yeah, but then when I asked Jordan about this again, I don't think he's serious again about following the evidence and argument. He just digs down. He builds a trench. He says, like I said, what do you think of what's called the systemic problem of evil? Why would God create the system? And he goes, we just need to keep working on it. So no, you need to suspend belief in something.
What did he mean by that?
The evidence.
Like keep working on it?
Like we just need to crack on with the problem.
Oh, and try to solve it?
Yeah, but we've been trying to solve it. In between 1960 and 1998, 3,600 articles and books were published on the problem of evil. Like people are working on it, and it's not going anywhere.
Right.
Like the systemic problem of evil undercuts the God hypothesis. But then it's this weird place, right? Because you've got these strong arguments that an atheistic view can't solve, but then you've got this big problem for belief in God. And like you say, this is moving philosophers of religion to this really interesting space where they ask, well, maybe we need a different concept of God, like the universe.
Yeah.
So this is pantheism, the idea that God and the universe are identical. Okay. And panentheism is the view where the universe is in God, but there's this extra layer of God, which is like heaven, or the thing that brought it into
I'm
being.
glad there's a word for it.
Yeah.
Saying the universe is God.
Yeah,
so pantheism.
So,
with that now.
The interesting thing about pantheism is, like, is it worthy of the name God, like the universe? Because if it's just nature-loving atheism, then that doesn't get you far. But I think if you believe that the universe is fundamentally conscious, like there is some will or agency underlying the things that we interact with, then I think that gets you pretty close to a concept of God.
Do you think we have an egocentric perspective of consciousness, that it only applies to things that move and that things that can express themselves? Like perhaps, there's a reason why I think people don't want to buy houses where people are, right?
Because they think the consciousness is still like linked.
Yeah, that there's something there. There's something there. There's a memory in that house of a horrible thing. Like if you bought a house from a horrible person, when you kind of like, I almost bought a building that was run by a cult.
Yeah,
and I knew it was run by a cult because my friend told me about it. It was like my friend Ron. I was building a comedy club, and my friend Ron White, who's a hilarious comedian, he told me about this great theater that was for sale. I should buy that theater. And so I okay, and I look into it. Yeah, he's run by a cult. Oh, great. I go sign all this paperwork, and then my friend Adam calls me up and goes, "Hey, did you watch the documentary on that cult?" I'm like, "Oh, bro, there's a documentary." And in watching the documentary, it was so sad to me to watch these people that for decades were deceived and led by this person, and at the end of it, they're weeping and crying. They've lost their life. Their life, like 20 plus years of their life, they dedicated to this charlatan who was he was a hypnotist and a gay porn star who was teaching yoga in West Hollywood and convinced all these people to do this. I had to get out of that building. I'm like, there's no way. There's not enough sage in the world that I can get rid of all the demons. I mean, how much
all the vicars around.
I felt like the Comedy Store in Hollywood used to be Ciro's nightclub, which was Bugsy Siegel's nightclub, and a bunch of people murdered there, like provably, definitely. Yeah. And it kind of feels like it there.
But there's the idea, though, that probably everywhere in the whole world there's been some creature that's died, right? Sure. I don't feel weird that here. Or like when you get you get a record or something, or you're listening to it on like Spotify or something, like a song, but you know the person who's made that song has done something dreadful. Right. Like you get that same kind of feeling then. So maybe it is maybe the simpler explanation is something like, it's your association with these things. It's just these connections in your brain going, bad thing, this building, right?
Sure.
And you break this shortcut.
I think both. I think both things. But I think there's places that do have, like, my stepfather went to Gettysburg. He's not a religious person, and he's not woo-woo. He's a very intelligent, hard-line person. And he was like, there's something. It was the sadness. It's like, you feel it. The death of all those people in this place, like it stained the place. But my point is not that. My point is that perhaps everything has some sort of a consciousness. We just have this egocentric perspective of what consciousness means, because to living things, it has ego, It has biological needs, human reward systems. They're all in play. Social structures and the value of status. That we're moving around through this grid of other beings, and we call that consciousness because that is our experience with it. But maybe this table has consciousness. Maybe cloth has consciousness. Maybe rocks have consciousness. They just don't have an ability to express themselves, and they don't have this language and culture and all this other stuff that we connect to consciousness. But that it is an integral part of everything in the universe. And if the universe is God, the universe creating all these things, it is essentially a creation machine, right? It creates stars, it creates galaxies, it creates supernovas, it creates carbon-based life, all these different things that happen. They're all created by this process. It's just not a guy in the sky in a robe. And I think the dogmatic perspective that a lot of religious zealots put to these ancient texts is, look, we don't trust what people in the 1950s thought about dentistry. Why the fuck do we trust people from 2,000 years ago what they thought about God? It's kind of a crazy thing, because either one of two things is either true. Either this is God's word and God is a psychopath, or this is the hand of human beings that is writing down an oral tradition of over 1,000 years and trying to put in perspective what steps that we have to apply to our civilization in order to move towards a more loving and prosperous place, which is what God wants. But I think all those things about evil, like, I think maybe the evil is what we need to see to respond to become better. And maybe this is this grand evolutionary process that's going on with the human spirit and the human psyche. If you look at trends, and you study Pinker's work, if you go back to, any time in recorded history versus today is less violent, less discriminatory, less racist, more open to, equal rights amongst the sexes and genders and sexual orientation. We're way better now than we were. Look, Alan Turing from the Turing test he got arrested for being gay. They put him on hormone blockers. He wound up killing himself because it was illegal to be gay. The man who invented the ability, came up with the concept of the ability to detect whether or not artificial intelligence is real, that guy was tortured by human philosophy and human perspective.
Yeah, I think Pinker's right on all of these metrics. Everything's better now than it was. And if you want to combine that with like a process theology in which God is identical to the world and the world's getting better, and it's better to like start a business, go broke, pull yourself up again, and then succeed than it is just to have the best thing to
win the lottery when you can.
Yeah, right. So that taps into our intuitions about what it is to develop a great character and have a better world, you might think. But I suppose like pre-1859, before On the Origin of Species and Darwin, I think actually theism was the reasonable worldview to have. This idea of this God outside of time and space. And you can run all of these, they call them like theodicies and defenses, like reasons why God allows evil to exist.
Right.
I think when you think about like the evils that like events, the wars and all the diseases that are in our country, in our world, you sort of go, well, I can see how some of these defenses, like you need hurricanes for hurricane relief funds, or you need to go broke to appreciate humans, right? All of these, I think they probably work for humans. But then I don't think since then, and maybe this is a part of the reason why people, or Christians, especially in this country, are fearful of evolution by natural selection. Maybe it's not because they just care so much about their history of the world, which would seem a little bit weird to me that that's the hill they want to die on, like how old the earth is. But actually, if God is responsible for this process, that seems like a bigger stain on God's record. So you can see why they're reluctant to accept something.
Maybe it's the only way. Maybe this process of natural selection and constant improvement and what we call evolution, maybe it's the only way.
You think I worry though that like when you do the maths, whether it can be justified. We're talking like trillions of uncountable animals. Like if you
forever.
Time,
but eventually it sorts itself out.
Well, it's kind of getting better, right? But like, if I was to say to you that, I can spawn a person here next to us now, but to do it, I'm going to execute 50 chimpanzees right there. Like, if you said yes, I think I I'd say perhaps it's a stupid choice too. Like,
It's a
you're
weird
maniac.
choice because we've definitely done that. We've definitely done that for makeup.
Well,
We've
yeah,
tested
right,
it, you know. I mean, they've done some wild shit with animals, unfortunately.
yeah. Well, this ties in. Like, I think people think this though, that the problem cuts deep. Like when you ask people, like 90% of people in the UK think that keeping animals in cages is cruel. 50% of people in the US think that. Yet 98.5% of chickens, turkeys, and pigs are kept in factory farms.
Is that real number?
70% of cows.
It's 98%.
Yeah, it's 99% of chickens, and
Holy shit.
and 98% of turkeys, and about the same for pigs. Like people are, but you see the juxtaposition there, right? You've got people that think it's wrong, but they're doing otherwise.
Well, it's not that they're doing otherwise. They can compartmentalize because factory farming. We talked about this yesterday. They have ag-gag laws. A couple days ago, we run some program. Ag-gag laws prevent people from detailing the horrific conditions which these animals live in. If you film it, if you're a worker there, like this is horrific, I'm going to film this and out this place, you'll go to jail.
Yeah,
which is insane.
Yeah,
it should be a crime. It should be like animal cruelty.
Mm-hmm.
Like Russell Crowe was in here the other day, and he keeps 200 head of cattle on he has a ranch in the bush in Australia. And the way he described the way he takes care of these animals, the way they gently move them into new pastures, and they live this idyllic life until he's like, and the meat is better. You feel better about the whole thing. It's like
I've heard him say something about this before, where he goes like, but ultimately it's because it tastes better. So although like I'm happy he's doing it, right? This is no comparison to factory farming. And if all the farming that was out there in the world was like, I suppose that
it's not just because it tastes better. That's
yeah. Do you think he's got like the?
Yes, he cares about them. He does.
Did he talk about how he like ends their lives?
He did. I didn't ask. I should have, but he was going on a rant. I didn't want to interrupt.
Yeah.
I wanted to know if that did the No Country for Old Men, bolt to the head.
Well, right.
Apparently that's instantaneous.
Take the comparison, right?
Yeah.
Would you rather have your nose cut off, your children taken away from you, be stuffed in a cage for your life, and pumped full of hormones, and then be electrocuted or have your throat split? Mm-hmm. Or would you rather run around in the field with your family, and then one day the lights just go out?
Well, one day the lights are going to go out anyway.
Yeah,
this is too different. Thing. But they don't live very long on their own. Like they're kind of like dogs. Like I don't know what a cow's maximum age is. What's the maximum age of a cow? Let's guess. I'm gonna say 18. What do you think? Because that's like a golden retriever if you give them all the right food. Apparently,
I'm skeptical to say if it goes average age of cow. If it's going to be like wild cow, maybe 15, 16.
Yeah, but wild cows, where are they? So wild cows are an interesting thing because domestic cattle is a completely different strain of cattle. Yeah. And when we let them go wild, they become what we call scrub bulls. And scrub bulls are the most dangerous animal you can encounter in the Australian bush.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Asian buffaloes are dangerous, but scrub bulls will fuck you up. They're like those bulls that people ride, except they're wild. Yeah. So they're completely feral. And they're there to breed and to protect their cows and anything that comes in. I've heard countless stories of men, camping in the bush getting gored by scrub bulls. They're crazy looking too. They develop all these weird colors and they look really cool. You ever see they kind of like how pigs they go through metamorphosis when they go feral. Do you know that process? It's really quick. It's like 6 weeks. Once a pig is feral for 6 weeks and just running wild in the woods, they start changing. Their snout extends, their tusks grow, their hair gets thicker. They become boars. They become what we think of as classic wild boar. Yeah. And those are the same species of animal, which is very bizarre. Yeah. That happens with bulls too.
Well, especially in the factory farms as well. They're definitely not going to live much longer there, are they? Because
they kill them quicker too because they plump them up fast with antibiotics and they get them fat.
Just more like chronically obese, basically.
Yep, they're totally ill, and that's the best stuff. The best stuff is the super ill cow. You got let's say 15 to 20 years. Oh, there you go. So the dairy industry really allows cows to live past 5. They're sent to slaughter soon after production when it drops.
Right. Well, it's interesting. So I don't know when he's obviously killing these cows, right? But if is he doing it right towards the end of the life? Then it seems like it might still be wrong in a sense, though, right? There's a reason why when we take our dogs to the vets to be euthanized, that you don't get there and the vet pulls out crossbow or a gun or something, right?
Right.
Because you go, no, there's a better way you can do this. Have you not? You've run out of injections or something. Like the Greek for the euthanasia means good death. There
Wait a
are
minute,
better ways of doing
Do you
it.
think it's better to use a poison injection to the veins than a bolt to the brain?
My suspicion is yes.
Why?
Slows down the heart.
Right, but
you can't see them struggling in a sense of like they don't exhibit features that look like they're in pain or they're fighting.
So it's
the
better
heart slows
for
down,
you?
the brain slowly shuts down. Well, you'd expect them to resist in some certain way. Maybe there's not much difference between them.
I don't think there's any difference. The bolt to the brain is instantaneous.
Yeah,
Our concern is blood.
Yeah.
Our concern is seeing trauma. So we're not seeing it. It's all internal.
Yeah.
Poison kills you in a horrible way. I mean,
Yeah,
probably the last moments are probably deeply painful and very confusing when your body's shutting down. And
so you think it's more of like a cultural thing that we don't want our pets shot rather than have injections.
Yeah, I mean,
we see it's less
look, I don't want
dignified
to shoot my pet. I
Yeah.
don't want to see your pet shot. I mean, God, imagine seeing Carl get shot. That'd be horrific. But there's no difference between Carl getting an injection that kills him either. It's just our own sensibilities. It's an ending of life, and the most effective, quickest way that causes the least amount of pain should be what we strive for.
Yeah, no, definitely. But that still, I think we both agree on this, right? That factory farming is the overwhelming amount of meat we're consuming is that.
Yeah.
And people feel, and we think this, we know that non-human animals are morally valuable. I love this thought experiment by the philosopher Tom Reagan. He asks you, like, imagine you're on a lifeboat with, let's say a golden retriever and another human being, and you've got to throw one out and you get to keep the other one in.
Right.
And so everyone throws out the golden retriever.
Depends on who the person is.
I haven't met any. Yeah,
If it's Hitler and my dog, Hitler's going for a swim.
But it's just
I would do that,
it's
right?
random default.
But would you do that? But let's be real.
Yeah, I'll throw Hitler in.
100%.
Yeah.
I'm going to kill Hitler with my bare hands, then I'm going to throw him in the water. 100%.
All right, it's not Hitler.
I might eat him.
You don't know who this guy is.
Me and the dog might eat him.
It's not Marshall. It's some random golden retriever.
I love all golden retrievers. I'm killing Hitler over every fucking
what if it's
golden
a default?
retriever that's ever been born.
If it's a default person, you don't know who this is.
Okay, well then it becomes a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah. Then I want that person
And
to
then-
live too.
Tom, I went on a date with this girl in London once, and I asked her this thought experiment. I said, "What would you do?" And then she said, "I'd kill the golden retriever." And then I did the Tom Reagan thought experiment and said, "Well, how about if it was 5 golden retrievers, 10, 100, 1,000?" Tom Reagan goes, "I'll kill 1,000,000 of them." And you kind of go like, "That's not cool." Like,
And then one person starts disappointing you and lies to you, and you're like, "Oh, I should have fucked those dogs."
Yeah. Well, this.
But it's just you and this dude, and you have a bond with that guy forever.
Yeah.
You killed your dog.
Exactly. Well, this girl I was on a date with, she said she'd kill an infinite number of golden retrievers because she was Catholic. And I think an infinite number of suffering in the end of life.
You say that.
Yeah, I think after you get through like 50, you go,
probably
made a
kill
real
yourself.
mistake here.
Yeah, you probably shoot yourself. You watch them on the ground, but you probably shoot yourself.
The interesting thing is, as soon as you pick a number, as long as it's not infinite, then you recognize that non-human animals have a comparable value to human beings. And you have to draw the line somewhere. There's
Right.
going to be a rough number. It's like how many leaves make a pile of leaves, or water droplets make a cloud. It's not going to be clear exactly how many, but as long as you
It's
pick
not
something.
zero.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
I think everyone, but minus a few people. I think if someone says infinite, something's gone wrong in their thinking. I think that's
Mhm.
absurd.
Well, I think that's just them talking.
You
I don't
don't
think
reckon
they
they're
really-
serious.
Yeah, there's no way you believe that. There's no way. You know what infinite golden retrievers look like? That's fucking crazy. Kill that guy.
Well, I've got great sympathy for people who, like, you've probably heard this before, people give like health reasons for why they still consume non-human animals.
Yeah.
And they say, I have to eat this much meat, or maybe they just eat meat and nothing else.
That's
And-
me.
And you just eat meat.
Yeah.
You don't eat anything apart from meat.
I eat very little other than meat.
Okay, this is good. Right.
Yeah. I eat fruit and I eat meat.
Okay.
And occasionally I'll eat something else. I'll have spaghetti or a sandwich every now and then. But for the most part, I eat mostly meat.
Those people who, like yourself, who maybe it's whatever health reason it is, they still, some people use that argument as if it gets them off the hook, like as if because their value as a human being outweighs so many cows and pigs and the like.
Mhm.
But I think once you run this thought experiment and you have to kind of put a rough number on it, you sort of have to ask yourself an honest question and go, like, is what I'm doing like morally right? Is this something I should reconsider? And I think given the if you pick a number, then you have to make a call on that.
I think it's not a zero-sum game. I don't think it's morally reprehensible to eat meat, but I do know that an animal has to die.
Yeah.
What I prefer, there was a few years back in 2012 that I decided that I was either going to become a vegetarian or I was going to become a hunter. And so I'd watched too many of these PETA documentaries. I'd seen too many things about factory farming. I was like, this is disgusting. It would freak me out. And I was like, okay, I either have to come to grips with what it means to kill an animal and eat it. And if I can't handle that, if I don't like that, then I'll just become a vegetarian. I tried being a vegetarian for a brief amount of time in my life when I was like, I guess I was 18. When I was fighting, I was having a really hard time because I was still growing. I was having a really hard time making a lower weight class that I was competing in. There was other people in my team that were competing in the higher weight class. It was a real problem. So I tried being a vegetarian for a while. I don't think I did it the best way. I don't think I was really intelligent about it. Again, I was 18, and this was like 1985, somewhere around there.
Different vegetarian world.
No one knows shit. So I was just eating salads, and I felt terrible.
Yeah.
I felt terrible. And then I had a conversation with my instructor. He's like, "You're just getting older. You need to move up." And I started eating meat immediately. I gained 10 pounds in like 3 weeks. I felt like a completely different human being. I felt like I had all this energy. I think I was malnourished before, and I was just going on drive. But I do think that there are very different body types, and there's very different requirements that certain people have when it comes to protein. I think animal protein is the most dense, most nutrient-packed protein in food that's available for human beings. And I think it probably has something to do why we became human beings in the first place. But I think of hunting as I'm dipping my toe into the natural world. And I'm going out into the wild where these things live. They're not in a cage.
What you're hunting?
What's that?
Is it a bow, crossbow?
I use a bow. When I first started, I started using a rifle. I shot that mule deer that sits on the table. That was the first deer that I ever shot. Jesus. That was in 2012.
I'll look this way.
And I decided when I was eating that mule deer, it's all on film. We did it for a television show called Meat Eater. My friend Stephen Hell. And when I was eating that deer by the fire, I was like, this is what I'm doing forever. I'm doing this. It ignited parts of my DNA. It gave me an understanding of the cycle of life instantaneously in a way that was like fishing does that a little bit, but this is like that times 1,000, which is why people don't have a problem with you showing dead fish on your Instagram. If you hold like a dead bass, look at the bass I caught. Everybody's like, good job, nice fish. You're going to eat that fish. You hold up a dead deer, people kind of freak out.
Yeah, I bet.
Hold up a dead bear, people go fucking crazy.
Well, okay, here's a couple of things, right? So I think you're probably, it speaks to your own experience, right? That you feel like maybe it's spiritual or it taps into our histories when you hunt, especially with a bow. Like 10,000 years ago, the first bows come about, and I imagine it was thrilling for them now, and it's thrilling still now to do it. Same reason, like paintball, like laser tag, or war can be fun, right? People enjoy it. People going off to the First World War, it was a great sport.
Sure.
Maybe it taps even deeper than that because it's the food we're eating in the early days. I think the worry. Okay, let's think about the ethics there, right? So I think it's not comparable to factory farming again. Like this is splitting hairs really.
Well, I don't think we even have to compare these things. We just talk about the merits of or the ethics of what we're doing.
Good. So two things come to mind, right? The first is it depends on the kind of killing that you're doing when you do the hunting. Like if I hunt with a spear, and you'll know more about this than me, a spear is probably not going to knock the animal out like a bullet to the back of the head.
Right.
A crossbow and a bow are going to be somewhere between them.
Right.
And so there are going to be better ways to hunt than not. So maybe, perhaps, I wonder what you think of this. On the whole, when you run the numbers in terms of probability, that hunting with guns is going to be significantly better than hunting with spears or even
Yes.
bows. Would you agree?
Yeah,
would you agree
hunting
with
with guns is absolutely the most effective way.
that? Okay.
Yeah.
Good.
In order for you to be equally effective hunting with the bow, it requires a lot more work.
Yeah.
It requires intense amount of practice, hours and hours every day. I practice at 74 yards every day. Hundreds of arrows at 74 yards, just grouping into this small area of the size of a grapefruit.
Are you good? Are you pretty
Yeah,
accurate?
I'm very good.
Do you,
Yeah,
when
I
you
practice a lot.
when you hunt, it's like elk.
Yeah.
When you hunt elk, do you kill the animal without much suffering? Would you say?
Well, the last one that I killed died in 10 seconds. He was
Okay.
dead in 10 seconds. He literally ran up to the top of the hill. It took like not even 10 seconds.
Hmm.
It was like whack, the arrow hits, run, boom, dead. Because of an accurate shot placement. If you shoot an animal accurately, they die instantaneously. They die very quickly. You either hit them in the heart or you hit them through both lungs. If they're alive for 30 seconds, it's a lot.
Yeah.
Generally. But there's been times where it might take 30 minutes for them to die. They just lay down and you see them moving a little bit and you sneak in and you try to get a second arrow into them. You take them out. Any way they die by a hunter is infinitely more humane than how they will die in the wild. And they will all die in the wild. They will all get old and they will either die of starvation, they'll freeze to death, or more likely they'll get eaten by cats.
Okay, so here's where I agree with you, right? Is that when people eat, again, you say don't draw the comparison between factory farming, but I think this is the philosopher Arthur Schopenhauer said that on Earth, humans are the devils and animals are the tortured souls, right? And that rings true for me, right? This is the worst thing we could have done in terms of like production of our food, in terms of the amount of suffering we're creating.
Yes.
So I think when the person says to you, you're a bad person for hunting, if that person is engaging in buying these products from factory farms, which the overwhelming majority of people are, then they don't have a leg to stand on. What they're doing is way worse.
Right. I think people just say that because they want to have a moral high ground. They haven't looked into it enough. If they did, they would have to come to grips with the fact that this is, you're paying a supermarket hitman, okay?
Yeah.
Is it you're not a murderer if you hire someone to get murdered?
Yeah,
It seems like you're a murderer. It seems like you go to jail as a murderer. It's the same thing. If you go to the grocery store and you buy a T-bone steak, you paid a supermarket hitman. He just assumed you were going to pay him, so he did the work before he got the money from you.
Yeah. It's
like, you wanted that cow dead, right?
It's
like,
a psychological like explanation, or like it's the same reason why RAF bombers will drop a bomb on a clouded city, but not go down there and shoot a mother and a child, right?
But even though,
or hire the RAF,
even drone pilots have severe PTSD. Yeah, there's a very specific kind of it because it's like this. You're not totally connected to the act, but you know what you did, and then you'll be haunted. Like if you're just operating a little PS4 or PS5 controller and you're zooming some drone, I mean that's kind of what they do it with, right? Don't they use like game controllers? They use game controllers, which is so fucking wild because that's the best way to do it. You get these kids that you're playing Call of Duty 8 hours a day, and then that kid goes and becomes a part of the drone program. That's your assassins. That's your ultimate killers. And these guys are doing it for real. They're playing a video game, but real human beings are dying in their head. They lay in bed at night. They know that.
But it seems like it's an interesting one, right? We just did a big podcast series on the philosophy of war and the history of it and how it's trying to move the person that's killing another person further away from the act. So more killings when you're using guns than when it's hand-to-hand combat. And even in the Second World War, like field work showed that it was about 20 or 30% of people were actually firing a weapon.
So it's a little more complicated than a PS4 or PS5 thing. But it does have like a joystick, just like a simulator.
Yeah.
Like a flight simulator is what it looks like.
But that's
the view. But how nutty is that? What does that feel like when you're in Nevada and you're operating something that's in Iraq or wherever in Yemen and you've got a drone flying over some compound and you're just shooting hellfire missiles into human beings based on metadata?
Yeah, I'd be interested to know how severe their PTSD is.
See if you can find an article on it because there was something that I'd read about it really recently.
Because there's a thought, right, which is we seem to be outraged at the use of drones, but it takes one less person out of the fight. And so it seems if you're doing like a utilitarian calculation, that it's going to be better on the whole. No, it's not, because the amount of civilians that die are very high. It's in comparison to
somewhere,
not using it?
it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 80+%. Some estimations are 90%. It's hard to tell because
Yeah.
what's been explained to me by people in the military is that the people, first of all, the government will undercut the number. They'll give you a lower number than probably is real.
Yeah.
And then the people that were attacked will give you a higher number than is real. And so you have to sort this out. Like a good example is, remember the New York Times reported that the Israelis had blew up a hospital.
Mm.
And it was on the front page of the New York Times. And they've been told that 500 people are dead or 5,000, I forget the number.
Mm.
The reality was the bomb hit the parking lot and 50 people died.
Mm.
But they had been told it was a much worse scenario. They reported it, not knowing
the numbers, though, according to the UN stuff, they don't.
Oh, they're horrible.
Yeah.
No.
But
Just
in
in
this
this
specific example,
one specific example. The numbers are true. The numbers are terrifying.
Yeah.
But just looking at
Yes.
it, because they're not deployed, they seldom got the same recovery periods or mental health screenings as other fighters. Instead, they were treated as office workers, expected to show up for endless shifts in a forever war. Under unrelenting stress, several former crew members said people broke down. Drinking and divorce became common. Some left the operations floor in tears. Others attempted suicide. And the military failed to realize the full impact. Despite hundreds of missions, Captain Larson's personal file under the heading Combat Service only offers a single word: none. Drone crew members said in interviews that while killing remotely is different from killing on the ground, it still carves deep scars. In many ways, it's more intense, said Neil Schooneman, a drone sensor operator who retired as a master sergeant from the Air Force in 2019. A fighter jet might see a target for 20 minutes. We had to watch a target for days, weeks, and even months. We saw him play with his kids. We saw him interact with his family. We watched his whole life unfold. You are remote, but also very much connected. Then one day, when all parameters are met, you kill him. Then you watch the death. You see the remorse and the burial. People often think this job is going to be like a video game, and I have to warn them, there is no reset button. Yeah, so it's a horrific, very intense thing.
Yeah,
but it's akin to buying steak in the store.
Well, I think like
in a weird way.
The things that are relevant, morally speaking, are the same things that Like
do you eat only vegetables?
Yeah, it's a vegan diet. Well, it's like a 98 or 97%, especially when traveling and stuff, when you can't seem to find things. I think the perception is sort of gotcha stuff, right? In terms of when people say they've got vegetarian or vegan diets, the idea that they're going to be eliminating suffering entirely from their diets, it's impossible. That's not what anyone thinks is happening. And you hear like crop death arguments and stuff like this, right? Which don't tread much water.
Monocrop agriculture, which is a horrific loss of life. If you're buying corn or grain, most likely you're getting it from monocrop agriculture, and they kill thousands of animals. They poison the ground, they poison bugs. If you consider insects, life forms, they kill millions. They kill groundhogs, gophers, anything that gets in the way. And then the monocrop agriculture kills the environment because it destroys the topsoil. The topsoil is destroyed. And like most farms in this country, we have to pour shit on the ground in order for it to be able to sustain life.
Look, the vegan needs to be, or the utilitarian, or there's all of these brilliant philosophers at the moment talking about this. I don't know any serious philosopher of moral philosophy or ethics that runs a good argument which says that the lives of non-human animals, their pain, pleasure, happiness, suffering, doesn't matter. So the vegan needs to be concerned about this loss of life as well, or the pain and suffering that goes into it. There are going to be better ways to do it than not. But I often get asked about tofu, or our soy production. So 77% of global soy production goes towards feeding non-human animals that are fed and we end up killing and eating. A bunch of it's used for biofuels and stuff, but only 7% of all the soy that we're growing actually is consumed by human beings. So if we look at the vegans' contribution to that, right, it's marginal even then in comparison to what the factory farming industries they're responsible for. But here's, I think, an interesting point which sort of leaves that all to a side, because you hear loads of different arguments, like ecological arguments, human nature arguments, all of this stuff, as if it's going to get and often get the Christian or the person who thinks that non-animal rights, such as the Catholic I was mentioned a moment ago, don't matter. But think of this: like, if it was the case that we're forced to do these things and we can't do otherwise, to sustain the people we have to kill animals. Let's just give the person the benefit of the doubt and say that's the case. That wouldn't get God off the hook if God's forcing us to do that. And here's life. To enjoy it, you need to kill, what is it, like 70 billion land animals and 7 trillion sea animals.
Well, it's
each
a feeling
year.
that God didn't conceive of factory farming, and this is like a loophole created by human beings. Because I think it is. I think it's just like money in politics. Like the founding fathers didn't see that coming. They didn't see social media coming. They didn't see a lot of things that are interfering with this concept of self-government, right? And I think God probably like, they're never going to do that. They'll never stick all the chickens in a fucking warehouse, stack them onto, yep, we will. If you let us get away with it, and then we develop laws so that you can't film those things. Yeah. There's a problem with animal intelligence, right? The animals are sentient. They have instincts. They love their young. There's also a problem with plant intelligence. And plant intelligence, I think, the emergent science of plant intelligence is fascinating. I don't want to say they're the same thing as people, just like I don't want to say golden retriever is the same thing as a person in a boat. It's not.
How many did you pick in terms of like how many golden retrievers you were going to chuck out the boat into you chuck the human being?
Depends on the person. I can't say.
If it's just a random person, you don't know them, any person walking down the street in Austin today, he's talking like tens, hundreds, thousands. He's talking thousands.
No.
Like fewer.
Yeah.
Like less than 10.
I'm not going to kill 20 dogs for some dude. I don't know.
Depends on.
I don't know, man. I love my dog so much. I
shouldn't think of golden retriever.
You
That's
can't. It's like I can't. Even if I get upset at him, I feel bad. It's you can't just say a random person. Like I said, if it was Hitler, I'd kill Hitler for sure. I'd kill Hitler over a snake.
Yeah, but we're
I'd
talking
probably
like
just kill him anyway.
We think.
No, I probably wouldn't. I'd probably bring him back so they could study him.
I think
If I was sure that I could capture him alive and get him in front of the press
to see
what the fuck happened. Yeah, how the fuck did you do this? Like, what company? I'm goddamn Morgan. Norman Ohler, we've been talking about this book over and over again in the past couple weeks. Yes, since it's been here. But Hitler was cranked up on all kinds of shit. And so were the Nazis. They were all on methamphetamines. Hitler was on oxycodone, apparently.
Yeah, thinking he could live long. He was worried he was going to die, right? A vegetarian diet to make sure he could.
Not just vegetarian, but terrible vegetarian diet. He ate mostly bread and sugar.
Yeah, you've got to do it right, but he certainly didn't. I just finished Ian Kershaw's book on Hitler. It's like over 1,000 pages. It's a real good read, like 40-hour read. And so if you're interested in like,
you gotta be careful leaving those around your house.
I bought it my dad for his birthday, and he's there in the restaurant showing everyone.
It's a real problem. Like you can't do that. But what we're talking about with the animal intelligence and plant intelligence and human intelligence, for sure, the way we're doing it now is wrong. I think we would all agree to that. If you could wave a magic wand and let all the animals be free and no one eats them anymore, you're going to have chaos. You're going to have real chaos. First of all, you're going to have massive overpopulation, and you're going to have predators everywhere. And because unless you do have predators everywhere, you're going to have car accidents that you would never imagine, train accidents. There's a guy named, what am I talking about his name? American Coyote, Dan Flores. Dan Flores, I forget where he's a professor of. He studies the history of animals. And Dan Flores, he wrote a paper called, I think it's called Buffalo Ecology something. What was it? Buffalo Diplomacy, Buffalo Ecology. He thinks, that's it, genius guy. He thinks the reason why when they came across the Great Plains and there was millions and millions of buffalo, I think the reason why is because 90% of the Native Americans were killed by the Great. This is his thought, like, because the earliest settlers in the 1400s, the 1500s, they didn't see that many buffalo. It wasn't like they didn't even report them. There were many accounts where they didn't even report them. Why? Because the Native Americans lived off them and they kept their population in check. The buffalo have a very long gestation period, right? They're an enormous animal. And if you can kill one, it takes a long time to replace that one. So they would travel around track the buffalo, kill them, live off them, use their skins, eat their meat, and then nomadically travel with them. And they kept their population in check. When 90% of Native Americans were dead, Dan Flores believes that led to this insane overpopulation problem of buffalo, where you see millions of them in fields, because that doesn't exist anywhere in nature unless there's a problem.
Yeah.
And that problem is a lack of predators, and predators at that time being the Native American hunter.
Yeah, I think if you go, like, if you take it to its logical conclusion, then we can't, even on the view which I hold, which is hedonistic utilitarianism, the idea that the morally relevant facts are pain, pleasure, happiness, suffering, right? You can't then just let all of the animals free to run around. That's going to, as you say, create like a sort of mayhem.
Well, it's not just that. You would have to control their population somehow. You'd have to give them birth control. You'd have to.
That seems, I mean, that's, in my view, that's okay to give them birth control and the like.
Right, but to what length? How many do you let breed? How many do you have to have population control?
Yeah,
right?
you can have
Wildlife biologists. Let me explain something about hunting areas, right? So you're going to go to this place in Montana where we went and hunted mule deer. Wildlife biologists do surveys on the areas, and they know roughly the exact amount of deer that are in this area, right? And they know them. They have a less accurate number of predators, particularly stealthy predators like mountain lions. Pretty good with wolves, but even then in high density areas, very difficult to figure it out. But they get the numbers of the deer, and then based on some very exact science, they calculate the amount of hunters who will be allotted tags. So, like, say if you apply for a limited draw entry place. So limited draw entry is like, say maybe you have an allocated piece of land that's, X amount of thousands of acres, and in that there are X amount of thousands of deer, and you will allow 100 hunters into that area. And out of those 100 hunters, there'll be maybe a 10 to 15% success rate.
Right.
So you are thinking that these hunters will trim 10 deer, 20 deer, whatever it is for this particular, and there's a bunch of different areas like this whole country, but they're all tightly managed. And the wildlife biologists that do that in the United States, it's a beautiful and incredible thing, because it doesn't exist anywhere else in the world where you have public land, where people, the United States and all the people living in the United States own this land. This is our land. And you can go out on that land. And in some places, you don't even have to have a tag. You get what's called an over-the-counter tag, because these are areas where they're difficult to get to. There's plentiful deer. They don't have to worry about you depopulating. And so you get a tag, and you go out, you go 5, 6, 10 miles in, you camp out, you live under the stars, and you get your food.
Yeah.
And you can do that in this country. And you can do that because these wildlife biologists have a very keen understanding of the amount of animals that are sustainable in the area and the amount of hunters they can allow to hunt in these areas. That's how it's done. If you don't do that, and if you just have animals run free, you get the buffalo when there's millions of them on the fields, and you're going to have to kill some of them, because they're going to get diseased because they don't have any food. They're going to starve to death. It's going to be, or you're going to bring in mountain lions. And mountain lions can't kill buffalo, so you're going to have to bring in wolves. You're going to have to bring in big cats. You're going to have to bring in all kinds of things that eat things to keep them in line. Then you've got fucking wild nature taking place everywhere in the world that there's not a city. And even in cities, you're going to have it. You have coyotes in New York City right now.
Well, okay, this is good. I think Martha Nussbaum, like a new book, Justice for Animals, she argues that these things, as you say, are a problem. You can't avoid suffering in these cases because you need to keep populations in control. And she thinks that we need to embark on a research project which simulates hunting and keeps down populations in like animal sanctuaries, if you like. And I was thinking recently, like, there's a lot of arguments for human reparations. Like when a full group is harmed by another group, that we think that they're owed something. Whether it's like people who were subject to slavery in Northwest Africa, we think that those communities have been harmed in the past and that we should right that wrong. I don't know if the details. I don't consider myself like a reparations philosopher, but let's say that's a view that people hold as they do. But if you take non-human animals to be like these subjects which you can stop their flourishing, cause them harm, bring them pleasure and happiness, then it seems that they also are part of a group. And so you might run an argument to say that if all of these creatures were subject to such suffering, torture, and death for so long, the benefit of this other group, then that group owes them some, like the research, the time, the money to make their lives as good as possible. Now, it might be just like in our lives, we can't avoid pain and suffering in the day-to-day of it. It's not something we can eliminate entirely, but we should be doing everything we can, says the argument, to reduce it as much as possible. If that ends up being like having to add predators to a sort of into that situation, then so be it. But perhaps there's with the right time and money, you can find a way of doing it without as much suffering, so to speak.
So if the goal is just completely to eliminate suffering, why don't we kill all the predators?
Yeah, so I don't
Because
think
they're going to make all these animals suffer. And if you get killed by wolves, oh, that's a rough one. That's rough. The worst is killed by bears because they just hold you down and start pulling you apart like a salmon. So if we want to really eliminate suffering, perhaps we should eliminate all of the predators, or just put them in zoos where they'll suffer, but they're evil. And then because they just kill and eat, that's all they do.
Well, there's a question of like what's wrong with death, which is at the heart of this. So it might not just be like the hedonistic properties I've just listed, but it might be that when you stop some conscious creature from fulfilling their ends, from fulfilling their project, you're somehow wronging them. So like if I was to hypothetically, we had this random person again that we had on the boat up, and I put a bullet in the back of their head. This person had no friends, family, no one will remember them, and I can erase the thing I did from my memory. You might still think what I did was wrong, because that person saw themselves as having a future, had projects they were working on, and I stopped their flourishing in some sense. Like that's the Hitler. It's the Hitler thing. It's a good one to stop.
But again, you probably would want to bring them back.
And then when it comes to non-human animals, the same's true, right? The dog looks forward to their dinner in the evening. They look forward to the walk. They bury their bone. These are creatures with complex inner lives which see their futures or know that they will exist in the future. I think the same's true of the creatures which are hunted or in farms. And so simply painless killing might not be everything there. Removing the potential for future happiness and pleasure also seems to be morally relevant.
Well, when you hunt animals, you hunt mature animals. One of the things that
do you check how do you know the age of
you could tell by the way they look.
Yeah.
They get bigger. Their head looks different. Their face looks different.
Live for?
I've killed them that are 11 years old. It's really old. Okay. Really old. His teeth were all worn down to almost nothing. He probably had another year or two left if he was lucky. And again, their death is horrific. The death that they have from wild predators is terrifying. There's not too many. I hunt in Utah every year, and we see cats there. I saw the biggest cat I've ever seen in my life. Huge mountain lion. But I've seen other predators. See a lot of coyotes, and they do spot wolves there too. There's bears there. We see bears, but that death is so much worse than a hunter's death.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah,
and 100%, and it's gonna happen. They're not living forever. And what I'm doing is I'm dipping my toe into the wild world, and through considerable effort, bring it back.
Yeah, to bring this back to that fundamental question we began with, like on the whole, is existence a good thing? Should we be happy and pleased with this world? And it seems like the perfectly good God hypothesis goes out the window, or especially if we're forced to do these things. Like if we have to introduce predators to maintain populations and things like that. Again, this doesn't seem like the thing a perfectly good God would do. So if you're an atheist,
why not? This is the process. The reason why the elk is so fast and strong is because it's been avoiding mountain lions for hundreds of thousands of years.
But it's a process which, according to Christians, Jews, and Muslims, that God created, and God can do anything with the following qualifier: it has to be logically or metaphysically possible. So there are possible worlds without evolution by natural selection. Those things are entirely possible.
Right.
And a perfectly good God would have to bring about the best possible state of affairs.
But maybe this is the best possible state of affairs to achieve a desired goal.
What's it to say? The optimist says this is the best possible world, and the pessimist hopes it's not the case.
I think even the evils of this world exist to incite outrage and for us to do better. I think this constant struggle of good and evil is maybe even necessary for us to keep moving in the right general direction through rigorous debate and deceit and lies and propaganda and having your dreams shattered and figuring it out. And,
Yeah, that's us, right?
but that's us and animals. That's the reason why the fucking elk is 900 pounds and built like a super athlete. It's because it has to get the fuck away from mountain lions. If it didn't, it would never look like that.
Yeah.
It would never become an elk. It would not become this majestic thing with horns growing out of its fucking head. It's got literal weapons growing out of its head. And they're competing with each other with these weapons and killing each other. We find dead elk all the time. They find them every year that are stabbed in the rib cage by other elk. And they die a horrible death. And they get torn apart by coyotes, bears when they're down. You find their bones scattered all over the place where they've been killed and ripped apart.
Yeah, I mean, I thought there's still a sense in which they're like doing good, like when a non-human animal like sacrifices themselves for their young or something. Like there has to be something they're going towards in order for it to be good.
And
the
they're
same way
getting
freely
better
choose.
at being elk to avoid that. And that's what leads to
But
the
they don't
natural
seem to have,
selection.
like there's going to be a significant number of non-human animals that don't have what we call free will, which is the power and freedom to do otherwise, the power and choice to do A rather than B. There are some non-human animals that just act. The raindrop lands on the bird's beak, it just instinct, it turns, sees what's there. It doesn't think what was that, it doesn't have this inner chat, it doesn't choose, reflects. And there's going to be a lot of non-human animals which that's the case for. So that sort of like character development for the artificial defense won't work for them. Like, especially if it doesn't bring about a better entity at the end of it. But all these creatures that die painfully and miserably and don't have the opportunity to develop, like their individual lives seem like they're, again, cases of gratuitous, i.e. unnecessary evil. But the point fundamentally is this, right? God could have made it so that these creatures that don't have free will and that can't develop their characters don't suffer. He could have made that the case.
But unless God is truly all-knowing, and us with our primate minds are trying to make sense out of this thing that ultimately will make sense when we reach the end of our journey. And that this whole process, as complicated and vicious and evil as it seems to be with predator and prey and natural selection, and what you're just talking about, like with birds and different animals, they don't have to. They figured out a niche. They can fly. They move around. They basically got it nailed, right? To keep their populations high, not that difficult unless people come along with shotguns. That's when it really becomes a problem. Like the passenger pigeon, just why? Because we hate them all. We shot them all. But when you look at animals in the wild, when they have a very successful model, they don't change. That's crocodiles. They have a very successful model. The model is this thing doesn't need to eat for a year. It can go underwater for hours. It can stay perfectly still in 4 inches of water, knows exactly where the animals are, and explodes and eats them and kills them. And it's been in that same form for millions and millions of years because it's a successful form. Same as sharks. Successful form. Doesn't need to evolve. Human beings live in the most comprehensive and bizarre environment. First of all, we figured out how to shelter, and once we did that, we figured out agriculture, we became weaker, we developed cities, we completely separate ourselves from the natural world. So we think of ourselves as different than all these other processes that are happening because we've elevated in our own eyes beyond this, beyond the natural realm, into this world of morals and ethics and philosophy and our view of our perspective of the world. But we're still in the natural world.
We're still beasts, right? There's no distinction.
And when you go hunting, you really get a sense of that. You really understand. You're in the natural world.
Yeah. Well, here's the thought, right? Which is in terms of like cashing this out in terms of problems with atheism and religious beliefs, is that when you look at the system, and you mentioned this earlier, like maybe we don't know God's reasons and stuff like this. But I think in that case, I think Peterson said something along the same lines when I spoke to him. I think in that case, you shouldn't just bet your soul on it for his words. Or William James, is the philosopher, has this example of a mountaineer who's got like this gap they need to jump over, a storm behind them. So it's reasonable for them to believe they can make the jump. Or the runner who has to believe they're going to win the 100-meter race. It's rational to believe it then, even if they lack the evidence. I think these arguments work for like psychological states, that you believing that God has some good reason or believing you can jump the gap doesn't make it any more reasonable that there's a proposition which says God exists and it is true.
Right.
So I think the reasonable thing to do here is to suspend belief, is to go, here we have some really good arguments for this hypothesis. Here's the evidence we have against it. But it's contentious as to whether or not we can solve this problem. But the most reasonable thing for us to do is to embrace like some form of agnosticism, where we go, how can we find ethics and meaning in a world that's seemingly godless? And that's to go back to the start of our discussion there. It's like the failure of new atheism hasn't been able to address that. We are looking for meaning, like Shakespeare would be right for someone English to come on the podcast and talk about meaning without quoting Shakespeare. So you'll have to excuse me. Shakespeare says, if there's no God, then life is like a tale told by an idiot. It signifies nothing. Like, so
Isn't it amazing that guy was so good so many years ago?
Like, so the agnostic life is like this, and a lot of my thought here comes from Albert Camus, which everyone should read. He says that I wonder if you've had a feeling or experience like this, because this is sort of like what got me on my philosophical journey. He says one day the stage set collapses and everything begins in that weariness with a tinge of excitement. I.e., one day you're going about your life, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and you sort of start to think like, what's the point of all this? What's the meaning? It almost seems like it is a tale told by an idiot.
Right.
And like, maybe it isn't meaningful. I'm not a part of this big plan. And then you sort of are lost. But there's an excitement there too. Like the openness of being, the gift of meaninglessness. So I think the reasonable thing for us to do in the light of those arguments we've spoken about is to suspend and be agnostic about belief in God, but then have this honest search for finding meaning and moral value. Like this isn't the kind of notion of the absurd that physicists keep talking about. Like, again, this is when, I won't talk about physics, and sometimes the physicists start doing philosophy, and you sort of get a little bit frustrated. Like, you've probably heard people say things like this, like, in comparison to the vast cosmos in which I exist, I feel so small and meaningless. Like, or comparison to the 13.8 billion years in which I've existed, like my 70, if I'm lucky, feels like it doesn't really matter. But like, imagine if you were really big, like the size of the universe. Imagine you lived for 13 billion years. It doesn't seem to have any effect on how more meaningful your life is. Your life still lacks that fundamental purpose. So like, how big you are,
But if
and
you're
how long you last doesn't
have an
that's really complex.
if you were the universe.
Same with
Dr. Manhattan.
Same with the multiverse, or like simulation theory, right? If I've just been watching this on the flight over here, the Umbrella Academy. I was watching that.
Oh yeah, my daughter loves that show.
Yeah, it sounds like a band.
No, she loves it.
It is good. Anyway, like they're in like a multiverse, and their lives, they're still going about their lives like they matter. Or imagine we're in simulation. Like, imagine the fundamental nature of stuff is ones and zeros rather than particles or consciousness.
Right.
It all still matters. So I think the project of agnosticism, the thing we need to be doing, isn't just like digging down with this new atheism that's flippant and doesn't offer us any, like, can't solve these big problems and lacks answers to the fundamental questions. And it isn't just a gamble on faith and just believe for the sake of it, but it's to try and like create ourselves a patchwork blanket to keep us warm in the void of meaninglessness, right?
Well, we inherently know that it feels better to be a good person. We know it.
Yeah.
We know it feels better to have good friends and good community and be someone that people can rely on and count on. We know, like, there's a general direction that makes us feel good to go in that way. And I think that's the guiding light of whatever this power is that wants us to become a better version of what we are.
Yeah.
That's what forces that action. I think we get too caught up in religious dogmatism, and we get too caught up in these literal interpretations of ancient texts, which are not even in the original language they were written in, which is so bizarre. And apparently an incredibly difficult language to read and comprehend and to translate when you're going back to like ancient Hebrew, trying to translate that into English. Like, how much is lost there? Like, what did these people, and also what was the original story? Where the fuck did all this come from? Like, what was the original guy that told these stories? What was the experience that he actually had? We're guessing because of people. people, I used to say about the Bible, it was just a joke. I don't really mean into the Bible fanatic, that people are full of shit and that story sucks. Like, that's all you have to do is look at it. Like, people are full of shit, 100%. We know it's a fact.
That was the greatest story ever told.
Well, it's like, listen, President of the United States was just on TV the other day lying. These people are full of shit. They lie all the time. We know they lie. We catch them lying.
Have you seen the Trump clip when he's asked about his favorite Bible verse? Have you seen that?
Yeah, what did he say?
Jamie, you're allowed to get the.
What did he say it was?
I don't think he has.
He doesn't have one?
No,
No, he didn't
he
come
didn't
along
get
with him.
Let's see if we can get. But yeah, like
I would have said this.
here's just to wrap up like the fine meaning part. I think you're right. Like we can still, even if there's no God and there's no ultimate, we can still
I'm gonna put Trump on gay rights.
Like you said, I think last night, and I like some people are surprised to say that. I'm wondering what one or two of your most favorite Bible verses are.
I wouldn't want to get into it because to me that's very personal. You know, when I talk about the Bible, it's very personal. So I don't want to get into verses. I don't want to get into. No, I want
to. Do you think about or cite?
The Bible means a lot to me, but I don't want to get into specifics.
You can decide a verse.
No, I don't want to do that. I mean,
Old Testament, New Testament.
probably.
Old Testament. You got to go old, son. New Testament's been monkeyed with. Even the New Testament, it's all fascinating to me. I am not an anti-religious person. I think I was when I was younger. I went to Catholic school when I was a little boy, and I decided that religion was bullshit because they were mean. That was just me being 6. But then, as I was raised by hippies, but as I've gotten older, I kind of have a belief that the arrogance of atheism is just as bad as the arrogance of the religious zealot. And that this whole thing is a massive mystery. And to pretend that it's not is to, we're going to hamstring all of these conversations. We're going to put shackles on all of our debate and all of our conversations where we're trying to figure out what's real and what's not real and what's the shared experience that we all have. Like, I don't know how you view the world. The only way for me to find out how you view the world is for me to ask you and not berate you for your opinions, but try to like get it out of you. Like, well, what about this? Challenge you with other perspectives. How does he feel about that? How did you, like, sometimes you can get very quickly to how deep a person's perspective on an issue is with just a couple of questions, because you see what they espouse, what they say, and a lot of times that aligns with very particular ideologies, whether it's right wing or left wing.
Yeah.
And then a couple of questions deep, you start asking about opposing viewpoints and why do people think this way, and do you think that perhaps it's this? Do you think it's perhaps? And then you can get to how much they have actually thought about it. And the moment people become dogmatic, the moment people become ideologically captured by a very specific group of things that you've adopted as your opinions, because it aligns with science. We saw that during the pandemic, this trust the science idea. Which science? Like, what is science? Science is not a consensus. It's a bunch of different people looking at data and trying to come to, and when you know that that's hamstrung and you know that that's captured, that's not science anymore. You know there's propaganda involved. You know there's lies. This is not science. This is a business, and it utilizes science, and you're caught up in an ideological debate about a thing that you should be completely objective about, but you're not, because it's just like all the other things that human beings do. We like to decide that we are correct, and then we defend from that position. Yeah. Instead of just looking at these ideas, like, I think one of the things that happened with atheism is that it did become like a philosophy. Remember when they had Atheism Plus? Do you remember that? Do you remember that? Oh, it was wonderful. So they had atheism, and then they had these like social justice warriors that came out with Atheism Plus. And it was atheism attached to a whole bunch of ideas about like ways to behave, things that they value.
Yeah. It's like a humanist Bible as well.
Exactly. They were basically forming a new religion. It was adorable. It was adorable to see that these patterns of thinking just seemed to be inherent to human beings. Yeah. Like the tribal cultural rituals, tribal cultural philosophies, their myth of the origins of things that they all accept as their own. It's like an identifying factor that cohesively connects groups, which is why, like you said, that you didn't enjoy church because you don't like going to. I actually like it. I've been in church.
You
I
just
was-
told me
I was
that the Bible
pretty
is one of
recently.
the most boring stories.
It's not boring. I didn't say it was boring.
Oh, it's one of the worst stories.
No. I said people are full of shit, and that story sucks.
Oh, the story though.
The story of. I used to do a joke about Noah and the ark that if you told that, I can't even do the same joke anymore. But if you told it to like 5 years,
Why do the same joke?
because I used to say retarded. If you told it to I think I said a 5-year-old kid, obviously with mental problems, he's gonna find all kinds of joy. He's gonna go, wait a minute, there's 2 of each animals. Animals eat other animals, and a bunch of animals. I'm not that retarded. But this idea that we have about these stories, I think, is that they happen exactly as written. And I think it's way more likely that all these stories are about real events that took place a long time ago and were told in an oral tradition. It's just what really happened is very difficult to say. And when you have the hand of man, when you have human beings, especially in the New Testament, you literally have people deciding what is going to be and not going to be in it. So there's human beings deciding what is going to be in the Bible, which is insane. That's insane as it is. It doesn't mean that the things that are in there aren't representatives of the most recent version of telling a tale that probably did happen.
But this is what's dangerous, right? And this is what's not just confused but careless about some of this thinking. When you go, my team thinks this, and I'm going to double down on it, even though I've got reasons against this position. I'm still going to be defending the position of my group. So people like conservative commentators like Ben Shapiro think that eating non-human animals is morally wrong, but they carry on doing it. I think probably because it's part of what their team does. When I spoke to Peterson, he conceded that problem we spoke about a moment ago, the problem of systemic evil in nature, was a massive problem for the God hypothesis. And as we said, he thinks you should just crack on and carry on working on it. But there's a sense in which it's okay if your view isn't affecting anybody, right? You can have a false belief, and you're entitled to that freedom of conscience to think something, as long as it's not bringing about and breaching the harm principle. But there's a sense in which, take Peterson's view, because we spoke about taking that leap of faith, right? After I had this conversation with him, he tweeted an hour later. I was arguing that my view is that happiness and pleasure has to correspond to a purposeful life, right? That if your life is meaningful, it also has to involve a flourishing of happiness and pleasure.
Well, I think we see that with people, right? People that don't have a meaningful life and just seek pleasure all the time are miserable because they're missing that part of the equation.
Yeah, that's what
meaning.
Yeah, that's essentially his view was like that. He tries to pull them apart, and afterwards he tweeted something like, "What use is happiness when we have mountains to move?" Which is a nice Nietzschean quote, but it's a nice bumper sticker or something with a fridge magnet. But I think we should live our lives better. I gave him this example. I said, suppose God came down to us and said, here's the meaning of life. Create war, spread disease, commit genocide, right? You'd go, that's not the kind of meaning I thought. That's not what I had in mind. Right. I don't want that kind of meaning. But this idea that only meaning and purpose ultimately matter, and they don't need to correspond to happiness and pleasure, that's a recipe for disaster. You can't hold that view and tell people that all that matters is their purpose and meaning. You just have to look at the 20th century, right, to see how when people think they know what ought to be done, despite all the pain and suffering they cause, how that can lead to all kinds of atrocities.
Yeah.
So this idea that we should just carry on, sticking with our thinking beforehand, and this ultimately comes from having the wrong view about things, right? It ultimately comes from taking an unreasonable leap of faith. He offers arguments. Take Peterson, for example, again, people are holding him up as the champion of Christianity at the moment. People are writing books saying, this person's going to save our faith, which is going extinct. In the US, for example, the Southern Baptists are baptizing people at the same rate as they were in the 1950s, but your population's growing, it's disappearing. In 2001 in the UK, we had 70% of people identifying as Christian. Now it's less than half. And you're about that now in the US, which is 23 years behind, and it's the same trend. Religion's disappearing, and it needs to evolve philosophically. You need a proper philosophical defense of it. People like Bill Craig do a good job. I don't see why we can't just keep holding him up for the Christians. But this same old, just bet your soul on it, just go for it, take the leap of faith, is the thing and the reason why Christianity is going out of favor.
Well, we have some real bad examples of it in this country too. We have some real distortions You know, like the factory farming version of Christianity.
What kind of stuff?
Televangelists.
Oh, yeah.
These people that fill out arenas and they fly around in private
It's a
jets and
business.
drive around in Rolls Royces and brag about their stuff.
Yeah.
You know.
That's sort of one televangelist saying he has a private jet. So it means he's closest to God and God can hear his prayers quickly.
One of the guys, what was that guy's name? Richard Copeland? Was that his name? The guy that was confronted. He was confronted by this woman who was asking him because she had heard that he said that he didn't want to fly commercial because then he would be flying with demons. And so she says to him, like, do you think that the passengers in commercial airlines would listen to this? Here, Kenneth Copeland. Here, put your picture.
This is why you don't want to fly commercial. Why have you said that you won't fly commercial? You said that it's like getting into a tube with a bunch of demons. Why do you think that?
Well, it's pretty good. Not the people. The main reason is because of the need. If I flew commercial, I'd have to stop 65% of the way. That's what it is.
Isn't it true that you want to fly commercial so that you can fly in luxury? How much money did you pay for Tyler Perry's Gulfstream jet, for example?
Well, for example, that's really none of your business. But, listen, I care. You kind of called me off guard.
Look at his eyes.
Now, I'd like to give us a chance to catch your breath and have a conversation. We don't want to catch you off guard.
Well, inside edition. You got to get this. Hey, you listen to me? My wife thinks inside edition is, oh, yeah. Now, thank you.
Well, let me just ask you really something.
It gets better.
A lot of
Here it goes.
people are becoming for a preacher to live a life of luxury and to fly around in private jets. What's your response to that?
Listen, it takes a lot of money to do it. We have brought over 100. Let's see. The latest figure just came out.
I don't trust any men with fingernails like that. 122 people.
Let me give you
122 million?
last month. I was scheduled for Lagos. That's long. I had a week off, and I was scheduled for Peru. And I prayed about it, and I thought, I'm not missing that vacation. Without the airplane that I bought from Tom, and I picked anyway, I was the greatest guy. He made that airplane so cheap for me, I couldn't help it.
Well, my question then, well,
Barely a human
all right,
being.
let me get to the demons, because people
Yeah,
are very
watch.
concerned
Here it
about
goes.
autonomy.
Here he goes, dark.
You can feel inside. I love you. And here's what happened. We flew in 21 days, 40,000 miles, touched 5 continents, and preached face to face, personally, with 100.
Do you ever use your private jets to go visit your vacation homes, for example?
Yes.
Okay. Again, getting back to the comment, you said that you don't like to fly commercial because you
Here
don't
goes.
want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. Do you really believe that human beings are demons?
No, I do not. And don't you ever say I did. We wrestle not with flesh and blood, the principalities.
Can you explain what you meant by that term? Just explain, because it's really simple. You said you didn't want to get into a tube with a bunch of demons. What did you mean?
Well, let me ask you.
You think that people that fly commercial are demons?
But it's a fit
4 minutes.
it's spiritual. It doesn't have anything to do with people. People. I love people. Jesus.
Okay, we can kill it. We get it.
It's like he's been possessed by a demon, isn't it? His eyes when he jumps up to the fence.
So that's part of the problem that we have with religion in this country
It's
Plus,
like
we have factory farming religion too.
they skipped all the verses about like, selling all your stuff, giving it to the poor, and not fitting people the eye of a needle.
Yeah, he skipped everything. Right, you went right to private jet. Tyler Perrigan's such a great guy. He's such a great guy.
God, you can tell that he's just fun. He's just trying to find everything to say.
The eyes on that guy, like, good lord! If you wanted to show me like an AI generated vision of a guy who looks like he's possessed,
Look,
wild behind the eye. Maybe it's wild with the Lord.
I think here's something I think the atheist does need to concede, though, right? I was just thinking about it as well.
Those fucking eyes. Those fucking eyes. Jesus, that would scare the shit out of me.
I think, like the theists, if they think they've got a good reason to believe in God, right? And we talk about all this evil, which we've just explored. Maybe we can jump and bring the multiverse in on this as well. Is that if you're up at the University of Oklahoma, which is not too far from here, so it's like 6 hours.
Yeah.
Probably. Eugene Nagasawa working there has got this brilliant argument where he says, given the evil in the world, it's unreasonable for atheists or agnostics to be what he calls existential optimists. Like, you can't be happy and pleased to be alive and think the world is a good place and believe in all of the evil that you typically run against the God of traditional Christianity. So when I run the argument as an agnostic against the Christian about all this evil, that means I have to concede my optimism about the world. I can say that the world is neutral at best, right, or mixed, or maybe I have to be pessimistic. I think this is the difficulty of it all, is that, and again, to give a quote from Camus that I love, he says, I've always felt as if I was living on the high seas, threatened at the height of royal happiness. Right? So you're in this moment where you think, actually, my life's pretty good. And then you remember all of the crap in the wider world and in history and the purposelessness of it all. Right. And you're sort of left like, that's the state for the atheist. Well, and I mentioned like that notion of the absurd from Nagel's idea, like, I wish I was bigger and last longer. That maybe that's just Thomas Nagel. Is that right? The real problem of the absurd and the meaninglessness of life for us as agnostics and atheists is we desire or want meaning from the world, but the world sits there cold, dark, and empty. It doesn't respond to us. It's worse than having a parent that doesn't care about you, or a partner that doesn't want anything to do with you, because at least they're there, right? The world is completely unresponsive in terms of that love and affection. The universe, we ask for meaning, we ask for purpose, and it doesn't respond. I love this quote from Michael Housecutter from Liverpool, who used to be my head of department. He says, "This notion of the absurd rips a hole in our world and threatens to rob us of our sanity. Here be lions and dragons. Here be cold and dark and emptiness." You sort of feel that, and you go like, right, that is the hole that's left in us as conscious creatures wanting meaning and value in this seemingly indifferent world. Right. But that, I think, is, Camus says that this is why people commit what he calls philosophical suicide. They kid themselves and think that God exists, despite the evidence against the hypothesis. They don't want to feel that feeling. Like, it's a really uncomfortable feeling. You know, there's 3 great books by Camus, which I highly recommend. One, The Outsider or The Stranger. A lot of high school students read this book. And the main character starts off, his mom's just died, and he doesn't care. And then he goes to the beach and just shoots a random guy. He doesn't care. And then he's put on death row and he dies. And he still doesn't care. And you're reading it as a reader, like, what's wrong with this guy? He's mirroring the world's indifference. He doesn't, like, that's what it is to accept the meaninglessness of the world. In one of his next books, The Fall, the character's trying to find meaning, or better put, trying to find someone to take the place of God that can forgive them of their sins. Again, I think this is a huge problem for agnostics and atheists. When we do something that's bad, we don't have this omnipotent, all-forgiving father figure to take that away from us. Like, we have to live with it. I think as someone who's never embraced Christianity, I have no idea what that's like, what a gift that is, to do something bad and be forgiven by God from it.
It seems like a great life hack. Yeah. Can I push back on this idea that the world's meaningless, though?
Yeah.
That it's cold and meaningless and uncaring? Well, if you're a human being, all you truly know is human experiences. Right? You know your experiences in the world, and you know there's parts of the world that at any given time are cruel and terrible, but there's also parts of the world that are wonderful. There's things that you do find meaning in. Like I assume you find meaning in this conversation. You find meaning in a great dinner date, a fun time with friends, a vacation, things that you like to do for a living, philosophical pursuits, I'm sure, in your, but all kinds of different things people find meaning in. And they enjoy and love, and they have happy moments. And you go for a hike in the mountains, and it's beautiful. You feel spiritually enriched by touching nature. There's meaning out there. It's not like the lottery. It's not like you don't just get all of it all at once, and that's all you get, and you live in a utopian world. No, one of the things that makes meaning so wonderful when you do find it in this world is that so much of life feels like there's no meaning. It feels like you don't connect to it. So when you do connect to something, whether it's groups of people, your family, your loved ones, your friends, whatever you do for a living that's unusually rewarding, you are one of the lucky people that's on the right frequency, and that frequency is what we should all gravitate towards and try to attain. I think the problem with a lot of things that are written is that they're written from an individual's perspective, and that person might have been depressed. That person might not have had a good connection to their community or to friends or to loved ones. They might not have had a great personality. They might not have been a fun person to be around, so they didn't really attract a lot of people that wanted to have good times with them. We do find tremendous meaning in this life. We do. It's just not everywhere, and you gotta look for it. You gotta work for it. And once you get it, you gotta maintain it.
I think that's exactly right. But it's a different kind of meaning to the one which the world ultimately lacks. So they call one meaning with an uppercase M, like meaning with a capital M.
So the world's ultimate meaning.
Yeah. So if
you
God,
mean the world, or as human beings,
as human beings
as
as well. Like if God exists for the Abrahamic believer, they believe that there's ultimate meaning. A plan which has been set out before they began to exist and will be completed throughout their lives until the end of their life.
Mm-hmm.
What we're talking about, or you're describing there, is what you might call like not the meaning, but like a meaning within life. And there's a problem here,
But
which is
you are the only thing that you're aware of that interfaces with this universe that you're consciously connected to. You are you.
Like
you are you in the way
certainty.
With 100%. You are you. The you that's talking out of your mouth right now is the only you that interfaces with your world. If you find meaning in that world, the world has meaning.
Yeah, but it depends. Like again, when you strip away all of these Judeo-Christian principles, we're left trying to find worthwhile meanings to non-worthwhile ones. So let's say you said the meaning of your life, Joe, is like counting blades of grass on the front garden, right? And I said my meaning was like being a doctor and helping people.
I would hope there's other things other than counting blades of grass.
Yeah, but imagine you thought that, right? Imagine
well,
you said the meaning of your life was counting blades of grass, and I said mine was helping people with like medical care. I have the more meaningful life, but if what you're saying is true, if it's like there's no ultimate meaning, and all meanings are just created by the person, like we all color in the void with the thing that we think is purposeful. We need some kind of way of differentiating between worthwhile meanings and things that are less worthwhile. And so there's a problem. I think we can solve that problem, which is, although the world doesn't have an ultimate meaning, we can see that there are moral values in the world that correspond to happiness and suffering, right? The reason mine's more meaningful is because I'm doing something that's morally right, and you're doing something which...
I'm not willing to concede that it doesn't have meaning, but the world doesn't have meaning.
Oh, like as a whole?
Yeah, I think it's moving in a direction, and I think it's moving in a very specific direction with the apex predator, which is human beings. And I think if you were an alien, you visited Earth, I've said this before, so I apologize to people for it, and you looked at us, you would say, well, what does this thing do? Well, it makes better things. That's all it does, is make better things. That's all they do. And everything that's hardwired into people, just think about the stupid things that are hardwired into people, like materialism. Like, you can't keep these things. Why are you piling up things when you're 80 years old? Like why is Kenneth Copeland buying a jet? Right? What is it? Well, materialism forces innovation because you always want the latest and the greatest things. It's one of the many motivations. Status is attached to these things as well. That's another motivation that pushes innovation. If I looked at us from another perspective, I was another life form, I'd say it makes technology. And it makes better technology every year with a fever pitch. I mean, every year there's a new phone. Every year there's better computers. Every year there's better chips. Samsung just came out with a new battery that is going to be on EVs that has a 600-mile range and charges in 9 minutes. They just
You're not sponsored by Samsung.
no, but it was just a new article that just came out that they were talking about in terms of game changers, in terms of technological innovation. That's what we do. We do it constantly. I think that means we make artificial life, and that's what I think we're here for.
I want to separate like the meaning though there from like the thing we do. Right? There's
Define meaning.
well in the thing that you're giving there, it's called like the is or fancy, right? It is the case that certain things do this thing,
Right.
so they ought to be doing it more. So like you might run a similar argument. Imagine you come down to Earth as aliens ages ago, let's say like 30,000 years ago, and all the humans you interacted with were just eating berries and loads of sugary food. What are the humans? They just eat sugary food. That's their meaning. It's their purpose or something. You'd go, no, like the meaning or the purpose of them or their natures isn't simply a description of the things they've done in the past. Right? So when I'm talking about meaning, I'm saying in the context of Christian beliefs, it's the thing given to you by the thing that's created you, right? It's imposed from elsewhere. Like, it's quite odd to think about what it would be like outside of religious beliefs, because that's the problem of agnosticism, right? It's an absence, or better put, I keep saying that the world is meaningless. What I really mean is it's seemingly meaningless. Like, it's not obvious to what the meaning is when it ought to be, or it feels like it ought to be. So it's not the case that the world is meaningless. But I think maybe our disagreement here over the point in which we're both diverging in this conversation is, I think, as you mentioned earlier, like you're quite a fan of these like pantheistic views, where the world is moving towards like a purposeful end, which is technological progress or the flourishing of all its creatures and the like. So if you hold that view, then it looks like life can have a meaning if there is a consciousness underlying the physical reality that we engage with. Then if that's moving towards some ultimate destination as a process, it can be meaningful. But there are problems with that view too. So I don't want to cash out and go, that is the view. Right. Hence why I embrace the agnosticism.
It seems like meaning is a very human-centric concept. Like that, meaning to us means that something makes sense, that it's noble and ethical and moral. It's the right way. It's the most intelligent way to advance and exist. And that's what we're attaching the concept of meaning to. But I would push back on the whole thing if aliens came and found primitive man just eating berries. It depends on how primitive, right? Like, even if you discover chimpanzees in the Congo, you go and study that nation documentary on Netflix, they have a very interesting social structure. They have alpha males, and they have bonds between the other males, and they have neighboring tribes that fight over resources. Like, you'd be fascinated. And if you went further ahead a few million years and saw that they've developed tools, so now they figured out how to skin animals and throw spears, you'd be like, oh, I see where this is going. Like, their meaning is to continue getting better at this. Then they develop metallurgy. Then they figure out combustion engines, how to harness electricity. And like, whoa, okay, now we're cooking. These things have a meaning. It's just all the chaos to us because we're personally attached to other human beings. And we see all the terrible things that are happening all over the world. And not just terrible for, violence that other human beings commit to others, but also just what we're doing to the earth itself, like in terms of natural resources. What we're doing to the ocean is fucking insane. And you would say, well, this thing is making a better version of itself. It's going to make an artificial life. And it's probably going to happen within our lifetime. And that might be the progression of life everywhere in the universe. And that might be what God really is. Intelligent life and creativity might be a seed of God. That if it keeps going, and this biological life gives birth to digital life that can make better versions of itself instantaneously, and then continue to do so, and it will eventually have unimaginable power to harness every single element that exists in the universe.
But this view is pretty close. I think you've had it on the show before, Philip Goff as well.
Yes.
So Durham. He's currently defending a view just like this, right? He thinks that the fundamental nature of the world is consciousness that is identical to what we should describe as God, and that this is a process by which we're becoming, making the world better, and we have parts to play in that, and that's what constitutes a meaningful life. So I sort of got two
But
problems.
that's the thing that you keep saying, that meaningful.
Like if the meaning there for Goff would be something like the world is in a better state of affairs than what it was before, and if you're contributing to the betterment of the world as a whole, then your life is meaningful. If you're sat on your ass not doing anything and you're taking away from the greatness of the world, then your life isn't as meaningful as the person. So if you're counting grass and I'm helping people, then my life is more meaningful on this metric because I'm making the world go towards what God wants it to be.
Well, let me push back against that, because what about Buddhist monks that spend their entire life celibate, just meditating in a room?
What do it?
Are they? Is their
guess-
experience less meaningful? Is
Right,
they're
okay,
achieving?
here's the- in a
They're
sense,
actually communicating with what they believe is God.
they weren't the people I had in mind when I said people sat on their ass doing nothing.
Well, they are
But-
sitting on their ass doing nothing, though.
Okay, I'll bite the bullet. I'll say, like, there are more meaningful ways to live your life than being a Buddhist monk sat on your ass doing nothing. Although, here's the value of what they are doing, right? Some people who engage in such meditative practices claim that they've uncovered the fundamental nature of the world, which is a unified field of consciousness. So hypothetically, if something like Goff's view of this fundamental consciousness is right, and the Buddhist monks tap into this, and they tell all of the mates in the town, and they all come to see it to be true, and they all contribute towards it, then that is meaningful. But if you sit on your ass in a cave doing absolutely bugger all for your whole life, you never tell anybody about it, then I don't see that as being as meaningful as being an NHS worker or
Sure.
find to defend your country or something like this.
I mean, there's a classic versions of stories, right? Like the king's son, the wealthy kid that never had to do anything, sits around getting grapes fed to him. Like, look, what a piece of shit. You know, like
Yeah.
we know, like we would like, as human beings, we would like things to continue to move in a better direction.
Yeah.
Every presidential
Yeah.
campaign in the United States is all about making it a better place.
Or like when you kids, right? If they're sat around doing nothing, just playing video games, and you go outside, stop wasting your life, right?
Yeah.
There is something better for you to be doing, something for you to contribute towards,
Right.
individually and holistically. But the problem, I think, and why I don't embrace this view myself, is that there's a problem in like philosophy of mind and consciousness, which is, let's say, like you contemplate your own being, let's say, and you look inside of yourself. What's it like to be a physical entity? And you look inside your mind, and there's like this consciousness, there's this qualia or being or experience. People like Schopenhauer say that because we don't know the inner nature of things, and Galen Strawson here at University of Texas Austin says, if you think physics tells you about the inner nature of things, you don't understand physics. It doesn't tell you about, it tells you what things do, but not what things are. So let's say, sake of argument, underlying all of this physical stuff is consciousness. And then you want to bring in the philosophy of religion, and you say that as a whole, all of the universe is one big conscious mind. You've got a problem there, which is either the combination problem or the decombination problem, which goes something like this. You take all of these little conscious particles in the table, and how do they add up to one unified mind, like they do in my brain? I don't have loads of little experiences going on now. I have one coherent stream of consciousness, seeing you, hearing these sounds, seeing these lights. It's not like there's loads of little conscious experiences happening. So how is it that they all come together to form one unified experience? And you have the opposite problem for this pantheistic view, which is if you've got this great big global mind, this ocean of consciousness underlying everything, how does that big godlike mind decombine into little minds? Like, why is my experience not your experience? Why is it here rather than there? And it doesn't seem like, although we might have some like knee-jerk reaction answers to that question, philosophically, we can't draw the boundary. Like the skull and my brain seem like arbitrary boundaries when I'm saying that the whole thing is.
Well, let's explore it. Like, what would be the reasons why we would have individual experiences and a collective consciousness?
You could have reasons for it, as in like, let's
Like,
say,
what would be the benefits
yeah,
of having individual experiences?
there could be benefits and there could be reasons for it. Like in terms of let's paint this pantheistic picture of again the reason and the goal of the universe in life. Like, if I see myself as here rather than there, maybe perhaps it allows me to better my community in this location, add to the value of it as an individual. Actually, it's time to think about it. I'm not sure from the perspective of God what reason there is to break these things apart. Maybe it's better for God if you have lots of disjointed egos that transcend them and make the world a better place, despite the fact they just want to buy private jets and look after themselves.
Don't
Maybe
you
that's a
think
better world.
that it motivates activity? It motivates movement, and to have all these different consciousnesses like competing with each other and comparing to each other. That this motivates people when you meet people, and what is inspiration, right? When you meet someone, you're inspired by them. It literally makes you a better person. It can make you better to see a great musician play. You leave inspired. You might go home and write something. You might be in the middle of a novel and write something completely connected to your experience that you had watching that concert.
Yeah.
And that all these different examples of people we admire. God, I wish I was more like that guy. Try to be more like that person. You know what I used to say all the time? Aspire to be the person you pretend to be when you're trying to get laid. Just actually become that guy. Like, it's possible, right? If you could fake it for a little while, when you're 21 years old trying to pick up a girl,
Aspire to be
the person you pretend to be when you're trying to get laid.
drunk.
Well, why are you drunk? You're drunk because it loosens your inhibitions, you become more jolly.
Yeah,
You're a
so
fun person.
would be the person. Yeah, okay. These are good reasons for perhaps why you break up the mind in that way. But they don't tell us how. They tell us why the universe wants to do it.
Right.
But still, it doesn't carve out the boundaries between why our experiences are different from each other's if we're a part of this big global mind.
Well, that competition has to exist all throughout nature, right? There's no way that the mountain lion and the deer can share a consciousness, because the deer are like, don't eat me. What the fuck you doing, man? Why are you eating? And they have to be an individual for them to compete.
Yeah,
Like, they have to have their own needs and their own desires, and then this is how natural selection works. Because if it doesn't happen, then there are no predators, there are no prey, and then life does not advance.
This still gives you a good why, like a really strong why. It seems that the better world is one full of lots of individual subjective experiences, like loads of individual minds, like you say, all able to do lots of different things.
Mm-hmm.
I saw this clip of Musk speaking about this recently, right? And I was quite surprised because in the past I was teaching philosophy of mind at Liverpool, and I remember showing them one of these clips, and it was of Musk talking about the origins of consciousness, and I was using it as this is the general public opinion of it. You learn more about the brain. This is his Neuralink stuff, and you solve the problem. And we spoke about how that won't happen. But recently, he came out and said something I thought was really interesting, which is essentially the view we're talking about here, panpsychism, the view that consciousness is everywhere. He said, well, in order to have consciousness, there need to be some rudimentary consciousness or experience in the inner nature of stuff in order to get complex and interesting kinds like me and you. But at the origin of the world, in the Big Bang, it was just hydrogen. So what hydrogen gets more and more complex until it gives rise to consciousness. And he gave this line, which is essentially where philosophy of mind is right now. He said, either consciousness is nowhere, as in it's just an illusion, it's a trick of the brain, it's pulling a rabbit out of the hat when it's not really a rabbit, or it's everywhere. And I think, given that you can hear me and see me now, and this is what Descartes' cogito ergo sum is, right? You're 100% confident that you are conscious right now. So it's not a non-existent thing. So following that reasoning, which has been embraced by public figures such as him more recently, you'd have to say that everything is conscious in this way in order to have the ingredients needed for conscious experience. But leaving aside how the big mind can break itself up, there is still a question. This might be a bit of a boring terminological, and so you can tell me to shut up if you don't want to go to dictionary corner.
No.
But it's the idea that I spoke about earlier, that all theists think that God is the perfect being. If God exists, God has to be perfect. You can't have a unicorn with no horn on its head, like unicornu, one horn. A unicorn has to have one horn. The same way, the triangle needs to be corners, God needs to be perfect. But on this definition, it seems like God isn't perfect. At the beginning of time, if God is the universe, God wasn't perfect then. there was a greater being that God could have been. And even in the fullness of time, perhaps God won't be as perfect as the being which is described by Christians, Jews, and Muslims. So what we're seeing is people embracing, I think this is Goff's term as well, I think he's coming out as this, or maybe I'm coming out for him. He's describing himself as a heretical Christian. So to be a Christian, he thinks, you don't need to believe in the virgin birth. You don't need to believe in the resurrection. You don't need to believe that God's perfect. But you can still believe that there's this big cosmic story that you're a part of, and that there is something God-like at the essence of it all. I think that's the kind of view that we need to start carving out. Like, theism's on the decline, but we're just speaking about the numbers.
The problem with this new idea is that someone's going to be at the head of it. That person's going to be like Kenneth Copeland.
Yeah.
It's just a human thing that we do. And to push back on this question of why God would want to have the consciousnesses all separated, or what's the reason for it? Everything's separated. I mean, everything in the world, right? Everything in this room is constructed of atoms, and most of it is empty space. But yet, some of it is a table, some of it is a microphone, some of it is you, and some of it is me. So if you look fractally at what the observable universe, what we're aware of in terms of like what exists physically, right? We're aware of subatomic particles. We don't understand them. We're aware of them. We know they blink in and out of existence. Spooky action at a distance. It's magic stuff. It's wild things. That's the very nature of the matter of the world in which we find ourselves conscious in. And then as you expand through that, every single thing, even plants and animals, everything is an individual. It's all individuals. And that process of all these things being individuals seems to be a part of this expansion and growth, and a part of natural selection, and a part of evolution, and a part of this constant state of improvement. Everything is moving towards a state of deeper and deeper complexity.
Yeah.
Everything improves. The elk gets big muscles to run away from the wolves, and all these things happen in order for these beings to prosper and survive, and to keep this healthy balance as this weird ape develops electronics.
Yeah, I mean, I think that seems to be, that's the general view, I think, that it's the zeitgeist in the time, it's the feeling of the age, that we think in such a way. But there is still that movement, and this is my view. I just want to shed light on like an alternative idea, which is, go back to Parmenides, the pre-Socratic philosopher, who thought that all change and all individuation is an illusion, that we live in this block universe, this big one thing. And have you heard of Zeno's paradox? You've done this one?
No, what's that?
Zeno's paradox is great. So you've got two, like, see these two cups here. And to go from that cup to reach that one, it needs to go from point A to point B, say in the middle. And then to get another half, it has to do another half journey from point B to point C. And that goes on infinitely for Zeno. Like, there's always another halfway point in between point A and point B, because you need to keep making these half journeys, which seems ridiculous because we quite clearly can move the cup next to the other one, right?
Right.
But theoretically, if time and space is infinitely divisible, then you can always make another half journey in between point A and point B.
Okay.
He gives the example of like,
And every step of the way.
yeah, every step of the way, like Hercules or somebody racing a turtle, maybe it's not Hercules. Yeah, you got it. Yeah, Achilles, there you go. So the turtle and Achilles are having a race. And the idea is, like, for Achilles to get to the finish line, Achilles needs to go halfway, but then he needs to get 3/4 of the way. And then there's another half point between 3/4 and the full way, and it'll go on and on and on and on. So the answer to the question, who wins the race out of Achilles and the turtle, is neither of them will win. It's a draw. No one can finish the race. But we quite clearly finish races. We quite clearly move the cups next to each other. So Zeno thought, and people like Heraclitus thought as well, that this means that it's all an illusion. Like, the idea of change and motion isn't actually something that's out there in the world. It can't be possible.
So when you're seeing change in motion, what are you seeing? Did they understand evolution back then?
Not by a long shot.
So that they not by a long shot. So so we should we still be listening to them?
Yeah.
It seems like that's not true.
Well, take like Einstein tells us, and this is let's bring in the multiverse for this too, right? Einstein told us that space is like stretchable, right? So it expands, and so we have the moment of the Big Bang, and the universe or existence as a whole, we might say, space and time evolves according to the law of inflation. So we keep getting a bigger and bigger area of space. And some physicists think that this inflation happens eternally, that it isn't reasonable to say that it just stopped as soon as our universe was created, or one or two later. So what you have is this popular view in physics where you keep getting more and more of these universes and end up with a popular multiverse view, where every single possible physical reality is realized. So there's worlds, according to this view, where we're having this conversation in Spanish, or God forbid French, right? Or there's a very nearby possible world where we're having this conversation in Italian, German, or Japanese.
Exactly the same words, exactly the same process,
Yeah.
infinitely.
There are worlds there. And I think the real question we want to ask, there are a bunch of these multiverse views. We spoke at the start about the purpose of philosophy. Mary Midgley clarifying these concepts. This is an idea that my friend Rothschild convinced me of recently, that it's a really important job in philosophy. We haven't done a good job in physics and philosophy of defining the multiverse. We keep using the word, but you've had Sean Carroll on the show, who's fantastic, and I've spoken to him about his many worlds interpretation of quantum mechanics.
Yeah.
You've got views in philosophy that give you every single metaphysical possibility. The easiest one to illustrate is just this inflation model that I've just given. But what we really want to know is why this matters. Does this change the value of the world? Because there are universes where little girls are born, they're tortured for their whole lives, they're executed, and it repeats. Right? There are universes where Matt Damon's career didn't get worse, but it got better. Right? So there are good universes too. But on the whole, that means you've got an uncountable number of bad universes and an uncountable number of good universes. So I think if the multiverse theory is actually true, as agnostics or atheists, we should be really fucking worried. This is a horrible state of affairs. If there are all of these worlds, if you actually believe that they exist, you shouldn't be singing and buzzing with the bees and jumping with the shrimp and being all excited about existence. We should be really concerned.
But we're really concerned about things that we're not even sure exist that are horrific.
Yeah, well, you should be.
You know what I'm saying? That's
of course.
existential angst to the
Yeah.
power of 1,000.
Well, there's a couple of problems there, right? Well, there's three big problems that come out there. The main one, which we've just linked to, is if you're trying to weigh up the overall value of existence, is the world, i.e. the multiverse, a good thing on the whole or a bad thing? And I think if you say that there is, let's just say it's infinite, even though it might not be. If you say there's infinite suffering and infinite goodness, that doesn't seem like you can be optimistic. You'd have to go, on the whole, the existence is neutral, mixed, or maybe it's bad. Maybe you don't want a city where everyone's getting tortured next door to a city where everyone's living a blissful life.
But in our own experience on Earth, horrific things and beautiful things are happening simultaneously.
Yeah.
And generally speaking, more beautiful things than horrific, but we concentrate on the negatives.
Yeah.
To sit around and ponder the multiverse being an infinite number of evil civilizations destroying themselves and torturing themselves. Okay, how is that any different than thinking about demons? How is that, how's that any different than thinking about, the puppet masters of the universe controlling all of our minds?
Yeah.
It's just mental masturbation. There's no way you're going to know whether or not there's a multiverse of people suffering. So to not be happy in this beautiful existence because perhaps there's a multiverse in which infinite suffering is occurring, seems to me to be a giant waste of an amazing trip. The trip that we're on right now is Earth 2025, Western civilization. Pretty fucking cool. Pretty cool. And I think your job is, if you're so fortunate that you're in this position, to enjoy this very bizarre place in history. Yeah. Where it's the strangest time, perhaps ever, that human beings have been alive, and we're going through it. You could sit around all day and think, oh, but in other multiverses, people are just getting eaten by other people. Maybe,
but it's sort of mental masturbation in the sense that, it just means that you can't, when you contemplate all of existence, think that it's an overall good thing. So in that sense,
we don't know. We don't know what it is.
Well,
if it really doesn't know.
For the multiverse theory,
sure. There's probably an infinite number of if the multiverse exists, and if there's not a limited number of universes, but it's an infinite number of universes, it's probably an infinite number of universes that are also fucking amazing.
Yeah.
It's probably they're all probably all competing just like all life is on this planet. And what if the universe is constantly in the state of evolution itself? Why would we limit that to physical things that we currently observe? If we know that there's stellar nurseries, we know that how planets get born and stars. We're very aware that there's this process going on. Why do we assume this process is completed and perfected? Maybe this process is also moving in a better direction constantly, just like human life is, just like human civilization is. Maybe that's something that exists everywhere in the universe, and that the universe itself is advancing to a more powerful state or a better state.
Well, this is good. So let's say entertain the multiverse view. Let's pretend it's true, right? And so you've got infinite pleasure, happiness, and infinite suffering and pain.
Right.
So I think once you minus one from the other, you've got a neutral set of existence. Let's say sure. But on balance, it's about the same. So if you're a pantheist and you believe in the God of the multiverse, if you embrace multiverse theism, then you can't believe that God is good in the same way. There's also a problem, which is you mentioned something like the process, right? But there are worlds in which this process has already been realized. It doesn't really matter if our world reaches that or not. In the grand scheme of calculating the amount of good and bad in the world, you might think that.
Explain it again.
Well, you might think that, like, some people say stuff like this, right? They go, I want to stop eating meat or stop taking long haul flights. But really, when it comes down to it, it doesn't really matter whether I buy that chicken or take that flight. It's not going to impact the overall good and bad that's in the world. It's a drop in a huge ocean that really doesn't matter in the grand scheme of it. If the multiverse theory is true, something like that hits a little bit harder. If your goal is to make existence as a whole greater or better, then it's nothing compared to the infinite suffering and pain that's already out there. You can't change the overall value of existence. I still think, and I'm with you on this, I'm sort of following the line of argument to the point where it's fleshed out fully, but now we've said that, I still think there's a point in being moral in developing your own character, sorting out your own house or community or country or continent and the world.
It seems like that's what our job is.
Yeah. It seems like
that's where we get what you keep referring to as meaning. That's where we get meaning.
Yeah, I think that's fine. There's other problems, though, that seem to fall out of this as well, right? Which is like we have a concept of what it is to be a person back to our individual subjective conscious minds. When we try and think about what it is for me to be me today is the same person born 31 years ago and the same person in the halfway point between that again, to go back to Zena. And how am I the same person throughout time? I think the best answer to this is something like, I have the same capacity for conscious experience. If it was stream of consciousness, that would mean every time you drift off during me talking now, then you would die and you'd be born again when your stream of consciousness reemerges. Or if it was, like if you say, Joe Rogan is that stream of consciousness, that sequence of experiences that he's undergoing now,
right,
and that stops because you drift off, that would mean your stream of consciousness is ended. Think of it like sleep. When you go into NREM sleep and you don't have any conscious experiences, let's say, you would die according to that view. Or there are views in philosophy which say you are your psychological continuity. Joe Rogan is the person that believes that Marshall, his golden retriever, is fantastic and that consciousness is the fundamental nature of stuff. But then if I were to strip those beliefs away from you, psychological continuity view would say Joe Rogan doesn't exist anymore.
Because I don't exist anymore. Yeah, I get you.
I think it's like
but
the thing
I don't
that gives
get
you
the
your
drifting off that doesn't make sense. Because drifting off is just a failure to connect.
Yeah, but
you're still conscious. It's not like I'm dead, like everything goes black and I don't know anything. I'm thinking about other things. My stream of consciousness has stopped paying attention to you. If I drift off, I never drift off entirely. If I do, I go to sleep.
But when you sleep, right?
Yeah, but when you sleep, you dream. Like, what is going on there? We don't even understand that.
You don't think there's ever a moment when you don't have an experience?
Well, you don't have a conscious experience because you're not conscious.
Oh, that's good. That'll do.
Right, but what is going on? Like, why do we have such vivid dreams? What is going on with consciousness in regards to REM sleep? We don't totally understand that. We don't really know what that is.
It's a bit of a, even then, it might seem like a bit of a problem. Take out like copy and paste teleportation to really put it out there. You know, I copy all of the parts of you, I destroy them and recreate them elsewhere.
Right. Star Trek.
Yeah, Star Trek. I don't know
Beam
much
me
about
up,
Star
Scotty.
Trek. It's
Like the
different.
beam me
On,
up.
it's different on Star Trek. I don't. It's not copy and paste. Sounds so
Isn't
nerdy. Yeah, I'm really embarrassed.
Well, it's
to
not
talk
copy
about
and paste, but it's like they take you and they beam you to another planet.
Yeah,
and you
they
don't
beam
exist
you.
here anymore,
But
and you exist over there.
But some nerd told me that when the beam beamed, which like Star Trek.
Yeah,
okay,
sure.
So
The original.
I should include.
That's okay. I was a kid.
So when you're getting beamed around in Star Trek, it's not copy and paste.
Right. It's cut
Teleportation.
and paste.
No, it's not cut. It's cut and paste here. Okay, but it would be cut and paste. I copy you, I recreate you.
Right.
Be copy and paste if I made another Joe Rogan, and then we've got the problem that
Right.
sort of Paul Rudd has in that Netflix show, which is great. Living with Yourself. You seen
Oh
that?
no, I haven't.
Oh, it's
Is he
gold.
cloning himself?
Yeah, he
I
wants
always
to have
said
a
that,
better
like,
life.
you can't give that power to dictators. Like, if you could, like,
Yeah.
You know, when I was talking to Kurzweil and he was talking about downloading consciousness into computers, I'm like, what's to stop someone from doing that 1,000 times? What's to stop someone from making an army of Donald Trumps? Like, how you can't stop. If you can do it once, you can keep doing it, especially as technology advances.
Oh, it's a gold for Paul Rudd one. They recreate him, but as a better version of himself.
Oh no!
So all of his friends want to hang out with the other one. His wife wants to be with him.
No!
You know,
Oh no!
It's
He
really
just killed himself. He's already here. I wonder if he shot himself in the head. He would just be that other guy.
But in Star Trek, what happens is you carry on having experiences. They beam you. Someone told me there's an episode where you see what it's like to be teleported, and it's just like this world of things and lights around you. So it's not like the lights go out even for a split second.
Right.
But on the copy and cut and paste version, it would be that second.
Well, it is an interesting question because if consciousness is not local, and you download someone, like what, you know, if you do move, if you do take someone out of this physical existence and put them somewhere, but then they don't have a soul, then this bizarre vessel that can no longer communicate, and then we'll realize, like, oh, we fucked up.
Yeah,
we got to go find out where that guy's consciousness got dropped off along the journey.
I think it probably does get dropped off.
It probably does.
It needs the same capacity there to begin with.
You're probably an antenna.
An antenna for it.
Yeah. You're probably a physical thing with a lot of biological requirements that's connected to some sort of consciousness that sees itself as an individual, but is completely connected to all the life forms around it.
What makes you? Because I've been unpacking like philosophical arguments or reasons for holding these views.
Yeah.
Right? What's your motivation for, like? I'm not sure if this is your view, but even like entertaining it. Right? So it might seem like they call them like just so stories, right, in philosophy, right? You can tell a tale about what it might be, but why take that tale you're telling seriously?
First of all, I'm not completely connected to this, but I think it's possible that what consciousness is almost like a giant motherboard, and we are all connected to that motherboard as individuals, but that we share this one thing together. And I think we really become aware of that when the community comes together, when there's a tragedy, when there's an event, something happens, we all mind meld together. And I think the individual, the biological entity that is you and that is me, that has all of these requirements that it has to meet in order to stay alive and to move forward and to progress in their civilization and culture. And that this is a different thing than the entire consciousness that we share. But we share it with each other so much so that we can't be alone. I mean, people that are alone for too long go crazy.
Yeah.
The worst they can do to you in prison is put you in solitary confinement.
Yeah, I can think of much worse. We're social animals, right? So we do look there, but that's still something. You need something stronger there, right? So you go, we want to connect with people, we want to form these communities and bonds. In the face of tragedy, we come together, we support each other, and we empathize with each other, and we love and support each other. But like on a deep philosophical level, I'm still seeing the world through my eyes and not your eyes, right? So why think that gives us a reason to think that there is this unifying experience or mind that occupies all of space and time, right? What's the motivation for thinking something like that?
It's just a thought that it may be the case. It's not of I'm sure that that's what's going on. And also, this is a sort of a universal sentiment that gets told by people that have profound psychedelic experiences. that we're all sharing some sort of consciousness, some very bizarre connection that we don't totally understand. And that the biological vehicle that we have that carries around the soul has these motivations, and you will battle with these motivations in order to do the greater good.
Do you
battle
think
with
it's a
the-
parallel with religious experience?
Yeah,
though?
I think so. I think most religious experiences have their root in psychedelic experiences.
Have their root, like
Yeah.
people like Paul on his road to Damascus. That's still
Well,
so.
for certainly Moses in the burning bush. In fact, scholars in Jerusalem, they believe that what that was a metaphor was burning a bush that contained dimethyltryptamine. If you think about burning the bush, right, and that's one of the ways that they consume psychedelic drugs is they burn them. And the acacia tree is very rich in dimethyltryptamine, which is a very potent psychedelic drug. And there's countless depictions of psilocybin mushrooms, both in ancient Egypt and cultures all over the world. There's mushroom rituals that occurred. There's the sacred mushroom in the Bible. John Marco Allegro spoke about the Dead Sea Scrolls, where he thought that the entire Christian religion had its origins in fertility rituals and psychedelic mushroom therapy. That they were all having these rituals and consuming these mushrooms. That's the Eleusinian mysteries. That they all got together and drank some sort of a potion, the Kukion, that was a psychedelic potion. And they devised democracy. They figured out all sorts of very unusual philosophies from these psychedelic experiences.
Yeah, do you think then, what makes you think that on the one case, let's say, someone takes a drug and they think that there's a fundamental, conscious, unifying mind behind the cosmos, right? Person A. Person B has it, and they see like the Easter Bunny or something running down the road. What makes, given that they have the same cause, person A's religious experience caused by psychedelics in this case, more reasonable than person B's?
Not more reasonable. I think each experience is probably valid, and maybe person B that sees the Easter Bunny, he doesn't have the capacity for whatever reason, like his psychology is not strong enough to grasp the entire possibility of everything. That all of this is connected, and they freak out and they compartmentalize, and it's one of the things that happens to people who have bad trips, right? Bad trips are essentially you trying to control an experience that's uncontrollable. Or maybe you go into that trip with a significant level of anxiety, maybe the loss of a loved one, a devastating moment in your life, loss of job, loss of family, and you have this experience and you just freak the fuck out.
It seems that people have those experiences, perhaps without those obvious triggers as well, though, right? In the literature, I do work with the Centre for Inner Experience at Durham University. Some cool work from Jules Evans on this, and it looks at people who have had like long-term negative effects because of taking psychedelics. It takes like 700 people because they're pretty underreported. The data doesn't reflect them very well.
Do you remember what they took?
No, not off the top of my head. They say that a third of people who have long-term effects from the psychedelics, maybe you can pull this up, Jamie, Jules Evans, the guy's name. A third of people had negative effects lasting longer than a year.
One third of the entire group was 700.
And 1/6 have it for longer than 3 years.
What were these effects?
Like feeling the sunlight on them and shaking with terror, seeing things that aren't there, extreme forms of anxiety. Like,
what do they give these people? Acid?
Well, perhaps, I'm not sure. Well, this is the thing I think I'm concerned with as a same kind of stuff when we're talking about free speech. Who the fuck's not in favor of free speech?
Right.
Like everyone wants free speech, but people want to draw the line in different places. So we need a nuanced discussion about where that line is. Similarly with psychedelics, what we see are writers, philosophers, documentary makers, just give this blanket statement about them being good, but don't recognize or talk about some of the negatives. Like you see these documentaries on Netflix, right? Just don't mention the bad things that happen to people. And I think if it corresponds to religious experience, as you pointed out there, they have certain similar, comparable, analogous properties about them, then it's probably the same kind of phenomenon, the same kind of data. The Alistair Hardy Research Centre asked for people to write in with their religious experiences and just tell them about them, right? And the researchers were really surprised. Like Al-Sahadi himself said, I didn't think 5% of these were going to be people seeing the devil or having Satan watch over their baby every night, or walking down the street and suddenly feel like I'm falling through the circles of hell, terrified for the next several years.
These are religious experiences from people. From what year was this?
This is like the last 30, 40 years or so. I think the state was collected in the 80s, maybe.
And these people, have they been diagnosed with any mental illnesses?
The data, like they just asked for them to account to give their examples of these experiences.
Yeah.
But what's notable is, first of all, the phrase religious experience and it being negative is kind of like oxymoronic.
Right,
Like,
we never think of that.
Yeah, we don't. And they asked for religious experiences with no mention of negative stuff. So let's say if it's about 5%, and that's a modest generalization, like given they didn't ask for it. Let's say it's about 5%. And then you take the number of people that have claimed to have had religious experiences, then the amount of people existing in the world now who have had negative religious experiences outweighs the total number of people who are Zoroastrian, Jains, people who are Jewish. We consider them significant minorities. Add all those groups together to in between maybe 1 or 2 million people have had negative religious experiences. And lay out all the boring maths in a book I had out this year and say, like, look, my point there was, if you're a Christian, then you've sort of got to accept the fact that there are these evil spirits as well as good ones. If you want to accept religious experiences, you can't keep pretending there aren't negative spirits in the world if you're a Christian.
Right.
But the deeper point there is, like, if it's the same for psychedelic drugs as it is for religious experiences, then there are a big number of people in the world who are having these experiences. And from my experience, there are loads of people who just want to talk about them as well. They're scared, they're ashamed, they don't want to talk about the negative. Like, in my life, I probably know about 6 people who've had the worst kinds of negative experiences you can imagine from psychedelic drugs, whose lives have fallen apart because of it.
Not into this study, it was just a survey, but I thought this was very interesting.
Participants were active still take psychedelic drugs. In response, 334, 54.9% said yes, and 246, 40.5% said no. 28 did not respond to the question. They were asked to rate their agreement with the following statement. I believe that the insights and healing gained from psychedelics when taken in supportive settings are worth the risks involved. The frequencies across the 4 response points to this question, strongly agree, agree, disagree, strongly disagree, are shown in figure 2. In total, 89.7% agreed or strongly agreed with the statement.
Good. But we take it from that 10% of people say we shouldn't.
Well, it does make sense, though, that human beings vary so much biologically, and we vary so much psychologically. You vary by what your experiences have been on this planet up to the point where you take the drugs, where you're at in your life.
Yeah,
I think the real problem is that they've been illegal for so long. We haven't been able to study what the correct dosage is, or what biological problems you may have unique to yourself that makes you either allergic to these things or having an extreme response or a negative response, what medications you may be taking that you don't know interfere with them. We talked about that yesterday with Prozac, MAO inhibitors. There's a bunch of things that people take that will profoundly impact the way these drugs, I'm sure they probably screened for those, at least some of them when they did those studies, but I don't think there's anything in this life that's 100% good. I think most medications have side effects, even ones that have been hugely beneficial and saved countless lives. Yeah, they have side effects, and some people are allergic to them, and some people just biologically don't agree with them. I think that's the case with psychedelics as well.
Well, I want to make it clear, right? So that I've sort of formed an overall view on it, which isn't perhaps as strongly put as I've given there. It's that I don't want to say that people ought not to be using them and stuff like that. I think in controlled circumstances.
Yeah. Well, no, I don't think you are saying that.
Yeah. So I think that I don't deny the positive things that come from this.
No, I think what you're saying is very important.
But there's 76 billion neurons there, right? And we don't know what.
And everybody is coming into it with a fucking different set of baggage.
Yeah.
Some of that baggage you can't carry up the hill.
Yeah, I think it's important to differentiate as well, and this happens with the problem of evil and philosophy of religions. We differentiate between the existential problem of evil, which is really bad things happen to me, so I'm abandoning my belief, and compared to the evidential problem, which is let's look at the big data. does that give me a reason not to believe? And I recognize that as a person, that I'm strongly influenced by the existential part, that people that I care about have been, their lives have been ruined because of this. But then I look at the big data and I think, on the whole, it seems like this is a positive thing for people more generally. But I still think that there's a big amount of data there about these negative experiences, which just aren't reported, that aren't in our data logs. And I'd be interested to know just how many there are, and how severe they are when people sort of have these.
I'm sure there's quite a few that people don't want to talk about, and I bet they get a lot of pushback from the psychedelic community if they want to discuss it. Like all zealots, they're psychedelic zealots. I think that's the real problem, is the illegal nature of them, and the fact that, even just recently they denied, FDA denied MDMA to be used in clinical settings for veterans. They have to do more tests with MAPS, which is very unfortunate, because that particular type of therapy has been very beneficial for people, especially veterans, who've seen the horrors of war, and to come back and try to psychologically deal with these things. To have some tools that we know are effective would be denied to these people that went overseas and served and saw these horrific things and experienced these horrific things. I just think it's unreasonable. And I think that the real problem with these things being illegal is it's mostly being governed by people that have never taken them. They don't really understand what we're even talking about. And I think that, I'm not saying it's the panacea for all, but I'm saying it's a tool. And I think it's been a tremendous tool to a lot of individuals. They've experienced some extreme changes of perspective and of their own personal connection to the world through these things that are very, very beneficial. I know multiple people that have just become completely different human beings after psychedelic experiences, and much better, much more caring, abandoned whatever chip they had on their shoulder. And I think that can't be denied. I think it's another thing that's here to help us evolve. That's what I think.
Yeah, I think that's good. I mean, I'd like it to be the case that we're all like that, right? I know a friend who's over in Australia who's abandoned his family after taking these, and ran off with a 70-year-old man who's like 30, living in the mud.
What was he like before that?
Just like me and you right now.
Just like me?
Just
really?
like just
Are you sure?
Just on the outside and all.
Right, but the thing is, it's not on the outside. It's psychologically. It's really like how strong is that person's foundation in the world? Like,
I had a housemate when I was at university who was, it seemed from all measures grounded. I was happy enough to live in a room next to him, and we got along just like good friends. And he started taking psychedelics. We left university. 6 months later, he started a Facebook live feed, and this guy was like just masturbating in front of all of his friends and family because he'd lost his mind.
Wow.
Like he's horrendous.
I would like to talk to that guy before all this shit went south and see how loony he was already. I knew a dude was a little bit loony, and then he delved very heavily into the world of psychedelics, and he became schizophrenic. I suspected he was already schizophrenic before, but he was like, he had an entertainment. But then he went nuts and just thought that everything was a psyop. It was very strange. Very strange to talk to him. But everyone was a government agent. Very weird.
Yeah.
This weird interface. And he had slipped completely into the world of paranoia. Yeah. Almost an action. I don't know how you pull the guy back to make him a normal person again. And again, I don't know if he was a normal person before. I didn't know him that well.
Yeah, it's hard to know yourself as well, right?
I think that like every other tool, you can abuse all tools. I think there's a lack of understanding of what the doses, the correct way to consume it, the biological factors, your unique biology, that it might interfere with this experience.
Yeah, I just think all the things we've just said there is the nuance that's lacking in a lot of the public conversation about this stuff. Like, just at the start of your documentary, just say, don't do this. Like if you're going to do this, like you need to speak to some kind of, again, it's about legalization. It's about safe use.
Imagine being a shaman and you have to deal with these fucking wahoos taking a propeller plane over to your country.
just to see what Johnson
You have
said
no
next.
idea what's wrong with these people. You're
Yeah.
dosing them up with ayahuasca in the middle of the jungle. There's jaguars and snakes out there, and
Yeah.
these people are freaking out. I bet their version. I would love to know if we had like real good data on these shaman adventures where people go to the jungle. Like, how many of them lose their fucking marbles and are cooked forever after that?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Well, it's the same kind of, again, this is back to like the point of philosophy, getting clear on the details and communicating them clearly.
Mm-hmm.
When it comes to psychedelics, or I mentioned free speech a moment ago, right? This is something which is like huge in our culture at the moment.
Yeah.
I was at the comedy club on Monday seeing, I've never seen Kill Tony before, but very fun. I really enjoyed it. It was great fun. And afterwards, a few guys in the bar afterwards were asking like what I'm talking to you about, and they started talking about free speech because I'm from the UK and wanted to know whether I supported Keir Starmer, as if Keir Starmer was like this is like Mao or something. I was like, there's no comparison. It's like, you're like Marxist there now, right? I was like, no, it's not quite like that.
But we're terrified of everything going in that direction.
Yeah, you
especially
are.
in Texas.
It's like a
Texas is the last frontier.
you think so?
This is what America, like, Texas is what the rest of the world thinks America is. A bunch of freedom-loving people with guns. Just wild people playing music, drinking all the time. That's Texas for real.
I didn't think it was going to be like this.
It's a
the
fun
people,
place.
the people in Austin are some of the best people in the last 5 days that I've came across.
It's got a great vibe. The city has a very hopeful vibe. And that sucks for me when I go back to Los Angeles because that was my home for so long.
Yeah.
Whenever I go back, it does not feel like, I do not feel that vibe. But is that me? Is that my, are there people that are like thriving and loving LA right now with all the craziness and chaos? Perhaps. And maybe if I was a young man, maybe if I was 25 again, I moved to LA again now, I'd be like, this is crazy. I love this fucked up place. This is awesome. Maybe I would. I probably would, knowing me. But the 57-year-old me is like, that place is ruined.
Yeah, well, it seems like, I'm not sure if this happens in the UK as well, especially with we've obviously been exposed to a lot of riots and stuff as of late. There's three poor girls that lost their lives in Southport. And it's a huge shame because this is what people want to talk to me about as well, right?
Right.
The big shame is that people are going out of their way to use it as an excuse to rob shops and firebomb mosques and try and burn down hotels with innocent women and children there, right? Like every single politician in the UK condemns them. Less than 5% of people in the UK even sympathise with them, right? There's an interesting question that comes out about, which we're not talking about, which is the line of free speech, right? Everyone just goes, it's like George Orwell's 1984 or something. Like it's like you can't be open with your thoughts. And it's been interesting being here and experiencing a bit more of that strong sentiment, which is, I think free speech is an absolute right in the US or in Europe, right? You can't share, you can't engage in like slander. There's laws against that. You can't share sexually explicit images and the like of children, which is a type of freedom of expression, which might come under freedom of speech, especially.
But it's a violation of privacy of the child, and it's also dangerous.
Yeah.
So it's yes.
And so
it's not as simple as free speech. That takes it to a completely different level because you're talking about images of innocent people.
Well, if you were to take, let's take an image. So you don't want to include, images, plays,
Well, you can't dox
symbols.
You can't make threats. All those things are illegal. You can't threaten violence.
You can't display a Nazi flag on your front lawn, right?
You might be able to do that some places.
Well, it was interesting in the US. It was 1919 when someone was the High Court, Supreme Court, legislated against somebody for spreading anti-war leaflets because it was a threat to the stability of the US more generally. And the state decided that the thing more important for free speech and to preserve it into the future is to limit it in this case. Right? So there are things, you might think that free speech is like intrinsically valuable, the thing which is more important than anything.
Right, but
else.
I would say that those people were wrong, and that if someone did have an opposition to the war, if you want to have a healthy society, you have to let those people express themselves.
Yeah, I'm
especially when you read about the actual history of the war, and hey, maybe this could have been fucking prevented. And if people weren't so blindly allegiant to this idea of going over there and fighting.
Yeah. And my intuition is in that case that was the wrong way to legislate
Yeah.
against. But there are,
Like, when would you think free speech would be a good thing to stop?
well, this is what
What would be the boundary?
this is what I found speaking to some of the comedians after the show, because comedians are often the strongest defenders of free
Yeah,
speech, right?
for
It's,
sure.
it's an interesting conversation. Is that when we're thinking about the things we value most, I think things that come ahead of free speech are things like life, ability to have conscious experiences, the potential to flourish, be happy, and experience pleasure. So I take, even if free speech is something worth pursuing for its own sake, which I take it to be, it is still subject to those other things. So even one of the strongest opponents of free speech in the history of philosophy, John Stuart Mill, argued that free speech should be allowed in every single scenario except when it breaches the harm principle. And so the interesting question we need to ask is, when does something breach the harm principle? So people famously say, like, so you can't shout fire in a crowded theatre. Like, so
Right.
if you know by shouting fire that there's going to be a stampede and 2 people will die, thought experiments, pretend those are the rules.
Right.
You shout fire, 2 people will die. Should we punish that person for doing it, knowing that those 2 people will die? You sort of go, I think it's fairly reasonable. More maybe it doesn't have to be 100% the case. We just need to be more reasonable than not to prosecute that person.
Okay.
So in that case, you might go yes. So it breaches the harm principle. John Stuart Mill gives the example of he's like a corn dealer, and saying, like, you can write in a newspaper, like, corn dealers, like, it's the worst, he's exploiting us all, that's the reason we're hungry. But then he says you can't shout that to an angry mob that's outside the corn dealer's house. And maybe that one's a little bit more tricky because
Yeah.
the harm's not as direct.
Right.
But what we're seeing is public intellectuals who, back to our conversation earlier, like, I'm a part of this team that just defends free speech no matter what. Like, even the most valiant defender of free speech might go, don't shout fire in a crowded theatre. One of your comedians actually said that, I'd shout theatre in a crowded fire. But I'd even think it's okay to get people to stay in the fire if there was one. But when people are already setting fire to cars, mosques, hotels, dragging people out of taxis and beating them up, you go online and say, everyone come to this hotel, let's burn it down. I sort of feel like that's pretty much as close as
Well,
you
that's
can get
inciting
to
violence.
Yeah.
Inciting violence. That's illegal.
So in that case,
Yeah.
I think, but people aren't saying that, right? We're stuck in these sweeping, snappy statements, which are, it's like Orwell's 1984. It's like, they're anti-free speech. No, tell me what kind of free speech you want to defend, why you want to defend it, or else we can carry on being stuck in this.
Well, the way Elon treats Twitter is whatever's illegal. You can't do things that are illegal. You can't threaten people. You can't yell fire in a crowded theater. Those things are illegal.
He legislates against that.
You can't do things that are illegal. You can have very controversial, unpopular opinions.
Yeah.
You're allowed to do that. And that was what got you banned from Twitter before. But the problem with that is we found out through Twitter that they expanded that and kept expanding that to include some things that a lot of people disagree with. Like transgender athletes in sports, criticizing them would get you banned. Criticizing the lockdowns would get you banned. Saying anything negative about the mRNA vaccines would get you banned. And then we found out the FBI was involved. They were asking Twitter to censor posts. And there was just so much shit involved that made you go, well, this is not good. This is not free speech. And this is actually dangerous to a society if you let the government dictate what people can and can't say. Because they will do it to their best convenience. And what's best for them?
Yeah.
What makes their life more convenient? What makes their job easier? What makes it easier to control people? Tell people what to do and punish people that don't listen. Because if you lock them up, then you will automatically incentivize other people to toe the line. And that is what got scary. And that's what's scary about government-controlled speech.
Yeah.
And I think that's what people are scared about in the UK when you see people saying things they shouldn't be saying. They're saying them on Facebook and they're getting arrested. And they're getting like 20 months in jail.
I haven't found it might well be a more fringe example. It's like 20, maybe Jamie, you can live fact check me here, maybe up to about 30-ish people have been prosecuted for stuff we've put online in the UK recently.
I think 3,000 have been arrested.
Have it?
Yeah. No? They're very issues. Right, so it's like what that encompasses is like too broad, right? Is that what it is?
repeated over and over again for years. People have been arrested.
There's a really egregious example recently of a
surprised if it's
video.
2000.
There's a video of a guy handing down a sentence to a man who put something up on Facebook. You know, I think bad behavior should be rightfully everyone in the community that agrees it's bad behavior. They should shun that person. They should not want to shun them, not want to connect with them, not engage with them.
You know, we've got the right wing thug in our country. He's not in our country. I think he's on a luxury holiday in Cyprus at the moment. Tommy Robinson, who's doing the rounds again in the light of all of this violence.
I'm not aware of him.
Yeah,
I know the name, but I'm not aware of his history.
Well, saying like we should shun people. He tweeted something along the lines recently. I'm going to paraphrase it. And Jamie, I'd be really grateful if you could fact check this one because I might be liable if I get wrong. He essentially said that people in Palestine are, or the majority of people in Palestine are terrorists, inbreds, and parasites. And given what's going on like there right now, right? I don't know anyone on the right who uses such obviously degrading language. And that person's not being done. He's having more attention than ever. He's got his record outreach right now.
So that's not illegal, what he said.
I'm not sure if it's legal.
Did he say it online? Or did he say it in a statement?
He said it on a tweet.
Oh, he said it on a tweet.
Yeah, he put it on a tweet, replying to somebody at some point. And again, this, as far as my knowledge, that's roughly what was said. I should say that.
It sucks that there's idiots that will agree with those kind of things.
Well, what's going on? This is an interesting. You know, I'm pretty liberal when it comes to platforming and speaking to people who we disagree with. I think it's a real shame we get really polarized when we stop talking to people we disagree with.
Yeah, I agree.
And there's very, very, very few people I won't have a conversation with. But when we're continually platforming someone like him in a moment like this, that does raise questions. And Peterson's had him on once. I think he's had him on again recently. That sort of thing. The opposite of
Is Peterson aware of the things that he said?
I'd be surprised.
Do you have contact with him?
Yeah, I'd be surprised if
You should tell him. See what he says about it.
When Tommy Robinson says something like the UK grooming gangs are out of control for a certain demographic and saying that they're responsible for all this crime in our country, a quick Google revealed to Jordan that that's not true in terms of like the big government study done in 2021 that found they're no more likely culturally to be doing these things. Rutger Bregman.
But is there an increase in violence?
Well, take Rutger Bregman. Did you know the Utopia for Realists guy?
No.
He's a big proponent of universal basic income.
We should find out what Tommy Robinson's If just try to just Google that exact what he said. Okay, shows what you're doing. Tweets from Cyprus viewed 50 million times a day. Boy, he's got a face you fucking hate, doesn't he? He's got a face from Peaky Blinders. Yeah, I order the Peaky Blinders. He looks like that, right? So what do we got here? What did he say? What does he say? Does it say what he says?
Let me see if I can. I can see if I can dig it at the same time.
Okay, go look for it. See if you can find it. It says, claim far-right protesters have been stabbed by Muslims in Stoke. In a post that received 2.7 million views, police said that 2 men had been hit by an object, but no stabbings had been reported. So take down. Yeah, that's not the same one. See if you can find that tweet.
I'm just telling this on now as we're going. The big point here, though, when we're looking at this is something Stephen Pinker's always emphasising, right? The idea that we shouldn't just be looking at anecdotal evidence, which is stuff like he does, and cherry picking our examples to fit our political and ideological agendas.
Right.
We should look at the big data. Rutger Bregman points out wonderfully in his book, Utopia for Realists, that people that come to the US, for example, first-generation migrants, are less likely to commit crimes than the native population. The same is true for their children as well in the US. And the same stories in the UK. They're less likely to be filling up our prisons.
And is this people that come over illegally as well as people that migrate legally? Is it all the same? Is it lumped in together?
It might be lumped in together. Yeah, we fact checking.
I think the fear that people have is people that are coming here or to come to your country or going wherever illegally and altering the culture. Right?
Yeah.
Not assimilating, not adopting the English language, not adopting the culture.
That's it.
That's okay.
Yeah,
No worries. But I see. So you think that kind of talk should be illegal?
I think during the violence upon people who are Muslim in the UK, attacks on mosques, attacks on people's lives, and
But
the current
him
state in
saying
Palestine.
that even if he's completely wrong,
I'm not
in
sure.
saying
I'm going to be
those
honest.
things.
My fully honest view on it is I'm not sure if it should be illegal. I don't know if that kind of dehumanizes. It's morally abhorrent. It's something we should reject and condemn. But should it be legislated against? I'm not sure. What's clear though is that people, to me, that are sharing those ideas, people who are platforming that person, helping that idea spread, are doing something again that doesn't have to be legislated against, but we should condemn as morally wrong as well. We should say you ought not do that.
That's very
Because you
reasonable.
should know that that's not.
That's
not
reasonable. And what we should do is, I mean, the age-old anecdote is you combat bad speech with good speech. You combat bad speech with better speech. You have those people debate people that can lay things out in a way that makes a very compelling argument that they're incorrect. And then people could watch. Remember when I was a kid, my high school had a debate between Barney Frank, who was I don't think he was a congressman at the time, I don't know, in Massachusetts, but he was I think he was the first openly gay politician in the country. And he was debating a guy from the Moral Majority, who was this right-wing group at the time. So this is the 1980s, and I was in high school. And the guy had an American flag pin on his lapel, and he spoke and said all this stuff, and then Barney Frank kind of annihilated him. And it was interesting for me. It was fascinating to watch these two. And no one booed or hissed or pulled fire alarms. They let this one guy speak his mind, and then they let this other guy speak his mind. And we got a sense of who's correct. And in my eyes, at the time, Barney Frank was correct. And I was probably 15 years old. I was like, wow, it's kind of cool. It was interesting to see this person, just with his view of the world, make the other person's view of the world look foolish. And make his very sort of rigid definitions of what should and should not believe look preposterous.
Yeah. I've interviewed a lot of people, nowhere near as many people that you've managed to interview over the past. How long have you been doing this? Only
15 years?
15, and 3 or 4 times a week over 15
years
as well. So I've been going 9 years, but interviews once a month or something like that. So nowhere near the amount of people. And what I've thought from the perspective of philosophy and good public conversation on this stuff is that when we're in our car listening to the radio or listening to a podcast at the gym or something, we don't have the time and the mental strength, or maybe even the skills in some cases, to pick apart someone's argument and analyze it in a way that might be needed.
Right.
And so I wonder if you've got any views on what the moral responsibility is, or what the best thing to do as an interviewer is in terms of whether or not one should be, let's just say, read up on a topic in order to pick holes in someone's argument or something. I know you've been there's been previous things where people have said that you should be analysing people's arguments in more detail.
Sometimes I don't know what they're talking about. Which is the problem. It depends. If someone's known for a very specific stance that they take on something that I don't agree with, I will look into that. And I will try to look at it from their perspective as well. I'll try to find out how did this person come to this conclusion, why do they believe this, what is the best way to approach this, how do I do this civilly so I get the most out of them. I want them to feel comfortable while they're explaining this. I don't want them to feel pressured and combative. When people are involved in arguments and combative situations, get very tense, and it's very difficult. Then it becomes you against them. It's I try to get as far away from that sort of sensibility as possible. And I just want to just tell me what you think, and I'll try to steel man it. I'll try to figure it out, and then I'll say what I think. And I have to know where they stand first. I have to really understand why they come to that conclusion. I've had some disagreements with people about some pretty important issues that you've got to let that person express themselves. You got to figure out. But the beautiful thing about a podcast, as opposed to almost any other form of media, is that no one's telling us what to do. It's just you and me having this conversation. We only met for like 10 minutes before. We sat down and then we talked for 3 fucking hours, which is crazy.
How long have we been going for?
3 hours now. Yeah, so it's like, it's an interesting way to see how a person views the world.
Yeah. Well, I think maybe, so what we do to avoid like that one, because we're just doing philosophy as well, right?
Right.
Just doing a philosophy podcast, and we say to them, we're just sticking with like this book or this paper.
Okay.
And so we can, we've got like 4 researchers working on this, and we know all the ins and outs of it like the back of our hand. Right. So we can give like the audience member the best analysis they can get without having to go and do it themselves. When you're doing like such a broad project like this and so many different topics, it's impossible, right, to be able to do that. But I wonder if you think, I'm genuinely interested and curious to hear your thoughts on it. Is a better situation for our public discourse and media in which we've got lots of different, like let's say podcasts, for example, lots of different podcasts, lots of different hosts who all like specialize in a different thing in order to analyze? Or do you think that having this general public-facing podcast, which has not an area of speciality, with people talking about things which are, in some cases dangerous, right, or that like are important at least? Like, is the situation better when we have lots of hosts and lots of topics and lots of podcasts, or is it when we've got a general podcast which is covering all of these topics, right?
Well, first of all, we have lots of podcasts and lots of hosts. It's just this one's the most popular for some strange reason, but that's not my fault. I mean, I can't alter it because it's too popular. That's ridiculous. Like one of the reasons why it's popular is I talk to a bunch of different people about a bunch of different things. And some people I am just eternally curious and I have no understanding of it at all, and I want it laid out to me. And then other things I have very strong opinions about, and I want to know why a person thinks differently or how they came to their conclusions, or maybe there's a person that I really admire. I want to understand their mindset. Maybe it's someone who's got some very fascinating esoteric information and I want to learn it. The podcast is entirely based on what I'm interested in. Yeah. So that's how I do it. And there's a lot of podcasts that are experts in a very particular field, and they talk only about that very particular thing. Yeah. The thing about that is you're not going to get as many people. You'll listen to it, but you'll get millions of people listening to this conversation between you and me. So the benefit of that is then this ignites someone's curiosity. And if we only do a cursory examination of whatever the subject is, I'm really not qualified to really delve into it. Now this person's excited about it and they can expand, check out your podcast, check out other podcasts. It's good for the greater ecosystem of podcasts and just a general discourse.
So it's sort of on the listener to not just go, I've just listened to this person for 2 or 3 hours. I should leave my church or like go out and live in the middle of nowhere.
You should do whatever you feel like doing, and I think that's the best message that I can give to people. You should live your life in the way that you want to live your life. And if you are inspired and motivated, and if something changes in the way you view the world based on a conversation that some people have a podcast, then that's good. That's good. As long as it's beneficial to you, it's good. And we should all sort of try to acquire these conversations and experiences with people because it elevates our own understanding of ourselves and how we interact with each other.
If someone listens to this and decides to quit their job and start
I don't think
counting grass or something,
if they
I just don't want someone
decide
to give up and
it's
think
not your fault.
it's all meaning. No, it's in like counting grass instead of
It's
helping
not
people.
your fault. If they do that, it's not your fault. Like that's their path for whatever reason. And I don't know why everybody chooses what they choose. I don't know how you think. I don't know what things smell like to you. I'm just guessing. I'm just guessing that your view of the world is similar to my view of the world. And that's just a guess. And it can't be, because so many people like Bart that I think it's dog shit. So many people listen to music that I can't stand. Obviously, we're getting different things out of this world. Obviously. And I don't mind that. I think that's a good thing. I think it's a good thing. There's a lot of stuff that I don't like. There's a lot of people that don't like me. Good. Yeah. And the more popular you get, the greater surface area of people that hate you will be.
Well, no, I'm fundamentally here for a reason, which is that a lot of the things we're talking about, especially today, are just like things that underrepresented in like legacy media, like especially like non-human animal rights stuff. I find that when I've tried to talk about it, and whether it's the BBC or podcasts and stuff, that people sometimes feel like they're complicit or that it's too divisive. Like 2 weeks ago, I was removed from a panel which I was supposed to be speaking on because I was going to be defending non-human animal rights, so they changed the topic of it. That's because I don't want to upset people who are in the audience who consume these messages. And it's sort of like
stupid. It's a conversation.
Yeah, precisely. And that's a shame. As well with agnosticism too. There's a huge amount of people who are spiritual but not religious. And we've got this public conversation, which is you're either like the Pope or Jordan Peterson, or you're like one of the four horsemen of New Atheism, and leaves out all of these people in the middle who was like trying to search for that.
You're either Antifa or you're a Proud Boy. Yeah, we're nuts. We're nuts, but we're sorting through it. Listen, man, thank you very much for being here. I really enjoyed the conversation. It was a lot of fun. Tell people how they can find your stuff, website, all that stuff.
Cool. So if you just search Jack Times Philosophy, you can get to my site where everything sort of is. The podcast I do is the Panpsycast. It means casting thought everywhere in reverse, and that's all about all kinds of philosophy. 2 books out this year, Philosophers on God.
2 in a year.
Damn. Yeah, both on God as well. So first one's Philosophers on God, talking about existence. And the second one is Defeating the Evil God Challenge, in defense of God's goodness. So I spend that book defending the existence of God despite being an agnostic. So that's, that doesn't show that I don't have a horse in the race. I'm not, I've logically driven. I don't
think any of us should have a horse in the race. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. All right. Thanks, buddy.
Good job. Brogan. Experience.
Train by day, Joe. You podcast by night. All day.
So, hey, how's it going? Thanks for coming in. My pleasure. What's going on? Good to be here. The cold showers. What we're talking about.
Yeah.
Those are the hardest.
Oh, well, New York City cold showers in the winter are brutal.
Because it doesn't get your whole body, so you actually have to constantly move around and breathe your ass off.
Well, it's hard to breathe, too.
Yeah. I used to do them for a while.
When I was a kid, when I used to do martial arts, there was this dude I used to work out with named Bob Cafarella, and he was like a real psycho. And Bob used to always take cold showers. He said it was good for the spirit.
It is.
We would all be sitting around going, what the fuck is wrong with him? This guy's in the shower. It was January in Boston. This guy's in the shower just fucking freezing.
But I feel like when you do it, it's like you feel afterwards this weakness.
Oh, yeah.
That you only get with drugs. You never realize how not present you are until you take a cold plunge. And then you're like, oh, now I'm fucking in the world.
Right, because your body's trying to protect you from dying.
Yeah,
you know?
which is a real rush.
It really is, though. It's norepinephrine. That's
Yeah.
Dopamine kicks up, everything, and it lasts for hours. That's what I tell people, even though they don't want to do it. I'm like, I know it sucks. I don't think it's good. I don't get in and go, this is amazing. I'm the best. I get in and I go, oh, just fucking Jesus Christ, just keep it together. And I just try to stay calm, but I know when I get out, I'm going to feel great for hours, hours and hours.
Except for the time I get it. On your instruction. But, it was like Jackass doing it at home and like getting a nut ripped off. I saw you do it. It looked great. Put the ice in the bath, and I was just cold for like 2 days straight. It was crazy.
Yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing it for 10 minutes the first time.
Yeah.
You went a little crazy.
I went a little crazy.
Yeah, but kudos to you for doing it. It's fucking hard to do 10 minutes.
Well, I don't
crazy.
I used to do a lot of drugs. I don't really do drugs anymore. I mean, I'll do edibles and occasionally kratom. So I guess I do some drugs. People do cocaine and heroin, but I'm pretty clean other than that.
Processed foods, a lot of dessert. Like, fuck it.
Yeah. I mean, crystal meth, but that's it.
Yeah, drink whiskey, no rocks.
But I don't do like the big drugs. So the cold plunge is really the closest to get to that high.
Yeah, if you could get that in a pill, it would be a very popular pill. You would be taking it all day long.
I know. But part of it is probably going through the pain, right?
Yeah. It's just better for your brain because there's a part in your brain. Andrew Meredith talked about this. I forget what it's actually called, but there's a part of your brain that actually grows when you force yourself into do difficult things. Like, say if you're a person who likes to run, and you force yourself, I'm going to run 5 miles every morning for 60 days. Like, if you can actually do that.
Don't ask me.
Yeah. This is my friend
I'm
Tatum.
trying to imagine myself running.
I have a buddy of mine that was doing a marathon every day.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he's a psycho. He does these ultra marathons
Oh, my God.
where they run for 3 days. He does.
Like Forrest Gump. But Forrest Gump Forrest Gump was running.
Yeah, he ran
Jeez.
across the America. But they do these things through the mountains. Like they do the Moab. I think it's the Moab 200 or 240. So it's 240 miles through mountains. It's not just like straight 240 miles. Like you're going over mountains and hills and shit.
Insane. I can run for about 7 minutes, and I'm probably lying about that. I'm definitely lying. I can run for about 4 minutes before I have to stop.
I used to not run at all, and then I entered into a 5K, and I couldn't believe how hard it was to do.
Insane.
I thought I was in reasonably good shape.
Yeah, it's crazy how much more in shape other people are.
Especially running shape.
Like the runners, the
Yeah.
people that can do the sprints,
Yeah.
they can do something for like a really long time that I can do for maybe like 2 seconds.
I think they're drug addicts too, though.
Yeah.
Natural drugs.
And
The natural
what do you
runners
call
high.
it?
Yeah.
Euphoria. What do you
Yeah.
call it? Whatever that thing is.
Runner's euphoria.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know what are the actual chemicals that get released during a runner's high. We'll find that out.
Yeah.
It's got to be dopamine. But there's a thing that you do when you do a lot of cardio where you do get really high. Not high in a bad way, but high in the very chill. Endorphins. Yeah. Popular culture identifies these chemicals behind the runner's high. So it says a short lasting. I don't think it's not short lasting.
But you have to do it for a while. You have to run for like, I think 45 minutes.
Oh, here it goes. It says up to a few hours. That makes sense. So the bliss, it can last anywhere from a few minutes to a few hours.
But it's side effects. Yeah, no, I mean, that's when you don't do drugs, like, that's the only way. Yeah. My dad plays tennis for 5 hours.
That's a good
That's
thing.
it. Yeah.
That's a great thing.
He's obsessed. You watch it. All he does is play tennis or watch tennis.
Really?
That's all he
Just
does.
a tennis freak.
He's a tennis
And he's
freak.
retired, so he just plays tennis all day?
Just plays tennis. He has one of those rackets where he's a real nerd about it. You plug it into the computer and look at the data.
Whoa.
And then he's either playing tennis or doing that or just watching tennis on TV. That's all he cares about.
See, that's one if you get into, you're relying on your vehicle, unfortunately.
Yeah.
You know, like if you're getting into chess, you pretty much always move those fucking things around.
Yeah.
You know, if you really get obsessed with
Chess
chess.
is my favorite sport.
Really?
I'm only out of breath after age 45.
Do you play chess?
I used to play chess. I used to be in the chess club.
Oh, no
I
kidding.
don't play anymore as well, but I love chess. Yeah.
I'm scared of chess.
Really?
Yeah, I'm scared I'd get addicted to it. Like, so the same reason why I won't.
crack.
Right. Like, I don't have any time.
Okay.
That's why I won't play golf. Same thing. Like,
I've
I'm
never
sure
played golf.
the golfers, like James, a big golfer, they'll tell you how awesome it is. I'm like, I believe you.
Yeah,
I'm not trying. I'm not gonna let it get its fucking fangs into me.
That's how I feel about video games.
Oh,
My
yeah.
comic friend played video games, and I'm like, I think that's the worst job. Because then you're just wasting your life. There's no intervention.
Also, it doesn't have to be sun out.
Yeah,
Fucking
exactly.
3 in the morning. Like, I don't want to go to bed.
I was at my brother's place. I played a video game once, and I hadn't played it since like GoldenEye, so I hadn't seen any of the improvements. So I started playing. It's like, they're like movies now. It's like crazy.
Yeah.
And I got so hooked. There was a moment where I just like saw myself being addicted. It just like snapped out. It was like 4 hours straight. Yeah.
I had to quit cold turkey. I used to play Quake online.
It like numbs you out. It's crazy.
It's just too easy to get a game.
Yeah.
Because you could always, at any moment in time, I could either be bored, I could be having a conversation that's boring,
Right.
or I could be doing something boring,
Right.
or I can just log in and have a death match one-on-one with some dude from fucking Denmark.
I know.
You know, like, it's crazy. Like, I remember typing, like, where do you live? And then people are like, I'm in Estonia. Like, whoa, that's crazy. Like,
While you're
play-
killing them.
well, you kill each other and you make little pauses and you ask. It's fun.
It's crazy. Yeah, it's fun. I'm afraid to like waste all that time.
100%.
I'm like a workaholic, which obviously you are.
Yeah, but I think that's okay. As long as you're doing something that you actually enjoy, I don't think there's anything wrong with being obsessed with something.
Yeah. No, I'm not a workaholic. When I worked at Red Lobster, I was down in the car. When I worked at Fish's Big Boy, I was
Exactly.
Let's get this right.
I think that's the deal with a lot of kids that are bored in school and they're calling them ADHD. I
Right.
think they think that the subjects that are being discussed are boring as fuck.
Of course.
They're bouncing off the walls. They're 13 years old. They have so much fucking
Why is it never the teacher's fault?
Exactly.
It's like, why did the teacher say something interesting? It's insane. It's like, it'd be like, oh, no, they're just, it's like if an audience doesn't laugh and you're like, no, it's not that I'm not funny, it's that you have laughing deficit disorder. It's like,
Yeah.
it's throwing the ball onto something else. Be interesting.
There was an article in one of the science journals recently about one of the science magazines recently about ADHD, and then they were saying that it was actually an advantage to think that way for hunter-gatherers.
Oh, wow.
And this is left over from where they're constantly looking at other things and trying to pay attention, and they can focus on one thing like very intensely,
Oh, wow.
but they're scanning for a bunch of other
But
stuff.
you notice. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, what's that? And that's like a rat.
Also, they're always in activity and motion. ADHD may have evolved to help foragers know when to cut their losses. Interesting.
You're
This
too
is-
focused, you get
interesting.
killed.
This is not the one that I read because this is from February. The one I read was just a couple of days ago. But symptoms of attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, such as impulsivity, may have helped foragers and hunter-gatherer communities quickly move on to new areas where food sources were low.
That's amazing.
Oh,
So if you're too focused, you don't know when to quit.
right.
And then you get fucking killed or you run out of resources.
That makes sense. Like it's like an instinct. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Right. And
Right.
now, yeah. Well, I got really addicted to like
I'm scared of that too. I've never tried it.
I used to, when I was after college and started taking it like recreationally, and then I went to a psychiatrist and told her I had a problem. And she was like, well, we can prescribe it for you.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
That'll no longer be a problem.
Oh my God.
I was like, okay, I was thinking more like rehab. But
What kind of fucking psychiatrist? She's probably on Adderall right now. It's amazing. Why'd you join it?
It's insane.
I clean my house.
I did it for like, I was doing 90 milligrams a day. I was
Is
like,
that a lot, Jamie? Is a lot? What is a normal dose?
10?
I did 20. I was fucking up for 48 hours or something like that.
Yeah.
Whoa.
It's crystal meth for nerds, but it's crystal meth. I mean, it's fucking, it's like,
Yeah.
it's intense. I was so I wrote poetry. That's how high I was. I thought I could write poetry.
This gentleman, Norman Ohler, was on my podcast 2 weeks ago. And he wrote all about
I
the
saw you
meth
post
and
about
the Third Reich. Dude, it's crazy.
And speed, yeah.
The whole thing was meth. They were all methed up. They were methed up when they fucking did the Blitzkrieg.
I do a bit about that now that Hitler being on speed. I'm obsessed with Hitler.
Oh,
Like,
man.
I have like one of my bookshelves is just all Holocaust of Hitler books.
Really?
Yeah. But I'm dying to read that. I know Boring was on everything.
They were all about everything.
Boring was on like huge painkillers the whole time.
So was Hitler. Hitler
Yeah.
was on one of the things, the misconceptions that he was on meth. It appears a lot of what he was on was oxys. He was on oxycodone. Yeah, they had the original oxycodone.
So they're just like hot. It's like when you get high, you run over someone. And they're just
Yeah.
like they were like, "What the fuck did I do when I was high?" Like,
They don't even care.
I killed all the Jews.
Did you ever see that video of the lady who's on pills and the cops are telling her to pull over? She doesn't know why, and she has no wheel on her car. Her car's like spitting flames. Have you ever seen it? And they pull over, and she's like, "What's the problem?" And the cop's like, "Ma'am, are you on pills? Like, what the fuck is going on? How do you not know you lost a wheel on the highway?" You know what? You gotta see it. It's bonkers.
Yeah, that's insane. Yeah, it is like the Nazis were just all on drugs, which
Yep.
is it's just like a crazy. I mean, the whole Third Reich is surreal. That they're
Yeah.
creating.
Look at this. So here's this lady. She's just driving like nothing's wrong, waving, "Hi."
Another car, the Quail Hill Shopping Center. He says the car just gave out. They said the woman was not in.
What the fuck are you talking about? That lady's on pills. If she's not impaired, she shouldn't be ever driving. If you don't notice you lost a wheel,
Right. That's a big red flag.
was that the same one? That might not have been the same one. Right, okay, this is it. Like, there's no way you don't know that. There's no way you don't
And
know.
the truck's open.
Also, the fucking tank is completely
But I
open.
think that's not even the big problem. Like,
I can't imagine that she's not medicated. That doesn't make any sense to me. Like,
Maybe-
something's going on.
if she isn't medicated, she's a psycho.
Right, something's wrong. If she's not medicated, like, she's got a blown fuse. But
But
also, that's how cars catch fire like
Right.
that.
like, no, that's the thing. Yeah, no, yeah.
What does this guy say?
Behavior.
Are you having a hard day?
Oh, Jesus.
He's told us the shit.
Well, there we go. Now we're assholes.
Well,
That
unless
could
you're
be
making
it.
it up.
She might be making it up.
That's
But
the old
she
thing.
might be telling the truth, which makes sense. Where you're like, your whole world is like, what is life? I'm going to die
Right.
real soon, and they can't fix this. And you're just, the car's fucked up,
Yeah.
you don't even care. That could be
Yeah.
it. Hatches open, you don't even care.
Yeah.
Like, your world's over.
Or you're like, oh shit, I fucked up. Let me say something to get out of it right now.
You're a cynic. I am an optimist. I look for the good in people.
I did a show once when I was like younger, and you already started. I mean, I guess I still have dark jokes, but I had some joke about sins, the southern infant. And I was doing it. It was like some pizza shop in my hometown. There was an audience, and one person was really upset. And I go, "What? You don't like the joke?" And they're like, "Our kid died of sins." And I immediately went into when you're starting out, I just went to the oldest, safest material. I'm like, "So I'm broke. Anyone else overdraft?" You know, just go right into it. And then at the end, I went up to him and I apologized. And he was like, "Oh, we're just joking." I was like, that's the worst heckle ever.
Oh, that's so mean.
But I stopped doing that kind of joke afterwards. I was like, it's fine to do those kind of jokes, but you have to be prepared.
Right.
I was not prepared. Like, I don't want to upset people like that, so I just stopped.
Someone who lost a kid.
Right, so I was like, I can't do those jokes.
Don't, like, I'm not against someone doing that. Like, that's like Anthony
No,
Jeselnik
of course.
has a shit ton of jokes like that.
Of course, yeah.
They're great. People enjoy it. It's not bad. It's not bad comedy. It's like, but at least with a guy like Jeselnik, you should know what you're getting into. And
Right.
don't try to pretend there's something wrong with what he's saying, but all these other people don't have a problem. Like,
Right,
it's
exactly.
a taste thing.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, it's like,
But when you start out, no one knows who, no one knew who I was.
Of
I
course.
had a pizza shop in Bloomington, Indiana.
that's why it's so dangerous.
Yeah.
That's what, like, the only way they're going to find out that's the kind of stuff you do is if you take those risks and do that kind of stuff and get in trouble.
You gotta do it.
Yeah.
You gotta get in trouble.
Yeah.
I mean, thank God I started before people film stuff. I said the
How many years you in now?
17.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
great. That's
Yeah.
great.
I said
Yeah, you-
horrible shit. It's not offensive.
But you got in. I think the filming thing is fucking strange, right? Because some people want to get filmed because you can get some clips,
Right.
like interacting with the audience.
Right.
But it's like you have to have an opportunity to work out stuff.
Of course, yeah.
Because there's times when you're on stage and you're saying things and you have a new bit and you don't know where you're taking it while you're taking it
Of
there.
course, yeah. And you have to that's why when they looped the Louis thing,
Yeah.
it was any comic who would criticize them should lose their comedian badge right away.
They
Yeah,
have to
like,
me, yeah.
if you release something when they weren't planning right, it doesn't matter what they said. You're at fault for releasing something.
Well, it's obviously as an audience member that released it, but the comics that criticized him, like, hey man, fuck you. Like you pretend. First of all, the guy didn't do comedy for 10 months,
Yeah,
and then second, the stuff that he was saying, if you know him and you know his act, and I guarantee you fucking do, because a lot of those people are just haters.
yeah.
If you know him, given enough time, he would make that horrible premise really fucking funny.
Frankly, it was pretty funny then.
Pretty funny then. It was horrible to say, like, push the fat kid in front of you.
But it's funny.
But you don't think there would be layers upon layers that would make
Right.
that joke brilliant in a year if you just let him do it?
And you learn the cushions. Like, he didn't have the
Yes.
cushion. You learn, people like Louis, the great comics, are great at learning how to make a hard work.
Yes.
And he hadn't maybe developed the cushions yet on stage. But there was
he hadn't done
time.
any comedy at all in 10 months.
Yeah,
So
no.
this is like literally the first set he did.
I think anyone who criticized him about that was the kind of comedian who doesn't take risks. Because if you take any risks, you wouldn't want stuff to be released.
Right, exactly. And if you understand how jokes are developed, like,
Yeah, exactly.
there's too many people that like got into it from something else and they did stand up in the beginning and then they got into it again. They consider themselves stand-ups and then they'll come out and criticize something like this. And you could just shut the fuck up, man. You're not even doing it
Yeah,
right.
you're not. Yeah,
You're not even doing it right. Like you saying that this is bad. Like, come on, man. This is how everybody creates material.
you have to. Yeah, once he puts it on a special, then
Yeah.
you can judge it. Once he decides.
Exactly.
But until then, yeah, work on it. Imagine my Sid show could fit. I probably get some new writing back.
Well, now on Twitter, you've become a hero.
Yeah, but no one knows about it. We bring it up. So for all your listeners.
It's like you've got to have a place where you can fuck around, and that's the problem. because there's things that like you'll start a bit off when you first start writing it, start making it. It's so different than when it finishes.
Yeah.
You got to be able to find that.
And not have people see it. Yeah, not have people see it. Because it's, comedy is like, you want people to see the finished product, but it's embarrassing until then. You're sweating, you're working shit out, you're stumbling, you're bombing. You don't want people to see that part.
Well, it's fun to watch as an audience member, though. One of my favorite things is watching a bit develop.
Yeah.
Watching someone like come up with an initial premise, and maybe they come in the green room, we're all brainstorming, trying to figure out what part is, where's it going to get clunky.
It's interesting. To me, it's all a mystery, like how it develops. Like, I listen to tapes, but when you just keep doing it, it just naturally edits itself. It's an interesting mystery where it naturally forms.
Right. As long as you're not rigid.
Yes. And listen to it.
Yeah, because some people are rigid, and this is a problem that like open micers have in beginning comics, is they started doing a bit a very certain way, so they're kind of comfortable saying it that way, and they're uncomfortable on stage already.
Right.
So they would keep saying it the same way.
That's the death of comedy.
Yeah.
One of the things Louis taught me, or not taught me, but something I understood, but he really articulated, is like the enemy of comedy is motives. Figuring out that once you think you can say it a certain way where it gets a laugh, it's dead. Like if you're relying on to just say it that way.
Right.
And he made it clear, like you really, and he shows it. You really got to think about the emotion behind it, which you forget immediately.
Yeah.
Like I fall into this trap all the time where I figure out a way to say a joke and it gets a laugh.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the minute you're 100% sure it's going to work, that's when it starts dying.
Right. I know what you're saying. Yeah, like it has to. I think what you're saying is it has to be real in your mind at that moment. You can't be just reading a script.
You have to think. Yeah, to me, it's like instead of thinking of like, oh, I'm saying something now that will get a laugh, just try to think of the anger or the sadness or whatever.
Mm-hmm. Right. Why? What is upsetting you or making you laugh hysterically about the subject?
That's why Bill Burr is so great, because it's like he doesn't look like he's trying to get people to laugh. Right. Really angry.
Yeah. But he
funny,
is.
yeah.
He is.
It's
if you talk to Bill in the green room, that's the same guy. Yeah, I fucking told him.
And that's what's hilarious. Just kind of like the fact he's so great at keeping that anger. I don't know if it's an act. I mean, keeping that anger alive through all these shows.
It's not an act.
He's just like, you can call him right now.
Bring up something that annoys. Listen to you, fuck. You know what my favorite is when he's on a podcast with someone and they take themselves seriously. Like he was on with Bill Maher and he was just chewing Bill Maher up, and then he was on Charlemagne the God and he was chewing him up. It's just, I love it. He's the best at that. He's the king. He's amazing. He's the best at like breaking down. Well, yeah, look at you. You know, just breaking you down, and you're like, oh no, he knows me. No, he knows me. He knows me.
No, he's amazing, and I just think his ability to just always be himself on stage, which I think that's the kind of comedy I love.
He has a unique talent for it. A unique talent for anything he's talking about, just being himself.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Yeah, it's so interesting to see how so many people do it differently, but we all have like something in common. And I think one thing that everybody has in common is like what the best ones are really thinking about what they're talking about.
Right.
Really.
And having to care about it. I feel like so many times I'll do a bit and it's not working, and then I realize I don't give a shit.
That's right.
About this thing. I'm saying I need to. If it's important to me, it'll be important to the audience.
Yeah, I have to bail on bits when I'm bored with it.
I know. I don't really care about this.
Yeah, this is. I know there's something. Like people are like, yeah, there's something there. I'm like, I know, but right now I don't give a fuck about it, so I have to leave it alone for a little bit.
If you don't give a fuck about it, they can tell. Right?
Yeah, there's some bits that killed when I first started doing them, and then they got a little flat. And I was like, what is going on here? Oh, I don't care anymore.
You don't care. You don't care, and you know they work. There's no mystery.
Mm-hmm. It's also I didn't find out whatever it is in the bit that makes it a great bit.
Right.
You know, there's sometimes you just can't find a thing that elevates it from an 8. It stays at an 8.
Exactly.
It never hits a 10. Sometimes you gotta trim. Sometimes you keep them in if they make a point, if they're like bizarrely ironic, or there's something about it where you're like, it's worth it, even though it's not the funniest joke. Because little hills and valleys.
With the hour works well. You know,
yeah, with an hour. But sometimes you just gotta set it aside, and then sometimes I'll come back to it. You know, I have like a whole folder that I call orphan babies, and it's all bits that never made it on anything.
That's great to keep a record.
Yeah.
That's a great thing to do.
You have to. 'Cause
That's
I
the hard
forget.
part, forgetting it.
I forget him sometimes. A friend brings him up. Like, what about the hyena thing? Like, I fucking forgot.
I'm like
that.
that.
How does it go?
People bring that up, like, oh yeah, why did I stop doing that joke? And I'll
Yeah,
do it again.
I know. It's weird.
It's stuff like I did an hour, at least an hour, like a couple months ago, and so I'm trying to work out a new hour. It's tough when you have that because there's a lot of jokes you just probably don't care about that much, but you need it in there just for the,
Right.
it's like scaffolding,
Exactly. Right. To keep the bits together so they're coherent sometimes.
But in my head, I'm
I think everybody should have a folder that they just put on. Everybody should write. I mean, I know everybody likes to write on stage, and I get it. And there's some of the greats that write on stage. But if you're listening, if you're not those people, everybody else, you should write.
yeah, because you can go back and not forget them. I have my bookshelf looks like 7. Where he has all the notebooks.
Yeah. That's great.
It's all just, crazy manifestos and jokes.
I think it's like one of the things that I found when I had to do this live special is that I had to really go over my shit, like with a fine tooth comb. So I wound up writing out all my bits that I've done hundreds of times. Write them out exactly, word for word, just drill it into my head. And then I was preparing for this. I was like, I should probably be doing this all the time. Right? I should probably be doing not just when I get ready for a special, but I should probably be doing comedy this way.
I know. It's like whenever I've done late night, I start really analyzing the jokes.
Yeah.
And studying them. And be like, oh, I should, if I did this all the time, I'd be pretty good. I'm like, that word does not work there, but it's just because I'm doing it on late night. So I'm like, but then normally I'm like, whatever.
I know. It's like, it's funny. We have our own schedule. We get to govern ourselves, which is not always the best thing. Because if we were like a prodigy and, you were a violin coach, I'd make you practice all day, bitch.
I know, but you can only technically practice on stage. That's the weird thing. It's like
you can, but you can prepare off stage.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's really important to like write everything out and go back to it, just so you don't lose anything.
You can forget things.
Yeah.
Like, as you get older. I have a bunch of friends that just keep things in their head, and like Duncan, I'm pretty sure he did release this bit, so I could say he might not have fuck. But he's got a great bit about
release my Sid's bit. You can do it.
But I don't know. I think it's he recorded a special, but I don't know if it's on. So I won't say it. But he's got this great Adderall bit. He totally forgot about it. I said, remember that? He goes, how does it go? Like when you say, like, it's, oh my god, that joke's amazing. That's your joke. You forgot it.
You got it. Yeah, it's important to be organized. Yeah,
it's just we govern ourselves, and we're all slackers.
It's a weird job because it's just you. And it's just how even like advice doesn't typically work. Because every comedian, when they give advice, they're really just giving it that works for them.
Right.
And you don't know if it works for your voice or how you. It's also you're just alone. Right. And you have to create your own system.
Yeah. Advice, as long as it's not rigid, is really good. Because you really can't tell people how to do things.
No. And if anything, I mean, there's some good advice. I mean, when I was starting out, I got a couple, look around the audience, keep the mic out of it.
Oh, yeah, standard stuff.
But, like, once you get into real advice, I don't know. I think it just gets in your head for the most part,
Sometimes it's good and sometimes it's terrible.
Yeah.
I got a lot of terrible advice when I first started out.
What's a good advice?
Good advice is write a lot. Listen to your recordings. That was one thing. This guy, Mike Donovan. I got real lucky that I started out in Boston in the 80s. It was like there was all these local headliners that were awesome. I mean, world class, but they were local. They stayed local. And one of them was this guy, Mike Donovan. And Mike Donovan, he always had this is back in the day when you had cassette recorders that were big, like a fucking box of cigars. And he would sit it on the thing and press record when he went on stage. He goes, oh my God, you never know. He goes, you might have a new tagline in that moment. That's crazy. And then you'll forget about it if you don't listen. And that was some of the best advice I'd ever heard.
He was like the first comic recording his sets.
He was just a smart dude, and he just figured out that you got to do that.
Yeah, I think like that advice is great. Like definitely writing a lot and definitely listen to your sets is so important because there's so many comics who go up all the time, but they're delusional and they don't get better because you're not like realizing that it's not working.
You got to analyze yourself like a hater.
Exactly. But stuff about how to say shit, all that, I just feel, or like your style, some of that, I feel like you're kind of alone a little.
100%. Because, like, imagine someone like Bill Burr trying to give advice to Mitch Hedberg.
Yeah.
How do you
Just fucking yell a bit. Get mad. Get mad. Get mad. Think about it. What the fuck? Get mad about the rice.
Yeah.
Get mad that there's so many rice.
Yeah, I mean, at a certain point in time, that's one of the cool. I've been thinking about doing this for quite a while now. We've talked about it, and I think we're going to do it. And what I want to do is have, outside of podcasts, to just have an interview with headliners when they come into town and tell me about what happened. Tell me about your journey. What was your first open mic? What was it like? How'd you feel? How'd you get started? Did someone influence you? Did someone ask you to do it? What were your first road gigs? Just not a podcast where, like, it'd be me talking about my stories, but just like, I just want to know 100% an interview.
Right.
A conversation, but an interview. And just, so that it's archived for comics. Because you remember, like, when you were starting, 17 years ago, right? You could get a couple of books. There was a few books. Richard Belzer had a book on stand-up, but it was kind of like tongue-in-cheek.
Right. The comedy Bible.
Yeah. There was nothing written by anybody who was really good.
No.
So that was part of the problem. And Belzer was good, but nothing written by, like, a George Carlin or Richard Pryor or a Lenny Bruce.
It's never advice from the great. It's always some weird person, some, like,
kind of grifty.
Yeah, it's grifty. And someone who's like, what? You're not a comedian.
Well, we thought about doing that at the store back in the day. We were talking about doing comedy classes where, a comic, like a headliner, would come in. And I know Ari did this quite a few times. Ari did it in Phoenix when I was there. He set up, like, a seminar for free for all the local comics. Told them, this is how you get a manager. This is how you get an agent. This is how you get stage time. This is what you should do to organize your set. And fucking amazing resource for free. He did it for like 2.5 hours. So Ari was doing that for a while. But there's nothing like that for comics coming up. Everybody has to learn from the people at the clubs.
Yeah. No, that's a good. I would love to hear that.
Because if you could start out now, and you can go on YouTube. First of all, you have access to everything. Red Fox, Rodney Dangerfield, fucking everything that's ever been is online. Lenny Bruce. You watch Lenny Bruce recordings right now.
Yeah.
It was impossible to find that shit when you started. Impossible.
Still impossible to understand.
Yeah, a lot of it, right?
It was like different time when saying Yiddish was really hip.
Right. Lenny,
the Michigan guys on the street.
Well, the thing about Lenny was that no one had ever talked like that publicly. Right. So this was a totally unique thing that you have to take in the context of 1963.
Some of the most groundbreaking stuff feels the most dated later because it is so groundbreaking. Everyone, the model changed.
The whole world changed the way they think about things, and then talking about things openly the way he did became normal.
Right.
So he's doing normal things to us.
But it seemed, it's like the musical Oklahoma seems like such a standard thing.
Right.
But at the time, it was super experimental. It was the first one where they had not a chorus on stage right away, or someone singing, and a narrative, like musicals before that were reviews, and I switched to musicals. Go back to comedy.
No, musicals are cool.
I love musicals, but it was groundbreaking at the time.
Right.
A narrative story. Most shit before that was like reviews, and they broke a lot of rules. But now it's just Oklahoma. You know, it was like an experimental thing.
Like The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah.
The Wizard of Oz was monumental. Like, it was something that everybody saw. It was one movie that you would guarantee everybody you talked to had seen The Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. No, it is the most watched movie. I read a book about the making recently. Interesting. Yeah. Did you know that? So Judy Garland was wrote by a lot of little people on the movie. It's like a whole thing she got wrote. And I read it. Apparently they were mad. All the little people were very drunk and wild, and they were mad because apparently they're getting paid less than Toto, the dog.
Whoa.
So the hierarchy on Wizard of Oz is like the dog, little people, and the women at the bottom, And they were like groping ones. You couldn't say anything about it. Wow. It's insane. I wish they could make a movie.
That's also what year was that?
1930.
Bro, people were savages back then.
They were
savages.
Oh, he slapped the director, Victor Fleming, slapped Judy Garland in the face during this thing. Just slapped her because she couldn't keep a straight face.
Oh my god.
Oh no, it was in that movie. I wish they could make a movie about the making of Wizard of Oz, and they would show like the beauty of the movie, but also how horrible behind the scenes were.
Right.
Because you had the witch caught on fire. and literally like lost feeling in her hand at one point. And then they forced her to go back to Margaret, what's her name? They forced her to go back to work the next day, and she was in the hospital. The original guy playing the hitman got really sick because the paint they were using. He ended up in the hospital. They just replaced him immediately. Yeah, he got really sick. Yeah, no, it's like who's that?
Oh, that makes sense. Like, what the fuck is that stuff they put on his skin?
There's no regulations. They're just like, let's try
Also,
this.
they had just got done with, like, think about it, that was like thalidomide babies back then, right?
Yeah.
Or that was actually later. Thalidomide babies, wasn't that like in the 60s? But they had the girls that developed cancer because they were using the loom for the watches.
Right.
So that what was that
Got
called?
the radium girls?
Radium girls, yeah. There was horrific holes in their face and shit. Their tongues would rot out of their mouths.
It was zero.
Nobody told them anything because it was like the tip of their brush because they were doing these very delicate loom dials on watches.
No, that no one gave a shit. And in the Hollywood, there was no like the stars didn't have like some of the stars were beginning to have power, but Judy Garland, she was just treated like she was owned by them. You know what I mean?
Right.
Like a slap. Imagine the doctor like trying to slap like Emma Stone.
Crazy. It's just crazy to think that wasn't that long ago.
I know, and it's what the Holocaust also
But isn't it
happened.
kind of like watching tape and listening to tape as a comic? Because you don't know how bad you suck until you see it. And people didn't know how bad like that kind of behavior was until you see it. Like, go to what the old James Cagney movies. He'd smack his girlfriend right in the face, and he was the hero. And then they kiss each other.
It's all every nuts. I love watching old stuff to see like the problematic parts. I just find it like really funny.
You ever see the one where it's like an old Western and the guy is spanking his wife, and the kid comes along and says, "Do you I know why you're spanking mommy. It's because you love her." And then he's like, "That's right, son." It's so nuts. Like, the woman is over the guy's knees, and he's spanking her.
It's out of love, you know. That's insane.
Yeah. This is like something that someone thought you could pass off in a movie. I mean, that's how confused we were about narratives and about reality. And
well, every 80s movie, like, people are like, you got to watch
here it is. Look at this.
Oh my God.
It's John Wayne.
Oh my God.
Thanks. Yeah, he's beating it. This is not the one where the guy, the wife, I mean, he's beating her with a piece of metal. And what a great show.
Oh my God.
What a great movie.
I love when
For
they
the whole
give him
family.
the weapon to use.
Yeah.
You're like, thank you.
Yeah, normal. Yeah, normal. Beat her with a weapon. Don't use your hand. What if your hand gets hurt?
Well, every 80s movie, they're like, you got to watch this 80s movie. It's a classic. Then you turn it on. It's like 12 nerds gang raping a woman. It's like every 80s comedy is like a prank.
What is this one? And he spanks her too. So he's carrying her away. Look, he's spanking her in front of everybody. Look at them watching. This is so crazy.
It's insane. Not just spanking, but spanking in public.
Not just like he's holding her up in the air while he's
and
spanking.
They're laughing.
Like they think it's wonderful. Look, he's gonna fuck her later.
He
He just drops her.
just laughing.
What the fuck? I've never been so proud. They call it black eyes. And he's got his arm around her. Oh, sweetie, I got the job. What the fuck is that movie about?
We just look evil when we look back in the past. Everyone's just like, slap the spanker.
And by the way, they thought they were so sophisticated because they were comparing themselves to fucking cave people.
Of course, yeah. Well, we change, we move at our own pace.
Right. And so we had to look at the cave painting and go, that is kind of fucked up. You stab that guy with a spear. I remember that. It goes from that to movies and plays, right?
Yeah. Well, we're getting better. It's just slow. My cousin had a bat mitzvah. It was Reformed. That's where you do the whole service in English, and you have to read part of the Bible. Which in conservative you do in Hebrew, but in Reform you do in English.
What is it? Why Reform?
They're just more liberal, more accessible.
Okay.
It's usually like a lesbian rabbi, like eating on her girlfriend's stage and stuff. And there was like the cantor's tuning a guitar, and she had to read a part of the Bible, but Reform do it in English. So this 13-year-old girl had to go on stage in front of everyone and read the selected part. And like, not every part of the Bible holds up. So it was like 300 people, her parents behind her, and she's just on stage. She had to open to the part, and she's just like, when a slave offends you, you cut off his right arm. And then her parents are behind her. They're like, "That's my girl." And then she's like, "But you've offended again. You execute them. These are the laws of how to punish your slaves." And we're all just like in the back.
Is that real cool?
Yeah, or something like that. Yeah, something close to that.
Jesus Christ.
And that's why you do it in Hebrew, so you don't have to.
Just like the
That's why we do it in Hebrew. You don't know what they're talking about.
Well, that was the whole thing about them doing it in Latin, right? Like nobody can speak Latin.
So they could
Take the priest's word for
it
it.
says, "Give me $100 if you give me afterwards."
I think there was a lot of that going on. That's why everybody wanted to kill Martin Luther.
Right. Yeah, the Latin, that was a big con.
Huge con.
Yeah.
Nobody speaks it.
Yeah, only we know what it's saying. The priest is like, "Kid, it's saying to suck my dick right now."
It's nuts. Isn't it nuts that is kind of a dead language? Like you could still learn Latin, but nobody speaks Latin.
No, unless you're getting possessed by the devil.
Yeah.
Don't forget that demographic.
Oh yeah, those folks. They usually talk in tongues. They're not even doing Latin. They're going.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they throw it a little. They don't throw it Latin.
Did they occasionally?
I feel like The Exorcist. I feel like she throws it a little Latin.
She said your mother sucks cocks in hell.
Which, by the way, that
Super
movie,
English.
I don't understand why anyone's scared of that movie. That movie's hilarious.
That's because you're younger than me.
I know. Yeah.
When I was a boy, that movie was fucking terrifying. I saw that movie, I was real young. Like, I probably shouldn't be able to see it. Like, what year did that movie come out?
75?
73. Okay.
Tried to be Rain Man.
So 6.
Yeah, well, you should have seen the movie.
I saw that
anyway.
movie when I was 6. Yeah, my parents let me see all the scary movies.
Look, can I ask you this? Did you at the time? I was talking to them about it back then. Did you believe in the devil? Kinda.
Oh yeah, sure.
Because I'm a Jew. I'm like a heathen Jew, right? We don't believe in the devil. So for me, it just felt like funny.
It's a good fucking movie, man.
But it's just like she's like saying like your mom sucks cocks in hell. That's like to a priest. That's definitively funny.
Well, how about when she fucks herself with the cross?
I just don't. I don't know. It's just like to me,
She
it feels-
said some wild shit while she was doing it too, like fuck my cunt, something like that.
But that's like, I guess back then, the idea of a kid cursing was like,
Oh, it's crazy. Well, this
but
girl.
now it's South Park.
You want to talk about someone that got fucked up from doing a movie? She got really fucked up from doing this. Imagine, okay, you're a young girl and you are literally playing the devil.
Yeah.
Everybody knows you. You're famous now, and
Yeah.
you're famous for being the fucking devil.
That's insane.
So everywhere you go, people are scared of you.
You just see people see you on the street.
You fucked yourself with a crucifix in a movie.
Like 13 people are walking by. Fuck cocks in hell.
Jesus Christ! She probably never heard the end of it, and that was another movie that everybody saw.
Yeah, that was yeah. I love horror movies, but I find that one. It's like I just don't find it. I don't know. I feel like a girl. I mean, at the time, I get her scared. Definitely if you're 6. But I just find it still. It's just like you're telling the priest to go fuck himself. It's just funny.
I get it, but I think it's because we are living in 2024.
We're heathens now.
And all those movies have gone on, and we've learned from those
Right.
movies.
Which is interesting to think that, like, back then, a kid cursing, we were so much more puritanical. That was, like, disturbing. And now it's South Park.
Yeah, it's totally normal.
Yeah.
Now they're sticking things up their butts.
Yeah.
In cartoons. Yeah, it's totally normal now. And that's, again, it's like going back to listen to Lenny Bruce stuff and then trying to listen. He had one joke that comics inadvertently stole. So they didn't realize that they were stealing it, but because it was so brilliant. But it was when homosexuality was illegal back then.
Right.
And he goes, "Pink gay is illegal, Dig. What do they do when they catch you? They put you in jail with a bunch of guys who want to have sex with you." This is a great joke.
He had great jokes.
It just if you went back in time to the 1950s and talked to people, they would think you're a fucking alien. Like, who is this guy? How is he talking so freely about things?
Right. And he did have great jokes. You just gotta get past it. He did.
Yeah.
Monsieur Vinage. But like, he had great jokes. I that book of his is awesome. The one of his transcripts. You look at that.
No.
It's like just
Of the trials?
No, just of the stand.
Oh, the stand-up.
It's awesome. You see it all in like. He had one bit that was like, I love Bill Hicks. He's one of my favorites, but it was similar to Bill Hicks' joke. Not to say Bill Hicks stole from it, but they're just great minds think alike about like, if Jesus came back, would you want to see a cross? Something similar.
Yeah.
And,
Where a bunch of guys had that.
yeah. But he
Yeah.
might have been the first.
Yeah, he probably was the first. I mean, Kinnison had something kind of similar to that too.
I listened to Bill Hicks recently. He got me into comedy. I listened to him on a road trip recently, and he holds up so well. And I think like the people call him preachy. I think they're so wrong. I actually think all his jokes are just good jokes that aren't really preachy for the most part.
See, I don't think it was preachy. Like I don't think Anthony Jeselnik is really offensive.
No,
You know what I'm saying? Like it's a style of comedy. His style of comedy was condescending. I'm smarter than you, and here's some amazing points
Right.
about life. And so I liked it. I liked that.
Hicks, you mean?
Yeah, Hicks. Like when Hicks would talk about things, he would talk about things like, everybody's stupid. Like this is why.
Right.
And I'm telling you how it should be. And
Right.
that's what people didn't like about it. But that was also a great way to get some of those points across. Like there's some points that's really kind of the only way, if you want to deliver it the way he does it, it's really kind of the only way you can do it.
Well, it's also funny to see a crazy person on stage. Just someone who's like, that's
Yeah.
hilarious.
Yeah.
Like he's a funny character. And I do think he has great misdirects, like just great jokes that go beyond like, what ideology he's professing.
You mean Hicks?
Hicks, yeah.
Well, he had brilliant shit about the war.
Yeah.
Like they have sophisticated weapons. How do you know? We check the receipts. They just-
With the whole like, what the Oswald is very realistic.
yeah.
Oswald isn't in it.
Yeah.
He just had great like, I just thought he had just kind of like Woody Allen. I know he loved Woody Allen, like great like misdirects.
Mm-hmm.
And when you listen to it now, a lot of it is kind of what a lot of good comedy is, where you take a hot button issue, but then you just have a joke that's just kind of about something else.
Right.
And that's really a lot of what his stuff is. It just feels like kind of like modern comedy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, he definitely changed a lot of people's idea of comedy because he made it kind of interesting for the first time. He had interesting subjects.
Him and Doug Stanhope definitely were big influences. I loved you too. I loved your. I remember listening back when I listened to comedy albums. That was a different era, I guess.
Oh wow. Yeah.
But I loved your bit about the tiger in the zoo, the
Oh,
monster in the box. I still think about that every time I do the zoo because it always makes the cage look like they could possibly jump out.
Yeah.
Do you remember that bit?
Yeah, I do. I kind of remember it. But I remember the story. These kids threw pine cones at a tiger, and the tigers can jump 14 feet in a 12-foot cage.
Like a little, so
They even put a
this
roof on
cage
it.
is secure unless the tiger gets really mad. But when's that going to happen?
I would have given everything to see the look on their face when that thing touched the top of the bars.
Yeah. They were like,
When the paws hit the bars and the body starts going over, the flood of chemicals that must go into your mind
that's a high.
off the charts.
That's a high.
Probably like nothing else you'll ever
That's like
experience in
a
life.
cold plunge times 10,000.
So it's like undeniable. You're dying right now. Like it's coming for you. It's a 600-pound super predator.
Well, one kid survived, right? I think
One kid survived. I think the kid who threw the pine cones unfortunately survived. I think his buddy got taken out.
Oh, that's how fierce tigers are.
I
I'm
think
not
it's-
going to fuck you up. I'm going to fuck your friend up.
I think his buddy went to help him.
Oh, my God.
I don't know the whole story. I mean, who knows? It was probably just chaos.
But I think about that bit every time I was here. They always make it look like the tiger could jump out. I'm like, why don't you just not make it look like that?
Put a roof on the
Monster
box.
on the box.
The monster in
the
yeah. Why don't you
Um,
have a roof on the box? You have a monster in the city in a box. Put a
We
fucking
don't need
roof
to
on the
make
box.
it look like he can jump out. We don't need.
Also, how expensive is it to put a roof on? Is it that expensive?
I think they want to make it feel like it's free.
Fuck that. It's not free.
No, yeah.
They shouldn't be there. I don't agree with zoos at all.
You don't like zoos?
No, I don't. I used to. I'm a hypocrite because I took my kids to them because I want my kids to be able to see these animals. It's kind of cool to see a 2-year-old staring at a
Yeah.
hippo.
Of
Whoa!
course, yeah.
But the reality is, they're prisons. They're prisons for animals that didn't do anything wrong.
But it's a little different in the sense that their life outside of prison is pretty messed up. They're
But
just getting
it's
killed.
natural.
It is natural.
It's not. They're not all getting killed. They're doing some killing too, which is also unnatural. That you just feed these things that live kill.
I guess the zoo is better for their prey.
It's definitely bad. Well, I used to have a joke about that too. About the only animal that I don't feel bad about in the zoo is giraffes.
They're having a great time.
They don't seem to have any problem with it at all. Like another day with no lions.
Well, it's like, yeah, if that's jail, like freedom of them just getting chased by, like if you were in prison and outside of prison, you could just get eaten any time.
Yeah.
Prison wouldn't look so bad.
Well, as long as they have a big enough enclosure and you can walk around, they don't seem to have any problem with it.
Yeah, it sucks for the predators because they can't like hunt.
Exactly.
And then they always put the tiger like next to the giraffe or the lion just to fuck with them,
Which is so crazy.
It's a little cool.
Can you imagine being a tiger and you're like, I can't believe
Every
it
day,
every
then
day.
you forget because you're a bad memory.
Yeah.
Oh, he's right there. Fuck! What the fuck?
Suckers.
Yeah, they're kind of cruel with them. Put them in different places.
Well, you shouldn't put them there at all.
Yeah,
It's great. The whole thing's crazy.
yeah.
And I get it does protect some endangered species, but boy, I think if we really care about animals, we should put a lot more money into it, and there should be a lot larger spaces, and it shouldn't be anything remotely resembling a zoo.
And it's always weird who gets the big space. I might at the Louisville Zoo, like there's a wolf who just got like fucking like 12 acres, and then snow leopards like in like a little diorama with a cage on it.
It's sick.
Yeah.
The way they do it in Africa is the way to do it. If you really want to go see an animal, you should go on a fucking safari and drive through these areas where they're killing gazelles and they're doing normal lion shit. This is a normal lion in a lion environment, and you drive through it, and it's probably dangerous as shit. Yeah, and keep your fucking windows rolled. You know that lady from the Game of Thrones, one of the video editors from Game of Thrones got killed by a lion in one of those parks.
In the safari?
She rolled her window down, and she was leaning out to take a photo or something. The cat reached in and grabbed her.
Oh, God. I saw one of those videos with the people in the car, and like one of the I think it was a tiger, not a tiger, I forgot, but it was a lion coming up to the car, and they're looking at it, and the lion just opened the door. Like it just put his foot on the door to open. They're like,
Lock the fucking door, man. Imagine a little skinny ass piece of window that you can put your head through easy. Yeah, and there's a lion right outside of it. He can put his head through it easily.
Yeah,
He doesn't know, but if he just fucking smashes his head, it'll go right through that thing. He's a lion.
He just like crazy that day.
If he just decides to pop it with his paw, it's just gonna burst.
Well, that's what's crazy about the tiger who killed the kid. It's like they were like, he can't get out unless he's really wants to. Like, don't protect it from him really wanting to as well.
But they didn't have the proper height fence.
Yeah.
Not only did they not have a roof on it, the fence was 2 feet shy of what a tiger can jump over.
That's what they were a 3-foot wall.
What?
No.
Leaping over a 3-foot wall and out of its enclosure? No.
They might have misunderstood when they wrote this article, but that's what they said.
I don't think that's correct. I'm almost positive. I'm almost positive that it was 14 feet long. Oh, the wall was 1.2 meters, 4 feet shorter than the recommended minimum.
But it wasn't. It was more than 3 feet.
I think it was 12 feet.
That'd be hilarious with actually 3 feet. I'm like, whoa, what's the problem?
That's crazy that it's 4 foot shy.
I'm reading multiple articles. This was also weird. I thought it happened in 2011. This was 2008, so.
Maybe it's more than one of those.
This was the same person that died in both articles.
Oh, how weird.
They're trying to say they're on drugs. It's like,
So you guys were
doesn't mean they deserve to die.
1 meter, 3 foot wall. That's so crazy. I could jump a 3 foot wall.
Yeah.
That's not real.
I could try.
There's
I
no
could get you on
way.
the third try.
Yeah, you could probably at least get over the top of it. There's no way it was. There's no way that's this tall. That's crazy.
That would be hilarious. They just made it 3 feet. They're like, he doesn't,
What does that one say? Bro, that's pretty high. It says, the new glass wall makes it 19 feet. But it looks current wall used to be 12 feet. So that's where it was, and the tiger jumped over that. And now they gave him an extra 5 feet. Fuck that place.
It
Look how
it
or 7.
made that jump on the distance.
It looks like it's built to have that tiger jump off that top part onto the thing. It's like it's built so he can jump out.
Did they say the tiger jumped from the bottom or the tiger jumped from that top part?
The articles I was reading when it first happened, they weren't sure what the fuck happened. They were like, it doesn't make sense that it happened. They were like, someone must have helped it.
What? That's them covering their ass.
It is a little bit of that.
That's them covering their ass. They know exactly what happened. There was eyewitnesses. People saw it happen.
Also, who could have helped it?
Yeah. So that's what it looked like? Oh my God. I almost over the top of that.
That's the 3 foot fence, I think, that they were saying.
Exactly.
Wait, so if they're throwing pine, is this the pine cone thing? Or the
Yeah.
So it had to be below if they're throwing pine cones.
No, it could be over there. They could throw it over the ridge.
You think it got all the way to the...
Yeah, you could throw it at that. That's not that far. No. That looks like 15 yards max. Let me see that again. Let me see that photo again. Yeah, that doesn't look that
Yes, you can.
It's probably a big jump for a cat. I don't know if he made the jump. I think he made the jump from the bottom.
Yeah, the one that was confusing said that it was basically in these bushes when they were standing on this rail throwing shit at it, and they got too close and found out like it was going way closer than they thought.
That's not what I heard.
I know.
I don't know. What I had heard was the thing was over there. They were continuing to throw things at it, and it came towards them and jumped over the wall, which only makes sense. Eyewitness accounts, statements from the time.
Here's already my confusion. This is from 2011, and those last two articles were 2000.
Well, maybe they didn't release the whole story until 2011. Yeah, there it is. Okay. So it's a lawsuit. Yeah, they should fucking sue for sure. I mean, definitely you shouldn't throw pine cones at tigers. You're a fucking kid. You're a dumbass kid. That could have been us. If we were both 17 and I dare you to throw a pine cone. Come on, pussy. Just a pine cone. Yeah.
From the bottom of the moat.
To the dry moat to the top of the wall. Wow.
No, that's crazy.
From the bottom of the dry moat. So they got into the bottom of, like I thought. It was at the bottom of the
I
thing.
can't imagine jumping out unless it's provoked. Yeah, but it shouldn't be able to jump out if it's provoked.
Yeah, that's so crazy.
You should have a backup plan for the tiger's emotions.
Yeah, also, why don't you have guards to make sure that someone doesn't do something like that?
Tiger can't get out as long as it's the tiger's chill.
Wow, followed someone's blood trail for about 300 yards where it resumed attacks. Oh my God. Photos show blood-smeared asphalt where the tiger apparently dragged Sosa's body. It found the blood trail. The tiger would leave a kill to go after something else unless it were a compelling reason. Oh my God, another victim blaming. The tiger passed exhibits with warthogs, which it ignored as it followed the blood trail of the two brothers to the Terrace Cafe outside the dining area.
This is a real, what are they wearing? What were they wearing?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
That's exactly what it is.
They were high. Or like when a black person gets killed and they try to vilify the black guy. Like he was on drugs. It's kind of like that. They're like, he was high. They shouldn't have provoked him. It's like, you should have a cage where a tiger can't get out on any mood the tiger's in.
Yeah.
Whether he's happy or mad, they should test every mood.
Yeah.
And see if it can jump out in any of the moods.
Also, what if it killed some old lady who was just there with her niece?
Yeah.
Showing her around. And what if, who the fuck knows what could have happened? You're just guessing.
And it didn't even kill the fight. It didn't even kill the guy. It killed the other guy.
I don't know who it killed. Now I'm saying that I'm trying to remember.
But I bet it killed
the younger of the two brothers that were not killed.
Who was the one that threw the pine cones? Were they all throwing them?
Sucks that they know that the tiger was like.
Maybe they were all throwing pine cones. Maybe I heard the story wrong.
Or the tiger was just clearly more annoyed by one of them. Like one of them had a more annoyed face.
It's who the fuck is closest.
Yeah.
Who's closest? Who's going to get taken out first? This thing has never had a chance to take out anything.
Yeah, it's a little.
I mean, the whole reason they exist is they are the cleanup crew for nature. Anything that has a limp, anything that does something stupid, you go walking through the thick grass, that's a wrap. That's what they're there for. They're there for overpopulation. Because they exist around deer.
Yeah, of course.
They exist around a very specific kind of deer. It's called an axis deer, and these deer move like lightning, dude.
Yeah.
You ever see an axis deer?
No, I don't think so.
They fucking they take off like it's crazy because they evolved around tigers.
Right.
So they just explode away so fast.
A lot of times you see those water buffalo, they seem to completely forget about tigers or lions until they jump out, and then they're like, "Oh shit!" and then they run away.
Not that many lions eat water buffaloes.
No.
They're so big, they're too dangerous. You can get a broken jaw, broken leg, they stomp your head, you're dead.
But yeah, I agree that predators, it sucks for them in the zoo, but you never want to have a zoo that's just prey. That would kind of suck.
Reported that her claws were not frayed, suggesting that she made the 12-foot 9-inch leap on her first attempt. Oh my God. Dr. Dunker also reported that there was no disease or signs of trauma on the body other than bullet wounds for the cat. Jesus Christ. Do you know there's one specific tribe of lions in Africa that does hunt water buffalo?
Yeah.
Because they get stranded on an island.
Oh, wow.
The currents change to this river, and these lions got stranded on this island that only has water buffalo.
Oh, wow.
And so the female lions evolved to become much larger than normal female lions. They look like Hulk lions. It's crazy. It's called relentless enemies.
Because they're the hunters.
Yes, the females are the hunters. So they got as big as male lions.
Wow.
So the female hunters are they're jacked too. Like they look freakish because they have to take out water buffalo all the time.
Have you seen the video, the best nature video? I mean, it's like the one with the water buffaloes walking and the lion comes and they like it's like 4 lions and they never go after the big one. It's always like 4 of them after like a baby watermelon,
Right.
Or a wheelchair. So, yeah, and they push him into the water and then a crocodile comes out of the water and grabs the water buffalo, the baby, and then the lions are like having a tug of war with like the crocodile. It's like insane. Have you
I've seen that. Yeah, I've seen that.
But
That's crocodiles are the ultimate thing, crew.
yeah,
You see if you can find that relentless enemies thing, because you got to sit with these female lions. They're always right. Just show it to us. Because these female lions, they don't even look real. They look like CGI lions. They're super jacked.
so the female lions are normally smaller, but they are
Yeah.
the hunters.
They're the hunters. But this this documentary, Relentless Enemies, see if you can find one of the images of the jack. Look at Rue. She's built like she's built like a male.
That's insane.
She's
yeah.
fucking
Those
huge.
arms, huge. Yeah,
Huge. Because
Like
they
a-
have to take out water
she's
buffalo.
like a female bodybuilder.
It's a great documentary though. It's because it's just about nature adapting.
Right.
But look at the size of it. Oh my god. They're so much bigger. And you know, they have to be because these fucking things are ruthless. I mean, water buffalo are huge. Yeah, they're tough as shit. You can hang off them with your claws and they don't even notice it.
Yeah. Every time I punch on them, they don't notice. Like,
Fucking shit life.
have you done this? Have you done safari?
No.
My buddy McCabe, and McCabe, my friend, he did it. And he sent me footage of a lion like killing like a prey.
Right in front of them.
Yeah, he just filmed it. Yeah.
And they're in those open jeeps.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah. Let
What?
that shit up.
What is that? Did you haven't figured out yet that they can get you?
People love. It's like the zoo. They love to have it all open.
Yeah.
They love to just like push it as far as they can.
Bro, I want to be in an Iron Man suit with a chain gun.
Yeah.
One of those chain guns. I do not want to.
I like how you
be-
said Iron Man suit. Like it's a
Yeah.
real thing.
If I had it, I would.
Wait.
It's like
Are those Iron Man suits? What happened? Power went out?
is the video recording? The video is the only thing recording?
Yeah.
Can we keep going or should we stop? Oh, there it goes again.
The hottest day of the year. I know we're on my face. Power, but yeah, I mean, I'll turn everything back on.
Is today the hottest day of the year?
So far, yes. Yeah. So,
Oh God.
we're still recording.
Really? The camera's shut off and on too, though.
I don't know what to tell you. The
Everything's
screen's still on. Cameras are still on.
Okay.
I'm still going.
How hot is it today? God, didn't feel like it.
You ever go at a club with a light?
I don't know what to do. You might want to stop for like 5 minutes to make sure this doesn't keep happening while we have the opportunity before it fucks up more. I don't know. Your call.
But it's recording, right?
Yeah, but it's flipping 4 or 5 times.
Right. What could possibly happen?
It stops recording.
But it's okay again.
Like, while we have a chance for it to stop, we might want to take a break. That's all.
Okay, we'll take a little pee break. We'll come back, ladies and gentlemen, and not binary folks. Now we're up. Oh, we're just about to complain about the government. Or whoever it is.
They're cracking down on controversial takes
Yeah.
on lines.
It's YouTube, man. They're trying to ban free speech, man. It took 2 hours to get your ghost power up. We got lucky. Oh, okay.
That's privileged.
Is it a brownout? Is this one of them brownouts? Texas has its own grid, which is great until it's not.
I've read the article.
Yeah, it got real close. Apparently, during the cold front, it got real close. They were like 30 minutes away from losing the whole grid.
My best friend from Zach, and he was here during when they had to melt the snow or whatever. So what if it just became like
It was
some
crazy.
crazy surviving thing?
That was the first year we lived here. No one knows how to drive in the snow. It was hilarious.
I don't remember that.
People with Corvettes like spinning around in intersections.
No, he was melting snow. Why was he like they had to melt snow for something? It was
For what?
I don't know. It was like it was like that movie Alive.
Water. They melted snow for water?
It was for water. Yeah, I think the
the pipes froze.
yeah,
Yeah, that makes sense.
it was crazy. Yeah,
Yeah, you gotta have some water, folks.
yeah.
Keep some water in your house. It's a good move. But yeah, if you're in a place that happens like that, and so like if this happens in Boston, they know how to deal with snowy roads. They fix things. It's
Yeah.
easy. They plow.
In the
everything's
South.
back on there.
In anytime it snowed, it all shuts down.
They don't have plows. Like, hey guys, I've been here twice and it snowed. How about buy a fucking plow? You know, have one.
Yeah, I guess it just hasn't happened enough for them to, yeah. But
That's so stupid.
yeah, no, I know. Louisville, I'm from Louisville, Kentucky. Kind of like that. Whenever it snowed, shut down the whole city.
It's funny if you grow up in a place like I grew up in Boston, which is like snow is just normal.
Yeah.
It's just normal. It's part of it's snowing out.
Did you even have like? Did school ever close?
It had to fucking snow
So that
for school to
because
close.
like closing school was such a fun.
Oh yeah,
No,
yeah. We did have them. We did have snow days
Yeah.
because it did fucking snow.
Right.
But in places like there, but just snowing a little, they let you go to school. Go to school.
Was there anything better than a snow day? It was so
No, it's
exciting.
amazing. I had a day off. I think I learned more in snow days than I did any other day.
Of course. And then you'd be like watching the TV waiting for county to be listed. And it's like,
Yeah.
you're like,
Oh, please, I just stay home watch
it
cartoons.
was no greater joy.
Oh, it was wonderful.
And now the snow sucks. We hate it.
Someone should redesign school. School's terrible.
Yeah.
It's just the whole design of getting kids to sit down all day. It's fucking terrible.
We wake them up at like farmer times. Like we wake them up. I used to get up at like 5 in the morning, like I was a farmer.
Yeah.
And your parents would just go back to bed. They're like, okay, just get up. Then they go back to sleep. I'd be on the bus at like 5 in the morning.
Or shit. Terrible for kids.
And then they say we have ADD. We're fucking tired.
Tired and bored.
Yeah.
And this shows this thing you're doing in front of me sucks.
I got back to the Adderall thing, so I got addicted and I ended up,
What did you start off with? How much you did in the beginning?
I think probably like 30 milligrams.
Right away.
Yeah.
Whoa.
I think. It was a
Jamie,
little
you said 20 kept you up for 2 days? Not a user, but 20 was plenty.
It's not like I said user like that. Like I'm not a user like this junk. I like I said I'm not a user.
So you started off with 30s.
Yeah.
Did you start taking it every day or
Yeah.
right away?
Yeah.
Recreationally?
First recreationally, then I got the prescription. So it was FDA approved.
So you did listen to a psychiatrist.
I did listen.
She is a doctor.
Yes, but then I started taking more and having to buy them off the street. And then at one point I couldn't get any. And this kid I knew, this kind of bad seed, I asked if he had it. He had like something he said his uncle made. It was like a synthetic drug. It turned out to be bath salts. I ended up taking them. I was a reader at H&R Block, you know, the tax place.
Mm-hmm.
And I just like basically had this horrible panic meltdown. Like it kicked in and I just thought I was about to die. I remember I called my twin sister. I freaked out. Like, I think I'm about to die. Goodbye. And then I hung up. And then she called back. And she was like, call the ambulance. I called the ambulance. My heart rate was at like 100. Like, I don't know. Probably raised this when you're exercising. But it was faster. It was fast for me. Probably was normal. There was like 190.
Oh my God.
And yeah.
That's red light.
It was crazy. Yeah, I almost died. And then I ended up going to rehab for Adderall, which is kind of embarrassing.
How hard was it to kick?
You know, I weaned off, which was, if you wean off, I think it's okay. Cold turkey is not for me.
So what did you said you were up to 90 a day, so how'd you wean?
You know, it's just 80 1 week.
Really?
I think something like that, yeah.
So were you completely functional when you were on it, or were you out of your mind?
No, I was functional. I was annoying. That was the thing. I was annoying.
Oh, you couldn't stop talking.
Yeah, I got really annoying. And that, it ended up, like, people are just, that's the thing. People think drugs are, you know, I'm not like a crazy person, but I just annoy them.
Right.
And so the intervention was more like, you're really annoying, you're talking about stuff. And then I got off and it was kind of the same. Wasn't that different? And I'm like, no, that's just me.
And you're allowed to work. It's actually a perk.
Yeah, exactly.
It's actually a plus.
But I miss it. I mean, I could never do it again. I miss it. It's my favorite drug. They make you, because I have, like everyone, I have low self-esteem. And when he did it, it made me just write. I just was so productive.
Really?
Yeah, because when I write, I mean, I've gotten better at it now over the years. When I write, you got that voice telling you shit and you can't like move forward. And this, the Adderall, this was before I was doing stand-up in the middle, writing screenplays and stuff. And the Adderall gave me the confidence to just fucking plow through it. It wasn't all good, but some of it was good. You know?
Well, I mean, that's why they were prescribing it to people back in the day when they first came up with it. Like in Nazi Germany, even before they were giving it to the Nazis, you could buy that. What was it called? What is it called? Pervitin? Pervitin?
That's the Hitler speed?
Well, it was the for sale version of methamphetamine that you could buy at drugstores.
Yeah.
And people would just take it. It was like a low dose. It's essentially just like, that's it right there. Kind of real similar to Adderall in a lot of ways. But it was it was methamphetamine.
Oh, right. You just could take it. This is like over the counter, right?
Yeah.
It's not going to have like heroin.
Look at that, methamphetamine hydrochloride.
Oh, man. That's crazy.
So it was a small dose, and people would take it all day long, and it gave them all this energy to get things done. I mean, think about the engineering that was coming out of Germany at the same time.
Yeah,
Kind of nuts.
they were
Man.
focused.
They were fucking dialed in.
He was really focused on that Jew hating. That asshole. That's really focused.
Yeah.
If he wasn't on it, he probably wouldn't have killed it.
Well, if it wasn't on everything, he was on oxycodone, and they were giving him all these crazy animal hormones. He was having them remove animal organs, and they were injecting glands into Hitler's body. He was like, they're practicing on
But here's what I don't get. I've done oxycodone, and when I'm on it, I'm really love it. I love everyone.
it.
He was on it, and he was still hating it. It's like he should have been like, I love the juice. Right? Like the oxycodone should have made him like more lovey-dovey.
Yeah, that's why I was confused too, because I'd always heard that it was meth. Because I knew that there was meth use, and I knew that Hitler liked cocaine, and they used to shoot him up with testosterone too.
And that makes sense.
That makes sense.
You're meth, you're like, we got a problem.
Yeah.
I'm focused. I'm going to commit
Yeah.
to it. But the oxy, it's like when Rush Limbaugh, you found out he was on oxy. He was always so like angry.
Right.
And I feel like if I was on oxy, I'd be like, everything's going to work out.
Bro, he was on. So, yeah.
But where, like the
He
love.
did so much. They think it's part of the reason why he went deaf.
Really?
Yeah.
Rush Limbaugh?
Yeah, there's actually like a thing that happens when you overdose
Oh my
on this.
God.
When you take too much opiates, it just fries your fucking ears.
But why, like, to have all that hate on
Right.
the painkillers? I just don't get. When I'm on painkillers, I love my enemies.
I think it's because you're a nice guy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I like that's good.
I think who you are, like at your core, like why you operate in life, whatever you're taking, whether it's alcohol or pot or whatever, it only enhances that who you are at your core. So if you're like an evil person deep down, but you're covering it, and then you get drunk and you get really vicious with people, those people are probably already vicious inside of them.
Right.
You know?
That's totally
Or if
true.
you're a happy drunk, probably a good guy. And you need a couple of
Right.
drinks to feel loose, and now you're fun, you're having a good time, you're loving, you're hugging everybody.
No, that's a good point. It's like when I used to drink, I would like tell people I love them. Now I'm sober.
Yeah.
I don't tell anyone. Now I'm sober. I'm more sober.
Right.
Like I'm
that's,
just like rigid.
that's the benefit of some drugs, is that they allow you to relax whatever insecurities you have and just be cool with people.
So my girlfriend, she's on like serious blood thinners because she just had a stroke.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Holy shit! Like a couple weeks ago. She's 85. So when we started dating 2.5 years ago, she was about to get open heart surgery. Yeah, like she told me that on our first date.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Is this like something she was born with?
With a congenital heart thing, mitral valve.
Mm-hmm.
She had a mitral valve leak.
Oh, Jesus.
And she found it out. She's 37. And so 4 months into our dating, she got open heart surgery.
Oh my God.
Yeah. And then everything was going well. And then this was like this month. Like, I don't know, maybe a month ago. I'm going to see a screening of my friend's movie. This really great comic with Bella Hagen and funded her own movie. Go see it. We're going to meet. And she called me and she says she can't see out of her left eye. She's on the subway. And we have to like call an ambulance and like rush to the hospital. And like the crazy thing is the ambulance did not take us right away. Like we got in there and they like had to make her fill out her insurance.
Oh my God.
For like 20 minutes.
Oh my God.
That's
so
insane.
great with one eye.
With one eye.
Oh my God. That's
Yeah.
so crazy.
I thought an ambulance just goes.
I thought they go too.
They were like getting the insurance. She's like dying. They're like, what's your group member ID number? And then they finally went and there was no siren. We just had the ambulance without the siren, which
Oh
was
my God.
pointless, And
So ambulance in traffic.
ambulance in traffic. We get to this like ER type place. They think she's having a stroke. We had like a person on TV. It was like Black Mirror. They got like some neurologist who was like on vacation. They brought the TV in, like a TV that she was on the video. The camera was moving around the room looking at people. It was so bizarre. And she said if it's a stroke, she had to go like really intense, like blood thinners for the day. And that they were so intense that she even bumped her head. She could get bleeding in the brain. So they had to observe her for like a day on really, like she couldn't go anywhere. Because if she bled so easily on these blood thinners.
Right. She said to stay put.
Yeah, so they gave it to her. She started bleeding out of her mouth. Right? She had like a cut. She like smiling, like coming out of her mouth. And then the craziest part is, so they had to take her to the ICU to observe her. But we weren't at an ICU. We were at like an ER that didn't have people stay the night. So we had to, even though she was on these blood thinners, because we had to go on them for 4 hours, they had to put her in an ambulance in the rain. And we had to drive to a place where she couldn't move for a day because she got hit.
Oh
Her
my
head
God.
got on the glass.
Oh my
It
God.
was insane. Yeah, it was insane.
A lot of problems with like EMTs and people like that. It's not a problem, but it's part of the job as they get real accustomed to people being fucked up and dying.
I know they seem to be that urgent.
It's kind of crazy. Like I've talked to friends that worked as EMTs, and they have the most morose sense of humor.
Yeah.
And they're so used to people dying, and they tell you stories. They all have PTSD. They're all
Right.
fucked up. They all get the gunshot wounds, and
Yeah.
they all see the
Oh, it's
worst
insane.
shit: car accidents, the
Yeah.
worst shit, motorcycle crashes.
For us, it was like a huge emergency. For them, it's like, that's just a stroke. Her head's intact,
Christ.
whatever.
Oh my God, so crazy.
She can't get it back. She has like a blind spot.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
No way it's coming back, or
She's gotten used to seeing out both eyes. When she closes one eye, there's like this, it's like your forehead would be divided out.
oh,
And I don't think it's going to come back. She's doing great. She's like handling it very well. Yeah, it was sad. We left the hospital after like a couple days. And the saddest part was like we went outside and there was like a sunrise or a sunset. And she's like, it doesn't look very pretty to me.
Oh
Yeah,
no.
it was awful. But she's gotten a lot. I think she can see a lot. She's more adjusted. But I feel so old. I'm like, my girlfriend had a stroke. I got a pastrami sandwich for her there, and I felt like just an old Jewish couple just eating a pastrami sandwich.
After one stroke.
After one of them had a stroke. Like, yeah, take your pastrami. Yeah. But, I never thought in a million years I'd be the healthy
That's the luck of the draw.
It's nice. It evens out. Like when she had open heart surgery, we were both, I make a bit about this, but we were both kind of equally out of breath. We go up subway stairs and we both just be like,
Oh
family.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. But she's doing great. She handled it very well. She's like a better person than me, which is kind of annoying. So even in the hospital, she was like super worried. She was a therapist. She was super worried about like her patients while she was having a stroke.
Oh wow.
It's kind of annoying when people are
That good?
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's the kind of therapist you want.
Yeah.
So she doesn't get jaded by the world.
Not yet.
Therapist, that's another one. I mean, you got to think everyone's out of their fucking mind, because everybody you're talking to is out of their fucking mind.
Oh yeah. She sees people like it's she helps. She's a social worker, therapist, so she helps people that typically can't afford. Like, so it's not white people problem.
Right.
It's like safety planning.
Yeah.
How do I, that kind of stuff.
Right.
It's not like I feel unhappy. It's like your husband beat you. How do we get you out of the house?
Really?
Yeah, she has been intense life. But it's good. It's nice to date because the hardest part about dating someone is their job. They have to tell boring work stories, and you just have to deal with it.
Right.
But her stories are never boring. They're always like insane shit.
I guess that's better.
I mean, it's better than pretending to care about like her friend being mad at her. Whatever.
After a certain point in time, you might look for that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm looking for nonsense talk now.
I like it.
Do you?
I think so. Even when she told me she had about to get open heart surgery. I mean, I
Get
liked
excited.
it. I get excited, but I was like, I'm not. I don't like shy away from
Right.
that stuff.
That's probably a good sign.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, it feels like we've been married for like 25 years now.
Wow. You've gone through a lot, right?
Yeah.
You really learn about someone's going through heart surgery. How
Yeah.
you react to it.
In the hospital when she had it, there's like, have you ever been to the hospital when someone gets surgery?
Mm-hmm.
There's like a giant terminal thing that shows everyone's names, and it says like in the middle if you're in the middle of surgery or not. And then sometimes it just flash canceled. You're like, did that person die? But I think they just like
Canceled the surgery.
Yeah. But yeah, it's intense. But I got a couple good bits out of it, and that's what's important.
Did she get upset that you did bits about it?
No. Maybe she might have been disturbed a little bit at speed. 100%. Well, it's tough. I was in a rut a little, you know. Sometimes you're in a rut with comedy, and then something crazy just keeps
Right.
coming. You know what I mean?
Yeah, the problem is if it involves someone else.
We get it. We get it.
Yeah.
A lot, yeah. Which I get. I mean, she's not a comedian. She doesn't give a like. I just want to be personal.
Right.
I want to bravely disclose all her personal. I want to bravely disclose all her.
How much trouble you're having
This
dealing
is
with her
hard.
open heart.
Yeah, I'm like, very brave for bringing this stuff up about you.
Absolutely. I feel that.
But yeah, no, but she's amazing. And yeah, it's my first like serious relationship. I'm already like serious. I'm already. I went from like
Your first ever like serious one?
like moving in with the person.
Oh wow.
I know I'm like 40.
But you're a comic. It's like it's so hard for comics to just settle down to just staying put and doing things with a person. And
It's
hanging out.
tough.
You're so used to just running from club to club and set to set and meeting your friends, and it just becomes a bizarre lifestyle.
Especially when I moved to New York, I got into the cellar, and at that point, like, it's really hard to date people because you get a lot of spots.
Right.
But,
Yeah, your night times are filled,
yeah, exactly.
and they get mad. You don't have to do a set tonight, but I do.
Yeah, you have to.
I remember when I was dating this girl, I was 25, and she was like, "You don't have to go up tonight." I'm like, "But I do. I suck. I need to get better. There's only one way to do it."
I know, but I am working with like my therapist about realizing that like, you know, I always forget yourself. The person you're in a relationship with is somehow like an enemy of your artistic process. You know, like they're there to stifle you. It's an unhealthy way of thinking. I'm trying to work on.
How did you develop that way of thinking, you think?
I think my mom, though she was great, was like pretty overbearing, like a Jewish mom.
Mm.
She was so kind of like always like overbearing, like always wanting to know what's going on. I think my response was like go in my room and shut people out. And so I think I'm afraid. If you're, you know, she's a Jewish mother, so she just tells you everything to do at all times.
Right.
So I think I've associated intimacy with someone. I can't remember this. My therapist. I'm not smart enough to do this, but I think I associate intimacy with someone trying to stifle me.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
as opposed to like something where you're trying to, you know, be in something.
But that also can happen if you're with someone who has, they don't understand, like they have unreal expectations. They expect you to just quit doing comedy. Like I had a friend, and he was a good comic, and he was dating this woman who wanted him to get a job. And he was doing pretty good. You know, he wasn't like headlining all the places, but he was middling quite a few places.
Yeah.
And like he had some bits that were bangers. He had some good bits, and he could have been a really good comic. And they got divorced a couple years later. Like I ran into him 3 years later. He got divorced. He was trying to do comedy again, but he hadn't done comedy in 3 years. And he lost all of his momentum, and he couldn't get spots, and no one gave a shit, and everybody else had kind of moved on and moved up.
And that's a bad relationship because she doesn't understand him. Or like she thinks like, I think if my girlfriend doesn't think that way, and I sometimes find myself projecting that onto her.
Right.
Because I project like she'll just be like, I'm not comfortable with you doing this joke. And I'm like, quit trying to silence me.
I think the thing was with this guy is that he was in his 30s, and it hadn't happened yet.
Yeah.
And it was one of those, probably the parents, like, what is he doing? What if he doesn't make it? You know?
Right.
Like, have you ever experienced that? I had a girl that I was dating when I was 21, and her father said that, like, what if he doesn't make it? Like that. First of all, I'm fucking 21.
Yeah.
Right? I'm a little kid.
Right.
Leave me alone.
Yeah.
But second of all, like, who knows? Yeah, he's right. Like, who fucking knows? I might not make it, but I'm gonna try. I'm not gonna not try because I might not make it. That's a pussy's way to live life.
Of course. And like, yeah, I mean, you have to like, I don't know. I mean, to me, it's not about making. It's like if you love something, do it, and do it even if you're broke. I mean, to me, I don't believe in like, I don't think of things like having a safety plan. Date a man. I think it's something like don't have a safety plan because you're under falling back on it.
Yeah, that's common.
Yeah.
Don't have a net.
Don't have a net.
You will fall.
I think you just have to, if you love something, like for me, I love comedy, I love like making movies, I'm focused on that.
That's wonderful. But there are guys that are doing open mic nights for 25 fucking years, and they're still terrible.
Yes.
Maybe those guys should move on.
Oh, 100%.
Right. That's what I'm saying.
The question is, are you one of those people?
Right. And at 21, I really didn't know if I was one of those people. But you have to at least give it a chance. And if you're dating someone that doesn't want you to do something wild and take a chance, this is not going to work.
Yeah, it's definitely good especially if you have a kid, I feel like it's definitely good to already have a career of some. Like I have a career. It's not like amazing, but it's a career.
Yeah.
And that helps. Like it's like I am making money. Sometimes. But it's really tough if you don't make money and you get in a relationship, especially if you have a kid.
Oh, if you have a kid and you're starting out as a comic boy, that is a fucking uphill slog.
You're fucked because then you're also selfish now. Like you're selfish and you're taking spots.
Yeah.
When you should be. So that's tough.
Yeah. Well, if you live in the city, at least you can do it when everyone's asleep.
Right.
You know, when I was living in LA, I would do 10 o'clock shows. So I'd be at home, and then everybody's basically going to bed. I'm like, I'm going out. I'm going to go do shows. So I do shows from 9 p.m. on.
That's true. But how was it hard when you first had a kid? Like,
yeah, it's crazy.
That's got to be tough to comedy.
It's crazy. But it's also, you know, the thing is, like, they go to bed early. And as long as you have a spouse that understands what's going on and she's cool with it, you can go out and do sets.
Yes.
But if you're starting out then, and this is like this pipe dream that you have, and you're not making any money doing it, that's a totally different thing. Like I was already a headliner, I was already on television, I was already making money. That's how we make money. I had to go into comedy.
Exactly.
So that's a job, but it's not a dream. You know, it's like if you're chasing a dream and you're 36 and you have 3 kids and you want to quit your job at the accounting company, like yikes, bro.
Now you're kind of being an asshole.
That's also it's like, you better get really fucking good before you quit that job. Like, how are you gonna have the time to get really fucking good?
Yeah, exactly. You want to if you're gonna have a kid, I think we talked about possibility at some point. It's like you want to at least make enough money in your career that if you had a kid, you actually just have to work hard for it, as opposed to getting.
Right, exactly. And it's like there's a lot of people that they have the dream of stand up, but they probably haven't really gone at it 100%.
Yeah, well, that's
and they still have this thing in the back of their head that one day they will, and one day they'll really bear down and really start writing and really start performing more often and going up more than twice a week, and they just don't. And then they get into a situation where I'm like, oh my God, everyone's kind of passed me by, and all the guys I started out with are now working professionals touring the road, and I'm still stuck in LA.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, you have to. I mean, you have to work hard at it. We were talking about if we had a kid. Like I was like talking, and I was like, well, you would, on the weekend I'd be on the road, but during the day, during the week, I'd babysit the kid. And she's like, I don't feel like you're very serious if you're referring to her as babysit. Your own kid.
Yeah, you can't say what you do all day. I babysat. Oh, this kid's mine.
What? It doesn't seem like you're really committed to it. No, babysit the kid.
You have a very clear responsibility, and it's not yours. I'll do your job for you if you want to take a nap. Then you go back to doing
the kid for you.
You do back to being the boss of the kid.
Just pay me $10 an hour.
I said, give me what number to call if anything goes wrong. Yeah, that's hilarious.
But yeah, it's having a kid is scary, but I think it's good.
I think it's good, but it's not good for everybody, and it's not good depending upon what kind of relationship you're in.
Right, you definitely can't do it the same.
Oh my God, I've seen that happen before. Like, what are you doing? Are you crazy? You guys are about to break up now. You're having a kid.
Yeah, that's what that was like.
It's going to keep us together. But yeah, sort of, I guess. Yeah, I mean, you always talk.
I feel like kids break people apart more than
they break some people apart. They bring some people closer. They definitely brought me and my wife closer.
Really?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be a negative thing. It's just like comics look at it as a thief of their time.
I know.
And Louis said it best. He said, you just got to let it change you.
Yeah.
I thought that was really good advice. Because it definitely changes you, and you can't resist it. You just got to be who you are now. You're just a different person now. Now you're a person that's watching babies come out of your wife's body and then grow up and talk to you, and you take them to do things together, and you have fun laughing together. It's like this very strange thing where a life that did not exist now exists.
Right.
And you love it more than anything you've ever loved in your life. You love this person.
And you love it no matter if the kid like telling a boring story. Like it goes beyond, like with your friends, you're like, every story's got to be entertaining, With people you love, it's like, you just love them.
I talk to my kids about the most boring shit. But to them, it's not boring. They like to talk about bands they like and stuff they like. And it's interesting. It's fascinating to watch their little minds grow and the way they interface with the world and see them develop skills and things.
Yeah, all my siblings are kids. They're a lot of fun.
It's time to do it if you're 40.
I know. I keep on acting like I'm rushing. I keep on acting like I'm rushing into things. I'm like, I don't know. It seems so quick. And then I'm like, wait, I'm 40 years old.
Yeah.
I always think I'm rushing into things when it's actually like the last chance, or at least the last chance. We will. It's going to be a little on hold to this trip.
Yeah, I
She's
would
like-
say that's probably what we'll go with.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
She's on blood thinners now. She's like a hemophiliac.
How long
She
does she
changes
have those
her ales. What?
How long does she have to stay on those?
For until they figure out what kind of cost.
Roger Jones is a hemophilia?
Mm-hmm.
Was it?
Yeah.
Jesus, that's a scary one.
I know.
Anybody could just punch you to death.
Yeah. Or
Yeah.
just, yeah. No,
Just give you a bloody nose and bleed out.
yeah, it's crazy.
That's nuts.
Yeah. That's how she was. I mean, she's not like that now, but in the ICU, she's basically yeah.
And so she has to stay on these for how long?
I think they're trying to find out exactly. They still don't know what caused the stroke. Wow. They assume it's something to do with heart surgery.
Makes sense.
Either that or God hates her and just giving her a bunch of shit.
A double whammy to deal with.
But I think it's I think they'll find out. But yeah, hopefully not. I mean, I think you have to get enough of it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I have like six nephews and nieces.
So you've got baby people. That seems like you keep talking about it
A
little bit.
little touch, but also
Little touch of the fever.
but also like not having kids. I don't know. They both have good points and bad points.
For sure. I don't think everybody needs to. But there's a lot of people that have kids that say everybody should have kids. I think you can have a wonderful life without having children. I think it's totally possible. But
For the people who killed their kids, probably should have kids. Everybody should have it.
I read this horrible story about this child prodigy that like the mother trained this child to do it, and then they rebelled at 18 and she killed him.
Oh my God.
Yeah.
Oh, rebelled against the thing.
I mean, I forget, but I got so disturbed by it. I turned the page. But I was reading about this.
But that person shouldn't have had a kid.
Yeah, well, it's not a psychos. Their kid is just a representation of. It's not an individual human being. It's their property. It's them going through life. You will do what I tell you to do. You will be a lawyer. You will be a football player. Whatever the fuck it is. Like,
Well, that's why the other bullshit thing, you act like to make you a better person. That's
not everybody.
That's not true. Yeah.
It's like the oxycodone thing.
Yeah.
Like, who are you?
Exactly. It intensifies. It's actually who you are, but now there's like much bigger moral consequences. Like you can be kind of a dick, but it's not that big of a deal. But then if you have a kid and you're still a dick, now you're like a bad person.
Yeah.
Where before you're just like a dick.
Or you're just exuding excellence in broadcasting.
Yes.
It kind of makes sense why he's so cocky. The guy was like flying high all day. Like a wee brush. Yeah. That's excellence in broadcasting.
Yeah.
That was his thing, right?
Yeah.
Excellence in broadcasting. Rush Limbaugh.
Just never at once just be at peace.
It just made me think too, like this whole idea of conservatives being like buttoned down, sober people, like look at the world clearly. No, your fucking main guy is pilled out of his fucking mind, spouting out nonsense. Obama's from Kenya. We'll be right back.
They're like the real fucking hippies on all these drugs. Yeah.
Well, as long as it's prescribed by a doctor, it's not a drug.
That's how I go, man.
The doctor said. The doctor said. I told the doctor I have an Adderall problem. He gave me a
It
prescription.
is so funny to be like that. I have a real problem. It's just prescribed for you.
That is so wild that they said that to you.
I know. It's insane.
That's so wild. Yeah, well, you need it. You obviously are on it. You shouldn't get off of it because then you could die or something. You could fucking be slow and not as.
It was hard to get off. It was hard to like go back to riding without it.
Yeah.
It's tough, but I had to do it. I can't go back on it now because I have a chain smoke on it, and I quit smoking. And honestly, that's more worrisome. When I took an Adderall, I was just chain smoking.
Yeah, this seems like a lot of coping. A lot of things going on in your head right
Oh
now.
yeah. Oh wait, what do you mean?
It always has a grip on
Yeah.
you. He's like, well, maybe I could go back. But then I'm going to start chain smoking. I don't want to do that, so I'm going to go
All
back.
right, let's do it. Let's relapse right now.
I'm going to start snorting.
Lloyd Bridges from Airplane. Glad day to get back on Adderall.
Yeah, I've avoided those, but I've been curious about Adderall.
Have you never done it?
Nope, never done cocaine, never done Adderall.
So you're not. You do drugs.
Yeah, but when I was a kid, I got very lucky, and not lucky, but one of my friends, his cousin, was addicted to coke, and I watched this guy's life completely fall apart. He was selling coke, and it was like he got bit by a vampire.
Yeah.
Like he was a different person. Like he was real skinny and like looked all gaunt and shit, just coked up all the time. And fucked up.
You're not supposed to use your own supply. Just like a.
Well, He didn't follow the
He
rules.
must follow the code.
I think a lot of them don't follow. It wasn't like a businessman. He was a guy who like got coke and sold some of it.
Such a nerd. But, that's not drug dealer protocol.
I mean, it's from the biggie, the 10 crack commandments.
10 crack commandments. Don't get high off your own
Yeah.
supply.
Yeah.
I did a lot of things. I mean, you see a lot of sunrises.
Oh,
Which
yeah.
is pretty.
That's a good way to look at it.
I've seen way more sunrises now
Right.
than I would have if I didn't do cocaine.
But what about when you were getting up at farmer hours? You saw a lot of sunrises then too.
Yeah, but as a kid, I didn't appreciate it.
So
Like
the
you're a
Adderall
When you're a
keeps you
kid, you're
awake.
never like, oh, well, look how beautiful sunrise.
It's easier to stay awake than just to get up.
Yeah. That's a good point.
Very good
Great
point.
point.
If you're on Adderall, it's way easier to stay up.
It sounds like a profound meaning song.
Yeah.
Like a given line. It's easier.
When I was young, I used to love staying up all night. I used to think it was awesome that I would be going to bed when everybody was running around.
Oh yeah, it is.
It's my favorite thing.
It's a sacred time. I think this comedian friend of mine, great comic back more. He had an awful sleeping schedule. He would literally go to bed at 9 in the morning. And woke up at 5 p.m. to start staying.
Was he a comic?
Yeah.
It's comic life.
Yeah, it's a little too much.
That's a lot.
You need sunlight.
Yeah, every now and then you probably shouldn't do that, but every now and again do it. I don't think it's so bad.
But I like
Yeah,
sunlight.
yeah.
Yeah, I like to,
It's good for you. So you get vitamin D. I stay healthy. But when I was like in my early 20s when I lived in New York, I would stay up all night, all the time.
Really?
Can't go to bed.
Not on cocaine. It's very
No.
impressive. Just high on life.
Playing pool mostly.
Oh, you're a big pool guy?
Yeah, so like I'd go to the clubs, then afterwards go to the pool hall, play pool till 4 o'clock in the morning, go to a diner,
Oh, wow.
get something to eat with my friends. 6 o'clock in the morning, I was hanging out with just complete derelicts,
Uh-huh.
like pool hustlers and crazy people and comics, so it was like no one was normal. And so then it was normal. So if I called someone at 5 o'clock, I said I just woke up, they would think it was funny. So like I was up all night. It was normal. It wasn't like you loser. It
Right.
was like, oh, you're living the crazy young life.
And you liked it.
Oh, it was good times.
I'm
was good
impressed
times.
that you could do that without cocaine. I feel like that's very impressive.
Yeah, but when you're playing pool all night and you're drinking coffee and just hanging out, it's the time. And also, I was so used to it. I didn't have anything to get up for.
Right.
I didn't have a job.
So
So
when you're doing comedy.
yeah, I just started making money doing comedy. So I had enough money that the comedy for the first time in my life was like legitimately paying my bills.
Oh, wow.
Paying my rent. I had a car. Like I was driving around to gigs. I was doing like headliner gigs in Connecticut, New Jersey, like $500 there, $350 there. So every week I was making like a good amount of money, and I was just having a good time.
That's great. I always talk about like the moment where you start making it and you can quit your day job.
Yeah.
That never happened. I would have day jobs and make a little money on comedy, and then the day job would want to fire me because I wasn't there enough. But I'd like, I need this job. I don't make enough in comedy, and then they fire me and I'm like forced to like, focus on comedy.
How many years in did you become a complete professional?
I think like 11.
Oh, wow. So you really did keep a job for. Do you think
Well,
the job
no,
held you back, or do you think it helped you?
No, I only had like shitty like part-time jobs.
Right.
I think around. I started opening for Kathleen Madigan on the road, and that's when I first started having money. And she was great. It was great working with
She's
her.
hilarious.
She's amazing. I really learned from her. She's one of the best. And that's when I first kind of had money when I could actually move to New York. I think I had part-time jobs, and I was just living with my parents and doing comedy on the road, going to like the Looney Bins and shit, taking Greyhounds. I took Greyhounds. It was I paid my tickets.
Nice.
I would take it like an 18-hour Greyhound.
Ooh, I
So,
did that
like,
a couple of times.
It's insane. It
Those
was
trips to a gig are rough.
It's like the DMV on wheels. It's
Yeah.
just the most depressing.
Some weird as fucking people. Like, where are you in normal walks of life other than Walmart?
You're like, yeah, how did you even get on a bus? You're
Yeah.
like, I'm just shit. Like the Greyhound is just like insane. But
Oh, that's where the one guy cut a guy's head off on the Greyhound.
I used to have a bit about it because like other comics, other comics have like the observational airplane material,
Right.
but I wasn't doing well enough to take an airplane. I'd open all my bits with Greyhound.
Oh, wow.
Just got here from the Greyhound. I had a bit about like I was surprised the bus could stop after that. usually they just keep on going and hope the shit works itself out.
That guy, what was he? He's just like schizophrenic or something? He cut some guy's head off that was sitting.
He's schizophrenic. It was a carny.
Canada man who beheaded bus passenger granted freedom.
Oh, yeah.
What?
The Canadian legal system is insane.
Wait, what?
Yeah. He got
He's been granted freedom. Full freedom?
Yeah, no, it's crazy. When you read this, it'll make you like appreciate America.
He was deemed not criminally responsible and received mental health treatment. A review board in Manitoba ordered his discharge without monitoring, saying he did not pose a significant threat. When you behead someone on a bus, aren't you a significant threat?
I just feel like once you beheaded someone, that's it. That's it for you,
Oh my God.
right?
He removed his internal organs.
Yeah, but
Repeatedly stabbed him. Oh my God. The attack began without warnings, alerted by screams from the victim. The driver stopped the bus and fled with the passengers as Mr. Baker continued his attack. He was found not criminally responsible in 2009 for the killing, spent 7 years in treatment in secure wing of a psychiatric hospital. The voice told me I was the third story of the Bible, that I was like the second coming of Jesus, and I was to save people from a space alien attack. He also said he was really sorry for what he did.
It's funny back to back.
It's the best that they took it completely out of context. Generally, I'm not a fan of that. But in this stretch, I put that back up. I like how they talked completely out of context and said, really sorry, in quotes. Not even ...
I was killing to prevent space aliens, but also, my bad.
Are you sorry? I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry. Okay.
There's something about really sorry that's just very funny for them.
Well, it definitely doesn't pose a significant threat to the safety of the public. Imagine if that's your friend. This guy cut your friend's head off and they just let him out.
It's insane. They did a radio lab about this. Like, in America, if you behead someone, that's like the end of your... That's a wrap.
That's right.
As it should be. I feel like once you cut off a head, there's no resuscitating their career. But there, they just like observed him for a little bit.
He believed the victim was an alien. Well, he had his reasons. You hear about the lady in California that smoked weed and she stabbed her boyfriend? She killed him. She stabbed him like 11 times, something crazy. And they deemed her not criminally responsible because she went psychotic. She had a psychotic break.
But here's the thing, was she really sorry?
She was really sorry.
She was really sorry.
Yeah,
she was really sorry.
I think she said really. So
really.
I think we're good.
I feel like that got either another.
I feel like that is one of those moments where I go, okay, if that was a man that did that to a woman and had the same excuse, I do not think anybody would buy it.
No.
Not for a fucking second.
Just to be like,
woman, 108 times. Excuse me. 108 times. Did I say 11?
I said 11.
I meant 108. What the fuck? California, I forgot.
A potent strain of pot.
Yeah, it's
That's a really
potent. It was really potent. Dude, relax. Stop being so judgy. I mean, it's really potent.
Do they have to call it potent?
She went to jail scot-free. She was convicted of involuntary manslaughter. What is the difference between involuntary and I didn't mean to kill him. I only stabbed him 108 times.
Yeah, I guess involuntary is...
Like one time should be attempted murder, and if you actually kill them, it's murder.
What? Yeah, of course.
Right? That's one stab.
Premeditated comes in for murder.
Right. Okay. But wait a minute. Isn't it second-degree murder if it's not premeditated? I think that's what it is.
Yeah.
I think that's a second-degree murder. It is. If you don't mean to. Yeah, manslaughter is an accident.
Isn't it weird that premeditated is worse? Because the other one is kind of like, oh, he can kill at any time without warning, but that should get a lesser sentence.
Yeah,
I feel like that's the scarier one. The premeditated is like, well, at least you might know if he's planning it because he plans it. You know?
I see what you're saying.
But the other one is like,
reasons.
Like the guy on the bus is like, I could kill anyone at any time. And you're like, well, that's not happening.
Although the two were dating, Spector told the outlet she never considered Amelia her official boyfriend and said she told him she no longer had any romantic interest in him 2 days before killing him. Okay. She claimed he was aggressive, intimidating, and had a temper, she told the outlet. So when he encouraged her to hit a ball on the day of the stabbing, she gave into the pressure, then went into a deadly psychosis. Well, I think her alibi is that he was really annoying. He seemed super annoying. He got real loud and yelly.
Yeah, imagine that for a while.
He got super shouty. Fuck that guy.
Imagine a guy doing that.
But also, so we're both accountable. Oh my God. But there's obviously been more attention to my part versus Chad's part. The part where the guy got stabbed 108 times?
It's not,
yeah.
People are focused on me, and I just don't think it's the full story.
Such sexism and bullshit.
I stabbed him 108 times, but like, he also raised his voice. focus on that.
He got shouty.
Yeah, but they're just focusing on the.
And he's scared. Okay? He fucking raised his voice.
Not supposed stabbing someone 111 times to really.
108.
108. That wasn't that much.
Hyperbole.
Although I love how they say potent weed, as if that's the strand. Like you go to the drugstore, they're like, this strand will have you stab your boyfriend.
Months before the fatal encounter, Amelia's roommate also had an extreme reaction after smoking out of the same bong. Goldstein said he suffered hallucinations and fear of death. But that just sounds like you get too high.
That's just what every time you have fucking bong.
Yeah, she only smoked pot less than a half a dozen times prior to the stabbing, her lawyer said, describing her as a naive user. She's naive. Yeah, but just imagine the sex is being reversed. She got really yelly, and I got real nervous. And, I'd only smoked pot like 6 times before that.
Oh, well, then in that case, yeah.
Are you really, really sorry? Well, also, like, what about her part? Well, I guess she was kind of responsible.
It's just funny that they're using weed like it's bath salts or crystal meth.
Exactly.
It was a really strong weed.
31% THC. That's pretty high, son.
But it's like,
because it's caution for high tolerance users only. Yeah, but the problem is the side effects or the effects of marijuana do not match that at all.
No.
It's the opposite.
I think that's on her.
Los Angeles-based dispensary found marijuana flower for sale legally with THC levels as high as 39%. That's even more important. Similar levels were available Friday from a local competitor, but yet no one's running around stabbing people. It's just so crazy that they accepted that. It sounds so nuts. And you talk about victim blaming. Well, what about Chomp? Chomp was really shouting.
Chad? Never mind.
Yeah, his name's Chad.
Never mind.
And that's his name, right? Chad. No, it's not a good name for a guy who got stabbed. Automatically. Unless her name's Karen. Automatically you're going to go, it was Sean? What?
But it's like what we said. Like,
Chad.
Chad.
People don't even care what the guy's fucking name.
Fuck Chad. I mean, like, yeah, that's what we talked about before with the drug brings out the urine side.
Right.
Like, the killing of the stabbing someone 108 times, that's you.
But also, like, how do you keep doing it after you do it 1 or 2? How do you keep?
It's really boring after a while.
That's so crazy. Like, your arm must get tired. You stabbed him 108 times.
Actually, a pretty impressive workout.
She probably, like, hurt herself.
Yeah.
She got hurt, too. What about that?
That's a good point. Yeah.
I couldn't imagine ever seeing those roles reversed. There's no way.
Yeah, I stabbed her 108 times, but here's the thing. She was real naggy,
super shouty,
and pretty high.
Yeah, they're really high, and I don't get that high.
All right, you are.
I only smoked pot 5 or 6 times. That's not like the first time. That's not even like 5 or 6 times is like, you know what weed does? But weed doesn't do that.
It doesn't make you kill people.
No. I mean, you can go crazy though.
You can freak out.
Some people freak out. They really do. But that she must have really despised that guy, and that might have like popped out of her.
That's not
going around with this fucking idiot.
That's in there, not that deep.
Yeah.
It's not like you're just like, fuck,
108 times.
I mean, I've had like, I get anxious on weed.
Yeah, but you don't go around stabbing.
No, I just sit there thinking everyone's gonna hate me and I'm gonna die. I don't like thinking stabbing people.
108 times.
That is excessive.
If you did anything 100 times in your life, you probably meant to do it.
Yeah, it seems like if you hit 108 golf balls, that's what you're trying to do. That's about the max you can do.
Yes, you get pretty fucking tired.
It seems like she was more on Adderall. That amount of stabbing.
That sounds so crazy. I want to know if she was on anything else along with it, because like if you mix like Zoloft with cocaine, it's very dangerous. There's certain things that if you mix stuff with, no bueno.
Really?
Yeah, people lose their fucking marbles.
What's bad with Prozac?
It's a good question. What is bad with Prozac? Let's find out. If you're on Prozac, should you be taking edibles?
No, but
what happens?
Take one every night.
Oh, here's the test. It's fine. For you.
I was looking up.
That's the thing. It's like, what's fine for you is not fine for everybody.
I was looking up NyQuil, and I also take a sleeping pill. I wanted to see if NyQuil.
Here it goes. Okay. You shouldn't take, it may increase your risk for bleeding problems. Oh, a couple of strippers. Make sure your doctor knows if you're also taking other medicines that thin the blood, including non-steroidal anti-inflammatories, like ibuprofen. Well,
I take that all the time.
interacts with monoamine oxidase inhibitors, MLIs, other antidepressants, and blood thinners.
I feel like I'm okay. I can't
So
mix it with
don't
my
take-
girlfriend's medication.
That's saying don't take ayahuasca though.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I'm not really. I don't-
Well, don't do it.
Sorry,
If you're on the Prozac, don't do it.
I'm not.
Because it says non-steroidal anti-inflammatories and MAO inhibitors. And that's one of the ingredients. Serious bleeding, serotonin syndrome.
What's the
Okay.
serious bleeding?
I think it's about the blood thinning stuff.
Oh, really?
Manufacturer Prozac recommends that you avoid drinking and alcohol while taking this drug.
Yeah, I don't drink.
There you go. Alcohol can worsen. Blah, 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 blah. Hey.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good. Just don't take my girlfriend's blood thinners.
Does the Prozac make you kind of speedy at all?
No, I have really bad anxiety, and I was on Paxil for like 10 years, and then I tried to get off of it. And,
What is Paxil? What is that?
it's like it's just an
SSRI?
yeah.
Yeah.
And I got off of like 5 years ago, just weaned off of it, and then like 6 months later, I had the worst panic of my life. I basically was dizzy for like 3 months straight.
Oh, boy.
I had a panic attack at every show, just on stage, every open mic. But not open mic, whatever. I had a panic attack on stage. It was awful. And I was super dizzy. And my psychiatrist said it wasn't even withdrawal.
This is the same one that gave you the Adderall prescription?
Yeah.
No, different one? Are you one of those guys that shops around for different psychiatrists?
Well, that was a little deal. But after I went to rehab, I was like, maybe I should get a different drink. But I had a terrible sickness, and I had to get on something else. So I got on Prozac and helped a little with that.
Is there anything else that helps other than the Prozac? Is there any activities
You
that
don't
help?
have to have my girlfriend, have bore her with having sex for too long. That to make you, what is it? Well, actually, it keeps you from getting it.
Oh.
But I don't have that problem. So I feel okay.
So the Paxil was helping you in a different way than the Prozac is?
I think it was the same thing. I just didn't want to go back on Paxil because Paxil had a lot of weight gain. So I went on Prozac and then gained away. But
And what was the difference in the way you felt on Paxil versus on Prozac?
those of them honestly made me feel kind of like the same, which is just like a somewhat anxious person. The problem was when I was on Paxil, I thought I didn't need it. But the reason I thought I didn't need it was because I was on it. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's the problem with people who get off antidepressants. They're like, well, I don't need it. No, but that's
Right.
because it's working.
Right.
So unless there's like a problem, I don't know. When I got off of it, it was like a nightmare. It was like truly, especially having panic attacks on stage.
Jesus.
It's so shitty because we all get anxiety, but usually I come to believe that anxiety leaves you once you get on stage. Like it's a comfort room.
Right.
And I had lost that. Like had panic, like all throughout a set.
Jesus.
You know? Yeah, it was awful.
Was there anything else you tried that helped that at all?
I tried meditate.
Did that do anything?
It helps a little. Honestly, the thing that helped the most was panic attacks on stage was just continuing to have them to the point where you notice it doesn't destroy the world. Like,
Right.
because I would actually still do okay on stage. Actually, people wouldn't really notice. Like, I'd go off after I got horrible. I don't even notice, which makes you feel more than the fact that you can have it hell in your head and no one notices.
And when you were doing this, were there sometimes you didn't have the hell in your head, or did it happen every time?
I think it happened for those 3 months, like almost every time. I mean, sometimes maybe not. Or if I was doing a long set, like an hour, maybe go away after a while. But I honestly think just having them and then realizing it's not a big deal, we can still do the show, that made it go away. Because I think the worst thing you can do is anxiety. It's like run away from it. Like if you're anxious when you go outside, the worst thing you can do is just not go outside because that like builds. So having, if anyone has panic attacks on stage, just continuing to have that on your brain, that it's not a big deal, that it's not going to destroy you, and then it starts to go away. So now I'm back to that stage. But yeah, it was tough. Like getting off medication was like harsh. I mean, I kind of wish I could.
Do you wish you were on Prozac to begin with? Or do you think that, did something about taking the anti-anxiety medication accentuate it when you got off it?
accentuate that.
Yeah, like the anxiety. Did you have the same level of anxiety before you did Paxil that you had when you got off of it?
I think it was more like, I mean, it's all a mystery, I guess, why exactly, but I think it was more like all this anxiety. It was this giant wave of anxiety that I just happened to have in my life. I just come out with a special, and I was feeling this like, I had this urge to just like create more stuff, and like just, you know that feeling you have where you just want to get out as much stuff because you're gonna die. I had that urge kind of big. I was like, I do the next thing. And then actually the way it started, I was at my brother's place, and I looked in the mirror and I saw these moles on my back, and I was just convinced they were skin cancer. That's how it began. And not like, I always had hypochondria, but this was different. This was like, I knew I was going to die. And then I went to the doctor, and it doesn't look like skin cancer. And then the next day I stood up and was dizzy, and was dizzy for like 3 months straight.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I think it was a wave of anxiety just where I was in my life, but for the first time in 10 years, I didn't have something to mask it, which I think made it more intense. You know what I mean?
How long were you off it for?
About like 4 months, and then I think I still got on the project. Maybe a little more.
So 4 months ago.
Yeah, it was awful. And it was just like, yeah, it was awful.
So did you have that level of anxiety when you were younger?
When I was really young, I had these really bad screaming fits. Like when I was like 8 or 9, I would just suddenly have these moments when it's like, I don't know, this moment just feeling hopeless or something. I just started yelling. And my parents never knew what it was. I actually cut myself. Distracted.
Oh, wow.
And I had those. And I didn't know what it was. And then in college, I also started doing cocaine, which didn't help. And then I had some like really bad kind of anxiety in college. That's why I went on with my passion originally. Yeah. But no, I've always had it.
Damn.
You have anxiety?
No.
That is so funny after this long thing.
No, I mean,
Do you have
we all,
anxiety? You're like,
I can get it sometimes. I can talk myself into it. I can talk myself out of it.
yeah.
I get anxiety about existential threats. Like I get anxiety about war, sometimes like late at night. I get anxiety about like the more I read about history,
Yeah.
and the more I understand, how many times in history society everything was great, everything was fine, and then all of a sudden some terrible event took place, and then we went back to like the Stone Age. Like,
Right.
and this is an imminent threat to life that we look at the goings on in the world as if it's like some plot in a television show that we're watching. You're watching what's happening in Ukraine, you're watching what's happening in Gaza, and you're watching what's happening in Iran, and you're watching all this crazy shit, and it doesn't seem real because it hasn't affected you. But late at night when everyone's asleep, that's when it gets me.
Right.
Yeah, I'd start thinking that this ridiculous life that we live, and all the stupid societal conflicts that we have that are mostly meaningless and nonsense, and that they're accentuated constantly in the news, all the while real people are dying.
Right.
And get like drone suicide bombs. So you can watch them on YouTube.
Well, we're just having a cultural war.
Yeah, I mean, I've seen so many people die on Instagram Reels. So many people get blown up by missiles and blown up by drones, suicide drones slamming into people and detonating them. I watched this guy, some guy, I forget what part of the world it was, but he wore a suicide vest. They tried to stop him, and these guys run, and they grab him, and they all explode. They're trying to stop him from pulling the back, and this bomb goes off. You see just parts of people flying, and like, fuck, man. This is all happening in the world right now. It's just not happening right here.
You're watching it, you're like, for some reason, I'm really anxious right now.
Yeah, I get freaked out, and I start thinking about just how fragile our civilization really is.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Yeah. And we're so soft. We're so accustomed to living this way. We're so, like when the power went off earlier, when we were doing this podcast, what do? We wait for it to come back on.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to fix it. Yeah, I used to have a bit about that. Like when the dumb people outfuck the smart people, and the power just goes off and no one has any idea how to turn it back on again. What do you do? Somebody does it. They do it. But then, what if that guy's dead? Like, do we know? And when do we know? How long after do we figure out the power's not coming back?
Right, it's crazy. The world's just functioning off of just this. No one's really running the ship. It's just a collective thing of functioning.
And we're connected by the most fragile thing we have,
Yeah.
which is the power grid and our computer infrastructure.
Yeah.
All of it can be wiped out in one solar flare.
And we take it so much for granted.
Yeah. So it's the only reason why we're alive. It's 100 degrees outside, and I have a hoodie on.
Right.
You know, I'm super comfortable in here. We have air conditioning. We're fine. We're not
Right.
dying of heat exhaustion. We're not out there dehydrating to death.
Yeah,
We
it's
know
like-
where the water
It's like
is.
we've ignored the fact that nature can't be a threat.
And we're just so vulnerable. And we're so reliant to keep this civilization going the way it is. Like, think about what we've been talking about today. Like, if you go back and watch films from like the 1930s and 1950s, how horrific people treat each other. And over time, because of our access to all these different human beings and how they feel about things, how they discuss things, all that has kind of elevated our discourse and elevated the way we communicate with each other and we interact with each other. We demand more.
Right.
And there's going to be overcompensation and things are going to go back and forth. But generally, it's moving in the right direction. But that's only because all of our needs are met and because there's electricity.
You can go back and
Yeah, so electricity is the thing that changed everything. When you can stay cool and stay warm, you can live in places you shouldn't be living.
yeah,
And then we
should
just
be a hellhole.
cities would be all cities would be a hellhole.
Yeah.
There's no food. No one's growing food. How do you eat? Well, as soon as trucks start coming in, everyone's fucked.
Yeah.
There's
Yeah.
no food. You have
Yeah.
enough food for like a few hours of everybody eating, and then that's it.
Yeah. The Gaza stuff is awful.
It's
It's
horrifying.
created such a, I'm Jewish, obviously. You can tell.
I think you brought that up.
It's been such a complicated, horrible thing, and it's just horrible all around.
It is complicated and horrible, and it's also complicated when you see so much anti-Semitism now, like open anti-Semitism about all Jews, as if there's like this cabal of evil people that are pulling the strings.
I know. I posted. I think I hate Netanyahu. I hate the Israeli government. I think both Gaza and Israel have taken over by extremists.
Right.
But I posted concern for anti-Semitism, and I've been attacked by people. Like, how can you be worried about that when people are dying in Gaza? I'm like, there's two different things.
Yeah, they're both real.
Yeah, they're both real, and I have a right to be concerned. Jews have a right to be a little nervy.
Yeah. So you should my down.
We
I don't
have
know
a
if you
right.
remember.
Yeah, we have a right to get cautious.
But it's also, that's one of the things that, I forget who was talking to us about this. It might have been Jordan Peterson, but it was somebody. And they were saying that it's one of the hallmarks of a civilization's decline. They start blaming things on the Jews.
It is.
It's really common.
Yeah. I
Because
know.
Jews stick together, and, it's a very difficult club to get into,
Well, I think what people have done too is there is an extremist faction in Israel who are like,
Which, by the way, was being protested for months
Yes.
on end before October 2nd.
And what people aren't doing, they're not giving Israel the benefit of a conflicted soul. And a lot of the anti-Zionist propaganda is making you think all of Israel is like that.
Exactly.
But it's no different than another country, like America. It's a conflicted place. There are extremists, and some of them are awful, and Netanyahu has put a lot of them in his government, made a coalition with them. But there's also people who want peace, people who want, Palestinian self-determination.
All human beings
Yeah.
everywhere in the world, there's good people.
It's like if you hated Trump, but then you assume when he was president, everyone in America supported Trump, right?
Right.
If you thought that, it's like,
Right.
it's very dehumanizing to think like real Israel is like just
In support of the genocide in Gaza.
right, and that's
And
the
then you see
Zionist
polls, 65% of people say it's okay to rape Palestinian prisoners. Who did you talk to? Who did you talk to? 65% of who? Who the
Yeah.
fuck is answering that poll?
Yeah.
Hey, let me ask you a couple questions about rape. Who the fuck is answering that? We talking about raping prisoners? I'm all in. By the way, I'm on my way to work. I gotta go.
Well, yeah, it's like there's also there's obviously a lot of horrible shit Israel has done, but a lot of people go beyond that. It's not just like it's fine to be like they don't put civilians in, like they don't think about civilians. I understand their critique, but a lot of people want to make it look like they're like going out of the way to just only kill civilians. They have a goal. It might be bad and reckless.
Yeah, but there's been things like the killing of the 8 workers. Like the Jose Andres people.
Yeah.
Which is seems like they were targeted
I don't know. It's hard to believe the purpose for that.
to keep people from getting food to
really?
the Gaza refugees.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't like.
I don't have a position.
Yeah. I
I'm
don't
just
know.
saying
Yeah.
that's the
Some people think,
accusation is that they knew who those people were.
I think Israel. I don't. It's hard for me to believe that that's what. I do think they want to get rid of Hamas. I think a lot of people have died. It's awful, and I don't think it's worth it, all this at all. But I don't think they're like,
You don't think that some people have a dehumanization way of looking at Palestinians?
yeah,
They do. Yeah. Well, I think that's what you're looking at. You're seeing soldiers rape Palestinian prisoners. You've seen that video?
yeah, no, that camp is awful.
Yeah.
That was awful. Too.
Look, whenever a human being is capable of doing something like that to another human being that they don't even know, we consider that person the other. You got a giant problem, and that's the giant problem, being able to just bomb Gaza into oblivion and kill who knows how many thousands of people. It's almost like the United States' reaction after 9/11. 9/11, the whole world was on our side.
Yeah,
Everybody wanted America to prosper. We can't believe America was attacked. America, this shining beacon of democracy, self-government. No, not America. Then what do? We invade Iraq.
right.
And we killed a million people wind up dying because of our invasion, they think. And then you think about the weapons of mass destruction hoax. It was all bullshit. It was paraded in the media. So it's like that. It's like our overreaction is so horrific. Then everybody hated America.
I agree with that. I do think what Hamas did was so horrific, and they said they're going to keep doing it. It did plant these seeds of hate in Israelis that
No doubt.
even I'm in the position where, like, obviously this war is terrible. I don't think it should happen. But I also think it's a lot to ask people to have something so horrific happen and not at the time to retaliate. So I'm against it. If that makes sense.
I know what you're saying, that people would retaliate. It's the way they're retaliating and the scale of this, which is horrific to people.
But I also, I think there's dehumanization on both sides.
For sure.
And I think,
Well, the only way you can do October 7th is dehumanization.
of course. And I do think people on both sides have tried to demean the other, or trivialize the other person's accountability.
I know, it's crazy that and also people pretending as if they know what actually happened and what the stats are.
Yeah.
They didn't do that. They didn't do this. Are you on the ground?
That's to me saying, like, there's no right then. It's not dehumanization.
All of it is crazy. Like, you don't fucking know what's actually going on. There's a lot of misinformation that's even printed in mainstream media, like the bombing of the hospital.
There's a lot of shit that happened.
That was front page of the New York Times.
There's a lot of shit that happened in the fog of war that people want to know the answer right away.
Uh-huh.
And I know it's hard, but you have to wait sometimes. Like the fog of war, I'm not going to always have the answer right away. I mean, I'm not saying Israel isn't culpable for a lot of things, but you do have to wait. I see people sharing information that's not verified all the time. They just get where you're like, you don't.
Well, that's the hospital bomb.
Yeah, exactly.
That's exactly what that is. And that made it all the way into newspapers.
Exactly. I mean, I think like Netanyahu created a coalition with some really awful people like Smotrich and Ben-Gvir. There are like really Jewish supremacists, real thugs, and I think a lot of anti-Zionists have tried to convince everyone that all of Israel is like that.
Mm.
And I just think, both there needs to be a nice humanization. Just seeing like, suffering in Gaza is horrible and needs to stop, but also like not every Israeli is part of some evil Zionist whatever conspiracy. That's its own inverted form of anti-Semitism.
So Netanyahu was this super pro-military guy. I mean, he was a special forces guy.
Yeah, and he's corrupt, and he has charges against him that he's trying to like weaken the government to prevent from coming through. And he made a coalition with two people who are truly awful, awful people, and that is really almost these people want a theocracy in Israel. You know, they want, but that's not all of Israel. People have protested against that.
So that's my fear when I'm up in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
That this kind of shit is going on. That any minute it could pop off and become a nuclear war.
I mean, that's a legitimate.
It's a legitimate
I don't
fear.
even know if that's anxiety.
Whatever it is, that's, if you ask me if I get anxiety, that's my anxiety.
No, I totally see it.
When I get really freaked out, that's what freaks me out. What freaks me out is that it can pop off at any minute, and then all of a sudden it's September 12th. You know.
Yeah.
But way better, way bigger, way crazier, way scarier, way scarier. And that hasn't happened since 1945, so we assume it's not going to happen again.
Yeah, we had 20 good years, and now we think everything. We had like some good time in the 80s, and now we're like, we can never go back.
Oh, dude, when the wall fell down, it was amazing. There was like a weight lifted off of America. Like everybody, was like, Soviet Union's gone. We don't have to worry about a nuclear war with Russia anymore. And now it's China and Iran, and this and that. And oh my God.
It is like most periods of history, people had kind of a shitty life in a volatile period of history. We really like up till like I guess after Vietnam and maybe to the now till everything's kind of falling apart now. Like there was kind of smooth sailing, I guess, for a little bit, but like
As long as you're in America,
well, yeah, it's not smooth sailing.
Yeah.
People are like the 90s were great.
Yeah.
Rwanda, it was not
Yeah.
smooth sailing. Yeah.
there's a lot of places where it sucked bad.
Well, that's the other thing. But yeah, it's been shitty for. It's always shitty for someone.
That's the things we're not used to it
We're not
happening
used to
right here.
We're very spoiled.
Oh, we're so spoiled. Like the Russians are so much more used to it than us. They lost so many people during World War II.
Oh yeah,
You know,
millions.
well, I'm reading this thing about France. So crazy that during World War I, France lost 25% of its fighting age men, and then during World War II, they lost another 25%.
That's insane. Like your
What
life.
the fuck?
Well, that's the thing. Life was so cheap, and now we feel like life is kind of expensive. And now we're life now,
Yeah.
But it's still so cheap for so many people.
Well, it is in other parts of the world. That's the
Yeah.
thing. It's like we're so used to not being attacked. When
That's
something
right.
like 9/11 does happen, like Pearl Harbor happened, it was 5 hours over the ocean.
I
It's the
know.
only other time we were attacked.
Yeah,
You know, we're so soft.
we are so.
We're soft as baby food.
But we're seeing a lot of violence. I mean, we see everything. We see the guy who shot Trump. You see his head explode on the roof. You see everything.
Everything take that so bro.
That guy trying to shoot Trump.
He was just a guy trying. You don't think he has some help?
No.
No.
I
Do you
don't
think
so.
Lee Harvey Oswald acted alone?
Yeah, I'm not a big conspiracy.
So the Bill Hicks joke, you don't buy into it?
I love the joke,
You love the joke.
but I'm not a big.
Have you ever read into that one?
I read a little, yeah.
You need to read more. That's one you really shouldn't be flipping about. They killed that fucking guy.
But here's the thing with Trump though, like why would he need? So you thought like Biden was trying to take him out?
I don't think it was Biden. I think it could be a number of people that were involved, but it seems at the very least like they were so lax in security that they were inviting something to happen. At the very least, and knowing that that guy was walking around more than 30 minutes before with a rangefinder,
Right.
seeing that guy, he would come back and forth. They observed him multiple times. People were talking about him. They were keeping an eye on him. And this guy gets on the roof with a rifle. He gets off 3 shots.
Well, my thing with a lot of conspiracy theories, it just kind of ignores the incompetence. I feel like incompetence
Sure.
is a real thing. Like,
Incompetence is a real theory. You know it's a real thing. Conspiracies. Those are
yeah,
real too.
some of them are
The
real.
problem with dismissing conspiracies as being just a silly conspiracy theories, that was the whole goal of the Warren Commission report. And that was when
Right.
the term conspiracy theory got into the zeitgeist
Well, I don't
as
dismiss.
a pejorative.
I don't dismiss.
No, you didn't offend. No.
I don't dismiss. There's a huge amount of corruption, horrible things.
Mhm.
I just think a lot of times incompetence just does play a big part, and I do think like there is incompetence and there's like randomness a lot. It's
Some dude had a really good joke about it. He
Yeah.
put up on Instagram. It was very funny. Let's see if I can find. Maybe you can find it, Jamie. He said that it was basically like if I thought they were going to try to assassination attempt, that seems exactly like how the government would do it. Really inefficient. Really, it was like he said it was like the DMV of assassination attempts. I'll find this dude. Who sent that to me?
but it's also. I mean, I guess for me, it's like you also have to like.
You find it?
I saw it recently too.
Fuck, somebody sent it to me. I get too many texts.
Anything can be real, but I also think the idea that he was a lone shooter is not that world is not a crazy world. The idea that we're in a violent place,
No, I'm not saying
everyone has guns.
no, not saying that he wasn't a lone shooter. I think he was a lone shooter. Maybe there was other people shooting at him. I think he was trained. I think somebody got him detonators. He had sophisticated detonators and explosive devices.
It's funny, you're like lone shooter. He trained.
I think someone talked that guy into doing that. I don't think someone talked that guy into doing it. I think it's possible that someone talked that guy into doing that.
Yeah, I mean anything's possible. I'm not like dismissing that. I just think like he's like a school shooter who got political. You know
They
what I
took
mean?
his body away and cremated it 10 days after the assassination. No toxicology report, no public. There's been no press conference about
Mm-hmm.
it. No telling all the details. Here's what we know. They went to the kid's house. He was professionally scrubbed. Didn't have silverware in it.
Right.
There's
I
a
don't know.
phone that was going back and forth because they have bad data. They can track cell phone when they ping. There's a phone going back and forth between the offices of the FBI in Washington D.C. and this kid's house on multiple occasions.
Yeah, I don't know about that. But I don't know.
That's what things do.
You-
Right?
You'd hate me. views. I don't.
No. I
I
wouldn't
don't
hate.
think Epstein.
I would not hate you with your views.
I'm like the opposite of conspiracy theories.
That's interesting. So you think Epstein killed himself?
I'm not saying he definitely killed himself, but I also think it is believable that he is a little depressed at that point.
Certainly.
You know what I mean? That's what
Certainly.
I think. Like the I think the possibility of it not being a conspiracy isn't all. It is sometimes very like plausible.
Sure.
To the point where I don't need if you need to go to a conspiracy. Like
Sometimes.
maybe he got killed, but Epstein was also not in a great place at that point.
True.
You know what I mean? So I could see that both ways.
But then you have to look at the autopsy.
Yeah.
And you have to look at the ligature marks around the base of his neck, which is not really what happens when you hang yourself. When you hang yourself, your weight of your body is what kills you.
Yeah.
So the ligature marks, the strangulation marks are underneath the chin. This was down by his neck, and his neck was actually fractured, which is also indicative of someone getting strangled to death. Dr. Michael Batten, who's that forensic scientist that did that show Autopsy, remember that show on HBO? He examined the autopsy, examined what the results were, and found that the fractures in the neck were indicative of someone being strangled to death.
Wasn't there another coroner who said it was like suicide?
Sure.
That's just
First
one.
one.
Yeah.
First case, it's
Well,
suicide.
why can't we believe that thing?
Well, it seems very convenient that the cameras went out.
Yeah.
It seems very convenient that the people that were on security were asleep. It seems very convenient. All of it seems convenient.
Yeah, no, I'm not saying he didn't get killed.
It seems convenient. The most high-profile defense witness in a very important case that might have been about elites and child pedophilia would probably want to take that.
But also a narcissist who's going to be about to be the most hated person in the world could also, I could see, killing himself.
Sure.
I'm just saying.
Good.
I'm not saying he didn't kill. He could have killed himself. I mean, he could have been killed.
So how long have you been working for the government?
I hate you. I'm not a big. Yeah, I think Oswald acted wrong. I don't know. I'm a believer in incompetence and that everyone is. Well, most people are bad at their job.
Did you ever watch the Zapruder film?
Yeah.
The film of Kennedy's head going back into the left?
Of course.
How do you think that happens when you get shot from behind?
Back at what do you mean?
His head goes back into the left, like you got shot from the front.
I don't.
You never see that was a Hicks
I feel yeah.
back to the left.
But I also think they've tried so long to find the conspiracy for that, and it always kind of comes to dead end. I don't know. I think what Oswald did was.
I like the way you think. You know, you don't want to think about it this way. I like it. I like what you're saying.
Well, to me, I think a lot of conspiracy theorists think like the other person, like I'm naive, right?
Mm-hmm.
But I think it's the opposite. I think like it sometimes can be naive to think there's someone masterminding it.
Right.
Like to me, I think like, and I don't know all the evidence. I'm sure there's all these important stuff, but like to me, I think like sometimes crazy shit happens when you look at it backwards. It doesn't. Yeah, it's crazy that he shot someone from that far at work. You know what I mean?
That's true.
But it's also crazy shit happens, and we also have never seen. A lot of times stuff happens where we've never seen that, like 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
We know it had 2 planes hit a building, but you immediately have people being like, buildings don't fall like that. It's like, this is the first time it's happened.
That's true.
So it's like, we don't always know, like, it's a lot of times something happening that's crazy, but also, like, never happened before that people are like, that's not how it happened. So it's like, how do you know?
That's true. Like planes flying into the buildings, especially buildings that are that tall. That's all true.
And I do think, I've read, with 9/11, there was so much incompetence in the government, the lack of communication between the FBI and the CIA, and I'm a firm, I'm not saying some conspiracies aren't true, definitely, and there's a lot of corruption, but I'm just a firm believer in incompetence.
Incompetence is real, but conspiracies are too.
Some conspiracies are real.
The Lee Harvey Oswald one, when you look into it, it's pretty nutty.
Yeah.
It's pretty nutty. A lot of people heard shots from the grassy knoll. The amount of people that were eyewitnesses that died in mysterious ways is extraordinary. Like off the charts odds. Like that don't make any sense.
But I also do think sometimes the brain finds patterns.
Sure, and also it can kill people. That happens too.
Both.
The thing about the Oswald thing is there's also a lot of evidence that points to the fact that they were trying to come to the conclusion that there was a lone gunman despite the evidence. And one of those is the magic bullet theory. Magic bullet theory is fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. That shit would never fly today.
What does it go through?
It went through Kennedy and then into Connolly, and then they found it in pristine condition on the gurney, and then they attributed that bullet to all these wounds because they had to, because there was only 3 shots supposedly. And in those 3 shots that Oswald was able to get off, they knew one of them hit the back, and they knew one of them was hit Connolly, and one of them blew up his head. Well, they had all different bullets for these things, for these different injuries, but then a guy got hit with a ricochet in the underpass. So they had to account for one of those bullets missing the target and hitting the whatever it is, granite curbstone and banging into this guy's face. The guy had to go to the hospital. They found the curbstone that had been hit with a bullet, and so they knew that a ricochet had hit there. So now they had 2 bullets. They had to have all of these wounds. And so instead of saying, hey, maybe there's more than one person shooting, maybe there's more than this one guy that was in the book depository, all these people said there was shots coming from the grassy knoll. Maybe they were telling the truth.
Right.
Instead of that, they said, no. One bullet went crazy. Went, oh, look, we found it. Here's the bullet.
Right.
All good. And look at the bullet.
All right, I'll give you Oswald.
That bullet.
If you give
Look
me
at that
the
bullet. That bullet. That bullet supposedly went through 2 people, and they found it in that condition on a gurney. If you've ever shot anything with a bullet, you know that's straight horseshit. That's not deformed at all. That's shattered bones. That's nonsense.
But what is the answer? I feel like there's some answer for that, right?
Well, if you read the Warren Commission report, and fucking nobody has, that's also, there's different, like, see the hole in his neck? It's supposed to have gone through his back, through his neck. But in the first autopsy report, that hole in the neck was thought of as an entrance wound. And then when it got to Bethesda, Maryland, then they said it was a tracheotomy hole. There's like a lot of inconsistencies in the Warren Commission report. And if you want to go crazy, read a book called Best Evidence by David Lifton, who's an accountant. Read the entire Warren Commission, went over it, and found all these inconsistencies and said they were just trying to come to this one conclusion. He didn't buy it.
But I'll check it out. But also, like, there can be inconsistencies are also part of incompetence or communicating as well, Chairman.
Inconsistencies, yeah, but
I mean,
they
like, people
seem
having
like
different reports that don't, or even him trying to force something. Like, I mean, like, I just think sometimes, like, the thing has to be, like, nothing's perfect. There's like a lot of, like.
I also don't think Lee Harvey Oswald acted. I think Lee Harvey Oswald was a part of it.
Yeah,
I don't think he acted. I don't think he acted
you think it
alone.
was like the
I think he
CIA?
was the guy that they were pinning it on. Well, he was definitely active with the CIA. He'd gone over to Russia. He married a Russian woman, came back to America. He was doing a lot of weird communist shit. He was involved in a lot of weird stuff that seemed to indicate that he was some sort of intelligence agent.
Yeah,
or at least a patsy, a guy they could pin this on, which is probably what they want.
I'm not denying it that it can happen. I guess that it's a possibility. Just for me, it's just like, usually when there is something a conspiracy, it does get found out.
Yeah, but this is, there was no internet back then, and they didn't even see the Zapruder film until 12 years later. The Zapruder film, nobody even saw it until it was on the Geraldo Rivera show in 1975, and Dick Gregory brought it on.
So you know what I read in the book about Camelot?
Mm-hmm.
That apparently Kennedy was fucking someone at the pool and pulled his groin. Have you read this 2 days beforehand? And he had like a back brace on. And when he got shot twice, right?
He got shot, well, yeah, at least twice. They think 3 times. They think that's one through the back, one through the neck, and one in the head.
But I heard they said, like, because of the back brace, when he got shot the first time, it didn't push him over, so it's kind of like sitting up. Have you heard that?
No,
that
kind of makes sense.
So, like, the back brace almost kept him up with the shot.
Well, yeah, he was all fucked up. He had a lot of, like, real physical problems. He was in constant pain. And he was also a guy that was getting treatment from Dr. Feelgood. Yeah, that's where Dr. Feelgood came from.
My psychiatrist?
Yeah, real similar. Like this one doctor, and I think a lot of that was meth as well. It was a habit of wearing a tightly laced back brace that may have kept him from recoiling to the floor of his car after the assassin's first bullet to the neck, setting him up for the kill shot. The brace was firm. So this is also not the back shot either. There was a shot in the neck that, again, the initial autopsy said was an entrance wound. Yeah, that makes sense. Tightly laced.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And kept him stiff. He was all fucked up, though. He had, like, he portrayed a pain. See, he had, like, some real serious problems. Numerous back surgeries. They hid. It's hard to hide news photos of him walking on crutches before and after one of his numerous back surgeries. It was till 2002 when historian Robert Dallek was allowed access to a collection of documents spanning 1955 to 1963. In 1963, the specifics began to emerge. Peyton, his co-author, neurosurgeon Dr. Justin Dowdy, poured over Dallek's subsequent book, numerous other biographies, and scores of documents and x-rays at the JFK Library in Boston to prepare their paper. So I was taken aback by the depths of Kennedy's pain. He said how long he dealt with the pain despite his short life, how it affected his life. I was able to conceal most of that from the public and certainly from his political adversaries. So I wonder what back surgeries were they doing in 1963? Good Lord.
Gotta be brutal.
Oh, he had scarlet fever at age 2. Spent his teenage years in and out of hospitals with abdominal and joint pain, flu-like symptoms, and extreme weight loss. Age 15, weighed a mere 117 pounds. By the next year, worried he might have leukemia, doctors began regularly checking his blood. So he was all fucked up, man. So he was a sick dude.
But so like sometimes I think there's like
Colitis.
different explanations that like aren't that sexy. Like
Here's not sexy. Look at this. Yesterday, I went through the most harassing experience of my life. An iron tube, 12 inches long, 1 inch diameter, up my ass. My poor, bedraggled rectum. Oh my God, is looking at me very reproachfully these days. Oh my God,
he was great with words.
no, he was
He
fucked
could have been
up.
a comic.
Jesus Christ. So you got a football game, you got tackled from the side, possibly damaging his spinal disc. Again, regularly using a corset brace to stabilize his spine and control his discomfort. So yeah, he was all fucked up.
But it's like there's things like when things don't make sense. There are sometimes an explanation that's like kind of like almost boring or random. It's like the thing with Zapruder. I think it's a Zapruder. The person puts an umbrella up.
Mm-hmm.
Then in Zapruder, there's a guy who has an umbrella up, and it's not raining. And for years, they thought he might have been involved, like signaling.
Mm-hmm.
And they finally find the guy. They bring him in front of everyone, and he's like, "I'm British." And in England, it's a real fuck you when you like raise your umbrella when a car driving by, and he hated Kennedy. They were just doing a fuck you. But then for years, people were like, "Oh, that was part of the signal." I just think. I mean, I'm not saying some conspiracies aren't true. I just think there's sometimes other reasons that get lost.
Yeah,
like
for
that.
sure. Certainly, people look for things that aren't there.
Right.
You know, I've read conspiracies about me. I'm like, this is hilarious.
Well,
It's
you know
weird
they're
when you
not
read
true.
them. But it's weird when you read them about you. And you're like, oh, this is how this works. People just make shit up and they just run with it.
What's the one about you?
Oh, just nonsense. Being handled by the CIA, being a part of the Illuminati, all kinds of stupid shit.
Throwing people off your trail by doing conspiracy theories so people don't realize you're part of the CIA?
Well, they just want to think you're controlled.
Yeah.
They want us to think that at a certain point, someone comes to you and you get controlled. But that's not real.
No.
The reality is no one's in control.
That's the
Right.
To me, that's
Also, the
darkest
reality is MK Ultra was real, and they really were trying to teach people how to kill people. They did it with Charlie Manson.
yeah. I mean, there's definitely real horrible fucked up shit. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying there's not fucked up horrible shit, but I do think no one's really scared of shit, and that's like the really scary thing.
Right.
You
I
know?
think that our idea is that there's this one group of people that all agree with each other. I don't think that's
Yes,
real.
exactly.
I think there's
Collectivism.
competing factions even at the top levels. I think they're always battling with each other.
Yes,
Look, the people in the Navy sometimes don't like the people in the Army. You know what I mean?
exactly.
Like this is the CIA,
The
and
CIA
the
not
FBI.
communicating with the FBI,
Yeah,
and
that's 100% real.
And that's why when people look at all of Israel, isn't
Right,
as
right.
like a Zionist conspiracy, you're now doing that. You're believing this collective thing when really there's so many different types of Israelis. There's extremists, there's racists, and there's peaceniks. There's people who believe in peace. And it's like
Exactly.
I think you always have to be wary of like thinking everything's monolithic.
Absolutely. And I feel like that about the intelligence agencies as well. I feel like, yeah, you want the CIA. You want someone who's paying attention to terrorist plots.
Of course.
You
Yeah.
want them. You want the FBI to be able to investigate when someone's done something horrible.
Yeah,
you
of course.
want those things. You just don't want them out of control. And the problem is absolute power corrupts absolutely. And if some people get into certain positions of power, they use whatever means necessary to maintain it.
I mean, the Nazis had the ultimate conspiracy when they invaded Poland. They like killed a bunch of their own like prisoner of wars and had them dressed as Polish like soldiers and like concocted a whole fake attack by Poland.
Of course.
I mean, it's the ultimate
Hitler
conspiracy.
burned the Reichstag.
Yeah,
Yeah.
she never really did it.
No?
Well, some people actually do think it was the Marxists, but we don't actually know for sure. Yeah,
I thought it was just generally assumed that it was Hitler.
I think there's still some mystery. I think some people. There was one guy who they think might have lit the fire. I forget what his name. I read this in a book, but like Hitler definitely jumped on
Right.
it immediately.
Well, it was a time-old tactic. I mean,
Yeah.
Nero burned Rome.
I know he might have, but I think there's still some mystery about what. Because some people think it might have been someone else, but then he just kind of.
You mean Hitler or Nero?
Hitler.
Nero, you know what else Nero did? When his wife died, he found some slave boy that looked like his wife and had her castrated and paraded her around as his wife. I don't know what he did. Probably did. I mean, imagine he decided you're going to be my wife now. I'm going to chop your dick off and bring you out in public.
Wow.
Yeah,
That kid,
it's a thing. And then the kid, I believe the kid killed himself
Oh, really?
a couple of years later. Yeah, someone find that story. It is a crazy story. He found some slave boy that looked like his wife. And so, you know, back then, you're looking at him at the fucking, on the balcony, you're one of the peasants, and so you know what he knew wasn't his wife anymore. Like, he didn't want anybody to know his wife died, so he decided to make this slave boy look like his
Find a
wife.
woman who looked like his wife?
I don't know, he's
Did he
out
ask
of his
that
fucking...
kid if he had a sister?
Look, this is Nero, dude. This is Caligula. This dude is out of his fucking mind.
Actually, I don't know much about him.
Sporus was a young slave boy whom the Roman Emperor Nero had castrated and married as his empress under his tour of Greece, 66 to 67 CE, allegedly in order for him to play the role of his wife, Poppaea Sabina, who had died the previous year. Ancient historians generally portray this relationship between Nero and Sporus as an abomination. How do you say that name? Suetonius places his account in the Nero-Sporus relationship in his scandalous accounts of Nero's sexual aberrations, between his raping a Vestal virgin and committing incest with his mother. Some think Nero used his marriage to Sporus to assuage the guilt he felt for allegedly kicking his pregnant wife Pompeia to death.
At least hopefully.
Jesus Christ. Dio Cassius, in a more detailed account, writes that Sporus bore an uncanny resemblance to Poppaea and that Nero called Sporus by her name. Oh my God. Oh my God. Wow.
I should make a movie about that kid.
Oh, look at this. Scholars have deduced that Sporus was likely an epithet given to him when his abuse started, considering it to be derived from the Greek word sporus, meaning seed or semen, which may refer to his inability to have children following his castration. What the fuck, dude? Oh my God. How crazy was that guy?
They should make a movie about that kid. That'd be a good movie. From that kid's perspective.
You do like dark things.
That'd be a good movie.
That's the darkest.
First, he has to accept that he may have some girly features. He has to make it a rom-com.
But it's just like, what was society like back then? Because they all had sex with kids.
Fucked a lot of kids.
It was normal for like an intellectual to have a young boy that he would fuck.
I think it was gay to fuck your wife. I think people would be like, I'm going home to my wife. They're like, wait, gay? Go fuck a little boy like us. It was like a gay thing to fuck your wife. Yeah. It was in. Fucking kids was like fashion.
And also, how about the Spartans? The greatest warriors ever. They all fucked each other.
Yeah. Greeks were like very tough and very not homophobic.
They didn't care who they fucked. They were just fucking.
But that was a part of masculinity. Like fucking a guy was masculine. Like you're like, I'm tough.
Hide that
fuck guy.
Imagine that kept going. The guys are just fucking guys today.
Well, in the Nazis, what was the guy who was gay? What was his name? General Rama or whatever his name was. The one part of the original essay that they killed him the night of the long knives.
Oh, really?
He was gay. He was the toughest of the king. There was a bunch of gay people in his division. Yeah.
Well, that's the idea of the Spartans was that you would fight for your lover much harder than you would fight for a friend. So like this man,
really?
Yeah, this man beside you. Not only is he your, he's with you in this war. He's a fellow soldier, but he's also your lover.
So are you saying? I was thinking they wanted to fuck each other. Was it more like the general was like, I need you all to fuck each other?
I think they wanted to fuck each other too.
They wanted to fuck each other.
I think they just got used to fucking guys. I think it's probably one of those, like, guys are so gross. That's the thing about prison, right? There's no women around. We just fuck each other.
Yeah.
Reading further into the sports thing, it gets a little weirder.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, he was already married to someone else after his wife died.
Oh.
Catalina Messalina. And then later married Sporus that year.
Who was said to bear remarkable resemblance to Pompeia.
But then
he took Sporus to Greece and then back to Rome, making Calvia Caspinilia serve as his mistress of wardrobe to Sporus. Nero had earlier married another freedman, Pythagoras, who played the role of Nero's husband. Now Sporus played the role of Nero's wife. What?
yeah, I mean, it's just wild. Nero died before Sporus died too.
Oh my God, he was just wild.
And then Sporus went to somebody else.
As the wife
Because
Poppaea was married to this person before Nero got her, and Nero made them get divorced, took Poppaea, apparently killed her, and then Sporus went back to this guy.
Whoa.
Nymphidius Sabinus.
Oh my God, Nympho, who had persuaded the Praetorian Guard to desert Nero. Nymphidius treated Sporus as a wife and called him Pompeia. So called him Nero's ex-wife, who Nero kicked to death, who he used to be married to. What the fuck? Imagine that poor kid. He's blessed with good genetics. Got a pretty face. Got a pretty face.
By this
You
king.
cut your dick off and just fuck you, and they pass it around.
Talk like my wife.
I'm gonna change your name again, kid.
This is why he killed himself. Because someone else who beat that guy was going to use Sporus as a victim in public entertainment as a recruit.
They're gonna reenact it after all that shit.
Of a rape of someone in the underworld.
The rape of Proserpina. The rape of Proserpina at a gladiator show. Oh my God. So he avoided this public humiliation by committing suicide. So they were going to violently rape him and kill him in a gladiator show.
So he finally gets free of this shit, and they're like, "You want you to read."
we're gonna make you die in a gladiator show.
I guess that's not the first time he did that. He probably knew what was coming, so he probably like, fuck that. I'm not
Right.
going through
He
that.
probably saw so many people get fucked up in gladiator
Why did they feel
shows.
the need to publicly humiliate him? Hasn't he been through that? Why did
Chicken man lies down.
it's just like he's getting a little cocky? What's up?
oh, life back then. I mean, this is the thing. It's like they thought they were pretty progressive, and they're just spanking women
Yeah.
in those stupid movies.
Well, you don't know. Yeah, you don't know. It's
Give me a little hammer and spank her in the ass. Oh, there you go. It's normal.
yeah.
At least
no.
they didn't cut her dick off.
Well, we do move at our own pace, and it's like people act like people suck me and we're awful, but like we don't get better.
We are way better
Yeah.
than those days.
We don't
We're
get
way
better.
better than Nero. If you just read that account
Yeah,
and imagine if
we're
Biden
improving.
did that. Imagine if Biden's wife died, so he found some fucking page that looked like his wife, had him cut his dick off, and brought him to Greece as his wife. He'd be like, this guy's a maniac. This guy's out of his fucking
We're freaked
mind.
out when he sniffs hair.
Yeah,
We're like,
exactly.
you get too close to that hair.
Yeah, look how he's smelling those kids.
Yeah,
Imagine.
oh, that was insane. It was. I mean, it was good to be a king back then. You really could
Yes.
do whatever you
It
wanted.
didn't last long. Eventually
Yeah.
it came for you.
He got what happened to him? He got executed. Or
What happened to Nero? How did he die?
It's no more. So it's like, because of how crazy it's sounding, I'm starting to go like, maybe whoever killed him was just like, we're going to do is smear him, and we're going to make up all this shit about him. It's not maybe accurate, but who's going to fucking...
Right, but the Nero store, that's like a historical record. The store, I took Sporus
I
and
found
did that.
a New Yorker article from 2021 that says, like, how nasty was he really?
How nasty was Nero?
Yes.
Oh my God, Nero apologized. They're going to be writing out about Hitler someday. It was just the oxycodone. It wasn't Hitler.
Yeah, sorry, it was on really good pot, really
Yeah.
potent pot. That made him fucking play.
Hey, that's a
She was.
29%
The
THC.
weed was strong, and he only had taken weed a couple times.
Yeah, you can't fault him for killing all the Jews. He really did think they were evil. But he was tripping balls.
They used to be like, kill 6 million Jews. Well, I was on painkillers.
I was on oxys. Guys,
I was on a lot of
I had a
painkillers.
bad doctor. But Jamie, what were you saying?
After he had sex with his mom, he killed her too. We didn't mention that.
Oh, whoops. Yeah, bad guy. I say bad guy.
Yeah, yeah.
That's pretty safe to say. That's
Yeah.
not a conspiracy.
I'm not into the. I'm not gonna try to.
You can't
There you go with
say
your
incompetence for
conspiracy
that one. I think that guy was probably a really bad guy.
No, that was a bad guy. Yeah. No, he was.
You thought when you were the king, you could do whatever the fuck you wanted, which is part of the problem.
Yeah, that's
There's
the
so
other
much power over people.
I think anyone put in that position was just doing what the fuck they wanted.
You know the Elizabeth Bathory story?
No,
Elizabeth, this is a very
I just know
controversial
that
story
right now.
too.
Don't know that.
This lady apparently, so this is the folklore. There's two different versions of this. So the story that gets handed down is this woman was so evil that she was a serial killer, and she was beautiful when she was young, and as she got older, she would slaughter young maids and put them in a bathtub and bathe in their blood to try to rejuvenate.
I remember this.
Yeah.
You're reading this.
But then the revisionist approach to it was that they accused her of all these things so that they could take her land. And they imprisoned her because she was a royal, so they
Yeah.
imprisoned her under house arrest. They locked her up in a castle. They locked her up in a room in the castle for the rest of her life until she died. And they think that this could be false accusations against her that were so horrific that no one would question them, so that they could take her land.
Oh, so she didn't do it. Or
I don't
we
know.
don't know.
We don't know. I mean, the stories. I mean, if they did smear her with this fake thing, it's a crazy accusation
We
too.
want it to be true. Therefore,
You want to think there's some lady that is so vain and evil that she slaughters all the beautiful young ladies,
yeah.
and that these women started going missing. And it's like, see if you can find that story. It's kind of crazy.
I used to be super into serial killers, like before it was cool.
Oh, why did you start? Who got you first?
Well, first of all, I was really into Kemper, the guy in the Mindhunter series. I was into him before. Now he's like everyone knows. I'm a little disappointed. I was into him.
He's mainstream now. He's sold out.
Back when I was into it, I was creeping people.
It was cool. It's old school days.
My favorite story is Ed Gein. The story that someone came to his house once to like get bar of sugar or some shit. And he came inside and there was a skull that Ed Gein of someone had killed, like on a shelf. And the guy was like, "What the fuck is that?" And Ed Gein, it's like 50s, right? Ed Gein just kind of like freaks out, just lies, and just goes, "Oh, that's a Japanese guy I killed in the war, brought him back." And the other guy's like, "Oh, thank God." For a second, I thought it was something creepy.
Is
Isn't that crazy?
That is crazy. Imagine you could take a Japanese guy's head home with you.
And everyone's just like,
Yeah, it's fine. What's a
Yeah.
Japanese guy? The case of Elizabeth Bathory inspired numerous stories during the 18th and 19th centuries. The most common motif of these works is that the countless bathing in her virgin victims' blood to retain beauty or youth. The legend appeared in print for the first time in 1729 in the Jesuit scholar Laszlo Turokzy, maybe? Tragica Historia was written the first account of the Bathory case. The story came into question in 1817 when the witness accounts, which had surfaced in 1765, were published for the first time. They included no references to bloodbaths in his book Hungary and Transylvania, published in 1850. John Paget describes the supposed origins of Bathory's blood bathing, although his tale seems to be fictionalized recitation of oral history from the area. It's difficult to know how accurate his account of events is. Sadistic pleasure is considered a far more plausible motive for Bathory's crimes. Oh, so they're saying that she did do it. Bathory's been labeled by Guinness Book of World Records the most prolific female murderer, although the number of her victims is debated. So, this is Wikipedia, though? Yeah, I think there was another article that Elizabeth Bathory was, like, Google Elizabeth Bathory was innocent.
This didn't have a link. It's just someone talking about it on Reddit. This is
Was never a serial killer. The myth and stories about her were made up by the Hungarian nobleman who first falsely accused her, then prosecuted her based on false evidence that was mostly hearsay. Later, they got her servants to make proof against her by forcing them to say they saw the killings of young girls while they tortured them. This was because the wild dislike she got in those circles because of how well she treated her Jabagi. I don't know how to translate. Basically, farmers who worked for her on the land, for house, and a portion of what they made, making a bad example. And she was simply kind to commoners, something noblemen just loathed. This also helped them. After she got locked up, they seized her estate.
but she was actually just like a nice person.
Yeah, that seems a little fishy too.
Disappointing, though,
Who fucking knows? It's too many years ago. We don't even know what happened with 1963 with the Kennedy assassination.
Right. I took a bath every day. Not a bloodbath, but a bath.
Baths are nice.
I love them. Yeah, it's like my takes away from my phone and stuff.
Yeah, if you could live 100 years ago, a fucking hot shower is a miracle.
Oh yeah.
A hot shower is a wonderful pleasure. And we just completely take for granted.
Oh,
Sit
yeah.
in that shower like, soap and lather up, wash your feet and wash your face, and your underarms,
Right.
bathe in this preheated warm water. It's wonderful.
We do cold plunges for fun. That's how people had back then.
That's
I
it.
love the cold
Yeah,
plunge.
you want to wash your dirty ass. You're heading at a fucking lake. But hey, dude, it's been really fun talking to you, man. It was a really good time.
Oh,
Thanks for doing this.
Well,
I really enjoyed it.
Can I plug it?
Yeah, plug away. Plug away. What do you got?
This was awesome.
Thank you.
I hope you.
I did. I had a great
Okay.
time. I enjoyed it very much.
Well, definitely check out my special Brave. Came out not too long ago on YouTube called Brave. Also, I just made a movie Oh yeah, there it is.
Dun, dun, dun.
Filmed
Filmed at
at
the
the
cellar.
Comedy Cellar.
Nice. Good
Jason
place to film a
Katz and James
special.
Webb filmed it. Great directors.
Beautiful.
And I also just made a movie. I have we just kind of made the trailer. It's about called Memory Wheel. You do it. I like it dark. And
Memory Wheel.
it's a movie that I made with my brilliant co-director Dan McCabe.
Is it comedy?
No, it's about a caretaker. It's like a 25-minute thriller about a caretaker who was taking care of a guy with dementia. And one day they're listening to like music, and he seems to really like the song. And she's like, "Oh, do you remember that song?" And he's like, "That song was playing the night I strangled Rose." He kind of just says it out of nowhere, and she starts like investigating whether he actually killed someone or not. And yeah, we just filmed it.
In the serial killer?
No, we got a great actor, Robinson, and
Did you think about playing? You did.
well,
That's why you're laughing.
I tell you, at one point, he was talking about killing someone in it, and he was like, he looked a little too upset. And I was like, you gotta look like it's like, not a big deal. Like I was giving him my shield to wisdom. Like you shouldn't be talking about this like it's nothing, you know.
Right.
But he was great, and you can learn about it. And,
Where can someone watch it?
you can watch a trailer now at memoryroommovie.com. We just kind of put it together, and there's also like we went 13,000 over the budget. So if anyone wants to be an investor, go to memoryroommovie.com.
And when will it be available for people to watch?
Well, we're finish editing and then send it to all the film festivals and try to get it. Yeah, I made a movie with Joe List earlier this year. I'm trying to start making more movies. I love movies my whole life, but I've written screenplays with my partner Dan McCabe, who's great writer, and we just finally started like making this and raising money and making it themselves.
Cool. All right, man. Beautiful.
But it was so nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you too, man. It was a lot of fun.
Easy. Yeah.
It was a good time. Enjoy it. All right. Bye, everybody.
Good job, Rogan. Experience.
Drink by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. All day.
What's happening, man? Pleasure to meet you. Nice to meet you, too. It's always so odd when you've seen someone in so many movies that you meet him in real life. Good person. You know? It's strange, isn't it?
Yeah, well, I do have that same thing myself. When I meet somebody that work I dig or whatever, I'm still just the same fan that I was, before I even got into the business. I met Daniel Day-Lewis in a Motel 8 in Conestoga, New York State. A guy saw us and he said, do you mind if I take your photograph? So we went out into the car park of this Motel 8, and this guy took a photograph. And about 7 or 8 months later, a copy of it arrived with us in Australia, and the guy basically just written Russell Crowe, Australia. I sent it to him. So I have a copy of it, and it's a funny thing, it's like I was there. It was the Boxing Hall of Fame. I was there with Angelo Dundee, and he was there with Barry McGreen. Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's awesome.
It was just unexpected, and, it was a cool thing. It was such a nice fellow too.
Daniel Day-Lewis is a real legend because he's one of those guys who just like disappears for a couple of years and makes shoes.
Yeah.
Just a real artist.
Just quirky stuff, and then suddenly comes back with a vengeance and a fury.
Yeah. Yeah,
he's some just have to work for a living. He's probably got independent wealth.
He's just a different kind of human. Any guy who could just walk away like that and just decide to make shoes, like that's the real deal.
So it's pretty special.
Some people try to pretend to be quirky. They try to pretend to be eccentric, and then there's the real thing.
The actual eccentrics.
Yeah, the actual eccentrics are so fascinating to me. And yeah, for a guy like to meet a guy like that, he's one of those odd ones. But you are too. It's like it's always it's interesting to hear from a person that is a guy like you that still feels weird to meet people that are that you've admired their work. I always feel the same way. And I always feel like this is going to go away. And I'm like, nope, Russell Crowe. Oh, wow. I met Dennis Quaid the other day. Same thing. It's like, oh, it's Dennis Quaid. It seems so strange.
I if I was to explain to my childhood self, my 10-year-old self, what was in front of me and the people that I would meet and things that I would experience and the contacts that you have come a long way. But just my little brain just exploded. There's just no way I could have possibly imagined
Right.
this life is going to unfold in front of me.
How could you? I mean, you'd have to be so ambitious. You'd have to have the most crazy expectations possible.
Yeah, and I would, my first thing when I was leaving school was just don't have a boring life. Just don't, find some way of being able to express yourself. My first job out of school, my first official job, was working for an insurance company, commercial union insurance, inputting the details of policies. Oof.
Not up to a great start.
Man, it was a funny thing though, because I learned a lot in my short time there. In the summer before, I worked as a nightclub DJ, and I got fired because I couldn't talk. I was too nervous to talk on the microphone.
Wow.
So after 5 or 6 weeks, they shuffled me off. And the guy really dug what I was playing and how I got the dance floor moving and everything. But he said, I know I need to sell toasted sandwiches, man. You have to sell people in the kitchens something. So, I left school partway through the last year. In New Zealand, they have a different thing. You have a bursary when high school finishes, and in your bursary, if you achieve to a certain degree, you get money towards your university degree. But it was clear to me in that last year, my dad was out of work, and I wasn't going to be able to go to university. We couldn't afford that sort of thing. It only would have cost $3.5 or $4 grand or something like that back in the day, but that was beyond our means as a family. And I started working with this insurance company, and I was the only person in the building of a big insurance company who had actually passed matriculation into university. And the general manager of the company, sat me down to tell me that one day. You're the only person with, the higher school certificate, what they call university entrance in New Zealand, in the building. And I just watched this thing unfold. The coolest dude in the building was this salesman, right? He had a beard and he wore kind of cool sunglasses and everything. And I remember the day he bought a new pair of shoes. And all the girls would go, I've just seen whatever his name is, new shoes, and they're all fluttering over him and stuff like that. And this guy was the best salesman they had, blah, blah, blah. And in the time that I was there, I watched those new shoes get aging and start cracking at the side and stuff like that, because he obviously used them a lot to go walking around talking to people, And just as I was leaving, I overheard a discussion. He was planning on getting some new shoes to get it. And I was like, yeah, definitely don't want to be that. I don't want to be here. I don't want to be that guy.
Yeah. I had a similar situation when I was driving limousines. We were driving limos, and it was one of my jobs I was doing when I was trying to make it as a stand-up comedian. And you would work long hours. Like, if you tried to leave after 8 hours and yell, like they wanted you to work 12, 16 hours a day. And there's just one guy, and he had a Cadillac. And the boss pulls us aside and says, look at this guy. He's got a Cadillac. He makes $60,000 a year, and he doesn't have to bust his ass. He's sitting down all day in a nice car and driving people around. And this could be you too. I was like, I've got to get the fuck out of here. That was my first thought, because I knew that guy was working 16-hour days. That's all he did. All he did was work. And, yeah, he had a nice car. I'm sure he had a nice house. I was like, I gotta get the fuck out. And sometimes people like that are good for you. They're like, the universe puts it in front of you just so you can say, this is a trap.
Yeah, well, it's your example.
Yes. Yeah.
So what do you want, option A or option B?
Did you ever meet anyone who was an actor? Did you know of anyone that made a living doing that? Listen, people, work out to feel good and be healthy, but also to look good. And if you're wondering why you keep working out, you still have a bit of a dad bod going on, it could be because your gut isn't digesting your food properly. Gut health is super important to support your digestion, reduce bloating, keep you regular. AG1 not only contains your daily vitamins and minerals, but it also includes pre and probiotics and other gut benefiting ingredients. There's so much good stuff packed into AG1, and gut health is a huge part of it. And I'm a big fan of that, and I have been for years. On top of digestion, AG1 covers your bases with nutrients that are hard to get in a modern diet. It's all about building a foundation for your whole body health. AG1 isn't just the best. It's a research-backed blend that has what your body needs to function at its best. So try AG1 and get a free bottle of vitamin D3, K2, and 5 free AG1 travel packs with your first purchase at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. That's a $48 value for free if you go to drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Check it out. Seriously, you won't regret it.
Well, all through my life, for sure, because my parents at a certain point in time were caterers on film sets. So that's how I got my first job. So my mom's godfather was a TV producer who's famous in the Australian industry. Not so much anymore because the generations passed. But he was the tightest producer to work with, the cheapest bastard on the block, you know what I mean? And he was famous for that. And I mean, I still know Jack Thompson today. You know, I did a scene with Jack Thompson when I was 6 years old. My first line of dialogue on camera.
Wow.
With him. I made a movie with him playing his son when I was 25 or 26, something like that. I bought a property near where his property is in the bush because he was kind of like a mentor, you know. Not, you know, I mean, he's still talking about an hour's drive, but that's nothing. You know?
Right.
And you know, I still know him today, and he's in his 80s now, you know. So I had people like that, and when I was 12, I went to so I did an acting job when I was 6, and another one when I was 8, right? And then I kind of forgot about it for a while, you know. And I went on a school tour of a TV studio, and it was a TV show called The Young Doctors. It was being made in that studio, and there was a bit part actor, a guy called Roy Harris Jones, who had been on a couple of shows that my parents had done there, and I liked them a lot, and blah, blah, blah. I hadn't seen him for years, and there he was on that show. And, you know, while the other kids were going on their tour, he goes, "Are you here for an audition?" I said, "No, I haven't done anything like that for ages." He goes, "Come on, let's go down the corridor and meet the casting director." So I slid away from the tour. All the other kids go off. And, you know, this is a camera, this is a controller, and they're doing all that stuff. And I go down, and the casting director had a minute. So she sat me down and talked to me and all that sort of stuff. And 2 weeks later, I was back in that building shooting a character on the TV show.
Wow.
So, and then that kind of reignited that part of, you know, my imagination. But, you know, coming out of school and everything, I really thought that I was simply going to, you know, I was going to go into music. That was my thing. You know, if I was going to pursue anything, it was going to be music. But basically, I would accept any job that allowed me to be in a position of entertaining people. So that's why I went into you know, the nightclub thing with being a DJ. And my first night, the second time, because, you know, obviously I failed the first time around and been fired because I couldn't talk. The second time around, I'd auditioned for this place, but they hadn't given me the job again for somebody else, but they ended up firing him after 2 nights because him and the guy that ran the club didn't get on, you know. So they called me up on a Sunday afternoon, and they said, "Are you free tonight? Can you come and DJ at the club? We've got a bunch of 1950s records," because it's a 1950s music only club, you know. "Have you got a turntable?" You know. And I said, "I've got one." So I went in that night with like an orange plastic sharp turntable, right? Plugged it in through the headphone socket and played these records. But I had one turntable, so I couldn't switch. So I have to talk, because every time a song finishes, I have to pick up the arm pick up the record, get the next one, put it down, then put things. So it was just a crazy circumstance. It was created to make sure that I absolutely broke through whatever that fear was immediately. Now that I had another chance, I ended up staying, working pretty much full time for about 4 years in that job. But it expanded a whole bunch of other stuff because the guy started getting me to perform on stage. When, the guy that I was working with, once he started hearing my songs, and he said, "All right, okay, my third set, at the end of the night, you come on, just do your songs. You're not allowed to do songs people know." So I have to go out. People have been listening to these old classic 1950 songs all night, and now there's some young pimply bloke in front of them singing bullshit. They're like, "What are you doing?" But it was a real, baptism of fire. He also had me tour with them. So we would be on, Thursday, Friday, Saturday in Auckland, in the big city, and then Sunday through Wednesday, we're in a truck and a car and everything, we're touring. We go and play in these other pubs and stuff. And he fancied himself. This was an acrobatic thing. His whole life, this guy that I was working for, was about the 1950s. He wore blue suede shoes, Olympic pickers, stovepipe trousers, draped coats. He had a Cadillac, probably the only Cadillac in New Zealand at the time. And he had this thing about Elvis used to have a comedian opening for him, so somebody should go out and tell the jokes before I come up, right? And so part of my job was to walk out and tell a joke that he had told me to tell, right? I couldn't make up my own material, right? And these jokes were fucking terrible. They were just trash. And trying to make that thing work. And one night I said to him, why don't you let me just go out and say something actually funny about him? He goes, because I want people to be happy to see me, right?
Oh my God!
Yeah,
So he set it up on purpose.
Absolutely. He actually said to me at one point in time, never ever, as a performer, never ever bring somebody on stage who's better than you. And as I was a guest for him on stage every night of the week, I was like, oh, right, so you're telling me I'm shit. The only reason I've got the job is because I'm shit, because I make you look better. But I, in my own sort of performing life, over time, I changed that rule completely. I only ever bring somebody on stage who's going to absolutely shred the room. Over time, with the live performances, we've had guests like Elvis Costello, Sting. Last year, Michael Bublé got up with us. He did an Elvis song at the end of the show at the Sydney Opera House, actually killed the room. Rita Ora got up last year. RZA from the Wu-Tang Clan, he got up. He's a mate of mine, we did. We got up in a 350, 400 standing room only little pub in a Balmain, an area of Sydney. And then suddenly, the RZA's on the stage. It was cool. Yeah. So I learned a lot from him, but I didn't learn the things he was trying to teach me.
That's a great philosophy, to have the best people go in front of you. We have a similar problem with that in comedy. Like a lot of big name headliners like to bring terrible opening acts, so they're like a hero and they rescue the show. Right. I have the exact opposite. I have your approach. I try to bring the best people possible. It makes it more fun. It's more fun for me too.
It's more fun for the audience too.
Yes,
that's the whole thing about live performances, catering for the audience.
Yes, the energy of the show. Yeah. What do you enjoy? Do you enjoy one thing more, or do you enjoy both things?
That's a very difficult question to answer without pages of nuance, because
I enjoy nuance.
Well, I'll give it a go. The bottom line is I love my job. I love working with films. Every single day that I'm walking towards the camera, I will have a plan. I know what I'm about to do, and I chose to be here, right? I work with lots and lots of actors who just took the role because of blah, blah, right? They're not really there because of the work. But when you know the job and you know that you're talking about 4 a.m. starts, you're talking about, minimum 12 hours a day, you're talking about working in extreme conditions and stuff like that, temperature-wise, or, somewhere kind of whack to get an amazing shot, when you know the job, you know how hard it is, you really got to have your reasons for being You know? So I'll read scripts, and I will generally do the one that got under my skin. You know, it can have a great pedigree, it can be a wonderful director, it can have another great cast on it, but if I read it and I don't get personally attached to it, I just don't do it. And then I'll read something else that everybody else is like, it's kind of dodgy or whatever, but there's like, that's it. It gets me. That one, I want to do that. I want to be the guy doing that dialogue, you know?
Yeah.
And so, you know, I know exactly why I'm at work. So when it gets hard and it gets difficult, it doesn't worry me because I chose to be here, you know? So I don't have that thing that some actors have of like getting disgruntled with it, you know? Sure, you know, it's my employment, it's how I pay for everything, it's, you know, and all of those things. But it's also like a deep, deep passion, you know, and stepping into the shoes of other people and experiencing, you know, to a degree, things of somebody else's life or learning a new skill or whatever it happens to be. This is exciting for me. And I'm 60 years old and I still dig it, you know? I don't have any, you know, because that one simple thing, I know what I'm there.
Yeah.
At 4 a.m. and it's like a ball busting wake up time because you had a big day the day before. I know where I'm at. So it's sort of like my motivations and stuff are, you know, very clear in that respect, you know. Now with music, it in itself is its own reward, you know, to play a song, to sing a song, to be with a group of musicians and to sort of gel on something together. It's just like, thank you very much. That's the reward. To then put it in front of a crowd and then have that immediate response. You know, obviously I've worked with a lot of actors over the years that come from a theatre background, even though I've done a lot of theatre. I come from a rock and roll background. I come from out of clubs. I come from, you know, standing on that stage, singing like dweeby 16-year-old songs, you know, 16, you know, authored by 16, 17. And to me, that's my reset place, you know. People who talk to like Anthony Hopkins, I was working with him. He'd done a series of films. This was way back in the 90s, you know, and I think he was off to do a season of King Lear. And he was really happy about it because for him, that's a reset. You go back into that place where you came out of and you get all the benefits of doing the same performance over and over again. So you get to, you know, squeeze all the different character sort of parts that you can, you know, and enjoy it. That's his reset. But for me, walking out onto a rock and roll stage, guitar in hand, where I do not know exactly what's going to happen that night because every audience takes things in a different direction, you know, that's my reset, you know, so like that's me jumping out of a plane and I love doing it, you know?
Yeah, they have different buttons they push.
Yeah, I mean, it's performance, but, you know, there's a visceral thing that happens in front of a live audience.
Yeah.
You know, that just doesn't happen in the sterile environment of a film set, you know. And you can have wonderful creative relationships on a film set with great collaborations and all that sort of stuff. The same that you can have with music, you know. But there's that other part of it. There's that thing that sort of, I don't know, it gives you something back, man. It fills you back up again. You know?
Yeah. Well, you're creating an experience for people, and they're enjoying it in the moment, and they're all sharing the moment. I always feel bad for people that have never done something like that, right? Never performed in front of a live audience and gave everybody a great time.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, I actually understand what you mean because it is something to you have in your DNA.
It's a rare gift that a person gets to live their life doing that a lot. You know,
I was thinking about what we might talk about, and there's a story I like to tell. If you're into it, it's quite a long story.
please.
So back in the 90s, the thing about this story is it sort of like just casually shows you how much of a circus the film industry can be. You know what I mean? And part of the attraction of it when I was a young actor, and and later in my 20s, moving to Australia and doing theatre and stuff like that, and looking at film people as sort of like a rare breed, and then you get into it and you realize you got to be pretty much crazy to do this, It's sort of like this, but over time, it's gotten definitely safer, more insurance conscious, and all of these things. But back in the day, not so much. Everything was about just getting the shot. So 92 was the first time I go to Los Angeles. But I'd already made a bunch of films in Australia, and I'd been to the Cannes Film Festival. So my first time traveling outside of Australia and New Zealand was 1991. So I was like 27 or something like that. And then the year after, I went to LA and got an agent. But I'd won a bunch of awards in Australia, and my films had been around to different film festivals and stuff. So there was awareness of what I was doing in the industry, so to speak. And I got this phone call to go and meet Bernardo Bertolucci, the Italian director who won the Oscar for The Last Emperor. Fantastic director. He also did Last Tango in Paris and a bunch of other films. And I was really excited. I was like, wow, fantastic. So I get to Bernardo's house, and he's watching a football game. It's Italy versus Brazil, right? He's got a bunch of people over to watch the football. So I'm sort of just, I thought we were having a meeting. I didn't realize it was a football game. And Italy didn't do very well. They got beaten by Brazil. So I never had a conversation with Bernardo, because after the game, he just went off to his room or something to have a cry. I'm not sure. But I met his wife, and her name is Claire Peplow, and she was a film director. And she said, look, I encouraged Bernardo to invite you to the house, because I know he wants to talk to you about something, but I want to talk to you as well. I've got the script, and she gave me the script, and it was called Miss Shumway Waves a Wand. And I was very much in the independent film world at the time, so that sounded like a good title for an independent film. And I read it, and it was pretty good, and it was based on this book, and I liked the character, so I sort of responded to it, and eventually ended up doing it. And Bridget Fonda was signed on as the female lead, so that was cool. And she was pretty happy at the time. I have a funny thing that goes on with my brain if I'm faced with I'm reading something and there's a difficult moment in something that I'm liking, right? Or I just go, to be dealt with later, right? I'll worry about that when I have to. And there was this scene where a spider would crawl into the mouth of the character I was playing. I was thinking, I wonder how they're going to do that, CGI or something like that. Anyway, so off we go on this adventure. We're shooting in Guatemala and Mexico, and it's an extremely disorganized shoot. We don't have nothing's right. At one point in time, for 7 days, we lived on refried beans and rice in Guatemala, because they hadn't made any arrangement with any kind of catering company or anything. So that was the only thing that they could get easily. So it was breakfast, lunch, and dinner, refried beans and rice. And at the end of that week, one of the guys on the film crew found this cafe that sold some form of grilled meat, and we all just went there in the middle of this rainforest and ate this meat, and realized later on it was more than likely we're eating the monkeys that were running around the trees around us, because everybody got really sick, really sick. Anyway, so we're going through this experience, and we eventually get back to Los Angeles, and we've got a couple of weeks shooting in LA, and we go out to a place called Lancaster, I think it was. It's an old film studio out there, and I see on the call sheet, it's the Spider Set. Cool. So as I arrive at the studio, this guy, this producer, comes out to meet me, and Russell, everything good? I said, yeah, cool. So we're shooting the spider scene today. And he goes, yes, it's going to be great. So everything, you're fine? I said, yeah, cool. But how are we going to do this? Is this going to be like a CGI thing or whatever? Oh, no, the tarantula man is here. Yeah, fucking what? The tarantula man's here. And he has shown a variety of creatures to the director, and she has chosen the largest. It's going to be a great day. Anyway, good luck with it, and off we talk to you. So I go inside and they show me here's a piece of carpet. You get to be lying down here. The carpet matches a place where, a hotel room you shot in. And so what's going to happen is you're going to lie down here. They're going to place the tarantula on your chest. The tarantula wrangler will give it a little tickle. And as long as you keep your mouth open, it will head directly for your mouth. They always look for places to hide. So you just got to keep your mouth open. It'll tickle, tickle, tickle. The tarantula will run up here into your mouth, and then the guy will pluck it out of your mouth. Like, okay, cool. So they turn on all these hot lights. Right? I lie down on the ground. Tarantula gets put on my chest. Now, tarantula, bigger than my hand. Right? It's a serious spider. Now, obviously, I've lived in Australia most of my life. Whatever, I'm used to spiders. That was a large one. Right? So on my chest, tickle, tickle, it comes up, comes into my mouth. Right? And the guy plucks it out. Done. And I'm thinking to myself, good little spider, one take wonder. Fantastic. Did everything we need. I'm like, cool. So that was good. They go, oh, no, we're just going to shoot it. We're going to just have to adjust the lights. Second take, third take. Now, one of the things that the producer had said to me in the car park, right, looked me in the eye and said to me, it's not dangerous to use the tarantula because before doing something like this, they milk it of its venom. So it's perfectly safe. So I've taken that on board. Right? So we take 2, take 3, take 4. Around about after the 5th take, now these lights in that room are very, very hot. My body started to really warm up, and we're taking a long time between takes, resetting lights and all, But, after about the 5th take, I get a moment to talk to Tarantula, how you doing, all that sort of stuff. Pretty cool that you can milk the venom from the tarantulas so they can do things like this. And he just looks at me really confused and says, you can milk the what? Okay, so what I thought was my own safety net, gone, right? So takes 6, takes 7, and I'm starting to really get hot. These are, I wouldn't be surprised if they're all Klieg lights, because it didn't look like anybody had used this studio for a long, long time, And I'm heating up. At one point in time, it was about take 7 or 8. And the spider just stops on my neck and starts to sort of spread its legs out and just sort of grab at me, and it's sort of pulsing, and then I'm sort of just lying there going, and then the tarantula guy tickles it up, it goes, and I'm kind of like, well, how long does it have to sit in the mouth for? Oh, it's only just a couple of seconds. As soon as it started going into the mouth, the guy would just grab it out, because they can cut around that. As long as they see it going in, then they can cut around it to make it look like it's disappeared in it. So take 8, that happens. The tarantula stops on that. Take 9, we're done for the day, right? So 9 takes with a live tarantula crawling into my mouth. The next day, I wake up and I've got a rash all over me. My legs, my chest, my arms, so I call production. They call a doctor who knows about these sort of things. He comes over to see me. Goes, okay. All right. See, were you hot yesterday? I said, very hot, the lights and stuff like this. Right. And the spider stopped. Yeah, right. It is. Okay. See, tarantulas on their legs have these very fine hairs. So fine, in fact, that they can easily go through a pore in human skin. So currently, what you have going on is your body is full of tarantula venom, but not enough to hurt you or even make you're just going to have this rash. So here's this ointment, take this pill, a few days from now, you'll be right. And the reason that I wanted to tell you this story, and your listeners, is because, and you can check this, you can Google it, I'm pretty sure in the history of cinema, I'm the only Academy Award winning actor who's ever been fucked in the neck by a tarantula.
Was that what it was doing?
Apparently.
It just decided that was a good spot.
Just decided I was moist and juicy and it was going to have its way with me.
Oh, yeah, I know about those fibers. Those fibers are nasty. They cause real problems with people. I was hoping you weren't going to say you were allergic to tarantulas.
No, but I did find out I was allergic to one of the things that they tried to fix it with. It comes up quite a bit every time I've like, had major injuries and stuff. I can't even remember the name of it now, but there's a go-to thing that they inject into you to take away the initial pain.
Cortisone?
Yeah, cortisone. I'm allergic to cortisone.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, cortisone.
Yeah, that is odd. That could be a real problem, especially if you don't know.
Yeah, well, that's when it was around about then I found out.
God damn, man. So is that like the most uncomfortable you've ever been in a scene?
Oh, hell no.
Really?
I had to go into the water on the southwest coast of Iceland, shirtless, for a Darren Aronofsky movie. You know how cold that water is, man?
Oh, yeah.
15 minutes, you're dead.
Yeah.
Just walking in there, I had to drop into it chest first, right? Noah collapses into the water or whatever it was. But it was so weird. I hit that water, and like I'm, splayed out like that. But every muscle in my body contracted. It was like I hovered back out of the water. It's like I hit the water, and I came straight back out, back onto my feet. I don't know how I did it, but it was so cold. But I mean, temperature's one thing. And you tend to in the film business, if the script says that it's bright and sunny and you're in the Bahamas, you're probably going to end up shooting at something far away from the Bahamas, and it's going to be freezing. It's always like that. It's like a given that whatever it says is going to be the opposite for it. But whatever the most comfortable way of shooting that scene might be, there'll be something that makes it uncomfortable. But I mean, in terms of comfort on film sets, physical discomfort when you're doing fight sequences or things like that, because they can sometimes take a long, long time. I shredded both my hamstrings while I was doing Noah. I flew back to Australia to watch a football game, actually. My football team that I bought in 2006 had finally made a preliminary final after many years of trying. And I wanted to be there to witness it. We ended up losing the game, so it was a waste of money. But I flew back to Australia, and it was also coincided with my youngest athletic day at school. And I was doing that. As fit as a bull, strong as an ox, absolutely. So I rock up to the little athletics day, And they asked me if I would step in and do this, little running race, thing. So I said, yeah, cool, So one of my son's friends was in the race and he was coming last. So I ran up behind him and I was talking to him about going fast or whatever. But I had to really sprint to catch up to him because I was a long way back. And I hadn't really noticed that all the kids, because I was up behind him and got really excited, they jumped up and they were all standing on the finishing. And so I sort of, go behind and I let him just pass me so he could win. I'll go crazy and stuff like that. But then I have to put the brakes on. I put the brakes on. And my hamstrings went, boom, boom. Oh, I'm lying on the ground, I'm vibrating. And my little boy's there. He's only 7 or something at the time. He's like, "Hi, Dad, that was fun. Dad, Jim." I couldn't talk. It was unbelievable, man. And there was a teacher who'd seen what happened, and he went, "Hamstrings?" And I said, "Yeah, I think so, man." And he had some tape. So I just taped my legs up under my shorts, and then he helped me stand up. Now I had to get on a plane that night and go back to the film set on Long Island and run to the Ark with 5,000 extras, 50 times with, I think, we had a rain tower set up. It's the biggest in the history of cinema for that, So I'm getting rained on these gigantic drops. I got 5,000 extras around me. Actually, no, not 5,000, maybe about 1,000 extras around me. And I've got no hamstrings, and the scene requires me to run. And because I've taken time off the set, I can't tell anybody that I've injured myself. I just have to get on with it. And, I didn't want any insurance problems or anything else, So that was crazy. And that sequence went on for days. So it was and I literally, man, was just getting KT tape and just taping them off.
Jesus Christ, both hamstrings blown, having to run, that's insane.
Yeah, but at your skids, your cools, your kids' athletics, thing. It was like, that's just such a cliche. It's like ridiculous. Yeah, but I think it was to do with the fact that, even though I warmed up that morning and I went to the gym and I went on a bike ride and everything, and I got there, in good shape. It was like, must have just been the hour sitting around watching the races and everything. Just cooled me down too much, and then happened to stop so suddenly, just to make sure I didn't barrel into those kids. But yeah, that was definitely uncomfortable.
What are the rain towers? How do they do that?
Well, basically get big cranes and they hoist up grids that are laid with hose pipe, and the pipe comes down the tower to a water tank. And at a certain point, they turn on the pump, and they operate like sprinklers, basically. But if you imagine like a metal grid in the air where every joining point of pipes is another sprinkler head. And I think we had 2.5 football fields worth of, where we could soak at the push of a button before the rain starts. And,
Holy shit.
because it's I don't know if you've ever seen the movie, but there's these big wide shots of these people running towards the ark and it's rain falling, so we have that whole area had to have
So
rain.
here it is.
Yeah.
That's incredible. That's all done with towers.
But that's after I've already run in at that point.
But it's such an intense movie because the story is so crazy.
Yeah.
It's the time-old story of the savior of the human race after God's wrath.
Yeah.
It's a lot of weight playing a role like that.
Yeah, a little bit. Yeah. What I thought was that the funniest thing with that stuff is when that movie came out, all of this sort of pushback press about how, I look at this, Darren Aronofsky, this New York elite, has made Noah into a story about the environment. It's always been a story about the environment. What are you talking about? This is about a flood, mate.
Literally.
It was just so weird. And it was like article after article pushing back as if he had done something, against Christianity or whatever by acknowledging that this is a story about our environment and how we treat our environment and blah, 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 I quite enjoy the film, but it's harsh. It's a harsh, but he did promise me that at the beginning of that experience. He said, never at any stage, which I thought was funny, because he was riffing off, I think that Ridley Scott did. Ridley Scott said, I promise you don't have to wear sandals, and I promise you never have to lie on a couch and have somebody feed you a gravy. So let's do a movie. So Darren's version was that never at any stage will I have you at the prow of an ark flanked by a giraffe and a lion. The funny thing with Noah, man, is most people think they know what's in the Bible, but in reality, what most people know is what they read in the Golden Circle children's book of Noah.
Mm-hmm.
They've never read the very few mentions that there are in the Bible or the other religious writings which cover his story, because there are other writings from pre-biblically that never made it into the Bible.
The Epic of Gilgamesh. It's a very similar story.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
There seems to be some sort of a historical tale that is repeated through many cultures of the Great Flood.
I don't think there is an ancient religion that doesn't have a flood story.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
And
we can see it. We can see and date it and everything with how we can view our world now with the science that's come along.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no doubt that there was a flood. There has been many floods.
But the real hardcore people think they've located Noah's Ark. They've located the remains of it on Mount Ararat.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's this bizarre feature in the rocks.
Yeah.
That they believe is where apparently it matches the Bible's description of the actual size of the Ark.
Yeah, it's odd, isn't it?
Well,
because if that's there, we should be then be able to have definitive proof.
Seems like somebody should have gone there and figured that out yet.
Right?
Yeah, it's probably been discredited. You were familiar at all with the work of Randall Carlson? Do you know who he is?
A little bit more context.
Randall Carlson is an expert in asteroid impacts, and he kind of specializes in this theory about the Younger Dryas impact. And the Younger Dryas impact is somewhere around, they think there's multiple times this happened, somewhere around 11,800 years ago, and again, somewhere in the 10,000s.
Right.
That this is what happened that caused the end of the Ice Age. This is what caused the great flooding across North America.
Right, and doesn't that date coincides with what would be the end of Göbekli Tepe, right?
Yes,
right.
Yes, coincides with that, and it also, there's a lot of physical evidence of it with core samples, and this used to be kind of a fringe theory, but they started doing core samples. They found a high level of iridium, which is very common in space, very rare on Earth during that same time period. What's really interesting about this guy is he got this idea when he was overlooking this enormous canyon while he was on acid, and it occurred to him that this is because of not just a river that ran through this for thousands and thousands of years. He felt like it was one immense event that took place. He just had this bizarre vision of this immense event that took place.
And now they're talking about those cataclysmic events not being something that is a build and for a period of time, right? It's talking about being immediate, right?
Yeah, immediate. So I think
like
the Ice Age ended immediately. Exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, his work is absolutely fascinating. Very controversial, of course, because it goes kind of against the conventional idea of what happened with the Ice Age. But he thinks the Ice Age ended almost immediately, that something slammed into the ice caps, which were at that point in time between 1 and 2 miles high in a gigantic chunk of North America.
Mm-hmm.
And that these asteroids slammed into it, and that's where these features that you see, where it looks like, I don't know if you've ever seen some of the overhead features, but it literally looks like over massive amounts of space, huge water had risen. You know how water, when it goes over the sand, it leaves these kind of humps and ridges where the water had washed over? Well, there's physical evidence of this all throughout, like the Pacific Northwest. You can find these things. And he thinks that's what ended the Ice Age, killed off 65% of the megafauna in North America, and that it happened like that. It happened very quickly. Right. And that's the Noah's Ark story. I mean, that is it. That is the story, which is why it's so fast. It's so interesting that people want to dismiss biblical stories. You know, they say, oh, it was a whole tradition for 1,000 years, if it was ever written down. Like, right. But what was it based on?
Right.
What the fuck happened? Something happened. Every culture has a story of something like that.
Yeah.
Very likely something.
When I was doing the research building up to it, I was quite surprised because in my naivety, I actually, had considered it was only like a Christian thing, and I didn't realize it was touched on everywhere, until I was doing that film.
Yeah. So, was there any hesitancy in taking on a religious character like that with such significance to it?
No, that was exciting.
Yeah.
Yeah. It was a very busy year. It was 2012. In that year, I played Superman's dad the year before, and been on. I was the fittest I'd ever been. I worked with a guy called Mark Twight. You ever heard of him? No. There was this company for a while called Jim Jones, and they were considered to be the hardest asses in the physical training business. It was very, very difficult to become a Jim Jones trainer and stuff. And Mark was the guy that trained the trains, and he got assigned to me. Oh my God, the things that he put me through. But it was all great, and we remain strong friends now because we did some shit together. Like that kind of nature.
Yeah.
You've been in the trenches about it. And so the following year, I played the mayor of New York in a thing called Broken City with Mark Wahlberg, which is it's funny. That's one of those performances that people just haven't seen, but I quite rate that performance. And then I did Les Mis with that beautiful cast, and so we spent 3 or 4 months on that, and then straight into Noah. So I was exhausted before I started. You know, I'd had 3 really big jobs in a row, and then to drop into that, which was there was a lot of physical stuff on that movie, and Darren shoots a lot, so those big wide shots, you're still doing the same actions you do when you're close in, so you're sort of working, you know, pretty hard. But I think if anything, you know, I was really excited by the fact of of being able to delve into that. I would have preferred what I'm getting at is a little more time, you know, because it's the quiet contemplation that really fills you up for the thing that you're about to do. And when you're coming straight up on film set, pretty much onto another, I think I had a gap of about 2 or 3 weeks. It's not quite enough, you know.
What would you like? What would you do if you had all the time that you wanted?
Go talk to people. You know, go talk to people who've got a perspective. I would have probably wanted to spend a little bit more time with some Jewish scholars, because there's a lot of, you know, writings adjunct to the Torah about Noah. You get to the bottom of that, but I really didn't have the time, so I just had to sort of plow into it with what I had, which is, you know, a beautiful 2-volume Old Testament and New Testament that Darren got me. So that was the beginning of the research. But, you know, there's not really much else you can do, because you can't go and look up, you know, old photos or anything.
Right.
So you've been pretty much stepping into that world, trying to understand Darren's perspective on it, what he was trying to show, that, you know, there had been a big civilization already. So there's a civilization prior to Noah. So you're already talking about, you know, a post-apocalyptic world that they're living in, and another apocalypse is coming. And it's all based on, you know, human behavior and what have you. There was a sequence of the film that some people miss, where like Noah is looking into these people who are all, you know, the sort of the ones who've allowed themselves to give into their base desires or what have you. And within the group of people, he sees a man who looks like a rat, you know, gnawing away at the body of something, possibly another human, and it's hidden. So he sees himself on the other side of that. So Darren had a lot of cool things going in the movie, a lot of great ideas. And, you know, outside of America, it's a huge hit, a massive hit in places like Russia or Brazil or whatever. But I don't think it's really considered to be a hit because it didn't hit the box office in the United States. But I don't know, it's 300 or 400 million. So
It's bizarre that there's controversy attached to it being that it is about the climate. It's bizarre that that's become a weird political point, and that it's so ideologically connected that people either oppose it or go with it with no information other than the fact that my team believes this.
Yeah, it's a bit odd.
The fucking environment, the very thing we live in, that's a political angle is so strange.
It is so strange because it's, you know, there's a whole lot of different things that I think not necessarily on the money, but the bottom line that the burning of fossil fuels is having an effect on our air quality and, you know, how we receive sunshine, etc. That's a irrefutable fact.
Yeah,
you know, you can't sort of make up your own opinion on that, because there's just too much stuff to prove that that's going on, and it has been going on in our entire lives, and it's just been getting worse. The same things were being talked about in the early 70s when I was in primary school that are now actually physically happening, you know. But it's, you know, some people just want to see it as, you know, yet another game or whatever, and it's really much more important than that.
it's strange because it also, the problem with having this ideology attached to it is it stops the real research to actually be able to objectively understand what has the most effect. Like what is the thing that's driving us the most, and what is the thing that we can do to mitigate that?
Yeah. So I think things like, you know, the cows farting, I think that's misinformation that just gets thrown out there, so to sort of spread the blame or whatever. Because, you know, we are told over and over again that there are so many more animals on this planet at a certain point. Okay, so if we've killed off, 80% or whatever of the animals that existed, what about their farts? Yeah. How is a dinosaur fart compared to a cow fart?
Well,
I
the
mean,
thing is, what we're doing is very unnatural, right? So we're serving them grain and we're
Mhm.
keeping them in pens, and then all the pig shit and all that stuff gets into the water. It's very different than a regenerative farm, an actual real farm where cows are grazing and then their manure fertilizes the land and it actually sequesters carbon. A real regenerative farm is carbon neutral.
Yeah.
That's
Well,
not the issue.
I run 220 anglers on my place in the bush. And, over time, I sort of learned that all of those factory farming processes are just the absolute wrong thing to do. I mean, when I first had land and cattle, I used to love getting up in the dawn, in the darkness, cowdy hat on, stockwhip, and getting out and, herding them and all that sort of stuff. And then over time, started to realize that that's not good for them. That sort of stuff's not good for them. So we developed this system at my place where we have a single lane there, and all of the other paddocks go on, the cattle would go onto that lane. So, and the paddock can be, 100 acres or whatever, but you can muster one man, soft voice, handful of grain. Just open the gate, you call out a couple of times, they come towards you. You can get every cow in that laneway, and you get up behind them, walk behind them, and you walk them straight to the yards. Now we've taken all the fun out of it, but it's just a lot more. It's safer, easier, sensible, and we don't use hose pipes. We don't use stock whips anymore. We don't muster on ATVs. It's either on foot or horseback, and we still use working dogs, but the cows don't get upset by the working dogs. They don't get freaked out by them the same way as they get freaked out by an engine roaring up behind them.
Mm-hmm.
So, and the reason for that kind of pastoral care is because at the end of the day, 100% true, the steak tastes better. If you don't adrenalize the cattle, if you don't abuse them, it's just better. It's like more tasteful. It doesn't have, really adrenalized meat gets a very gamey quality, and the steak that we serve on the farm, because I only do all this. I didn't operate it as a business. I started to operate it as a business for a while there, but kind of found out that everybody in the butchery game is similar to working with people that sell used cars, and they're only looking for the story. They don't really care about the animal, and I do. I'm just like I was loved that for many years in the valley that I live in because of the way I care for the cattle, but I can't do it any other way. It's got to be for they've got to have a great life.
It makes sense. It's smart. It's less karma. It's a better situation for them.
Yeah, and they just feel healthy. And so I went fully organic at one point. Right, it took us like 5 or 7 years to get the certification. But then I would walk amongst the cattle, and because we couldn't, douse them because they were organic cattle now, things like buffalo fly and other little things were just all over them, and I thought, no, that can't be good either. It's like having a kid, and never giving the kid Panadol if it gets a fever. By the time that kid's 14, it hasn't overcome it. And it's not the biggest, best, strongest. It's this weedy little bloke in the corner. He spent most of his life sick because he never got the medicine to make it easier for his body to recover. And that kind of was happening with cows. They lost a lot of weight, and they just looked in distress. So I keep my pastures organic, but I do topical treatments for the cattle, so they don't have to deal with ticks and buffalo fly and things like that. Where my place is, it's still considered coastal, so we get all of the bitey things that can affect them negatively. So and now I have that balance. I can't sell them as organic meat, but they're hand raised, organic pasture, And as I say, they don't get adrenalized through their life. So when we do cull meat, is a profound experience.
Do you sell it online? How does people get it?
No, I don't sell it.
Don't sell it at all. You just give it away?
Occasionally there's one butcher near me that I trust. He's really into what he does, and he'll ask if he can have a couple of pieces, and I'll let him have it. We do sell to some neighbours that we know are, needing a little bit of assistance. I don't want to sort of any other terms, but we sell it to them, but we sell it to them for less than it costs to produce. So, and way less than they would be spending if they went to the supermarket. But basically, I have the cows to feed my family. So my kids are very snobby about steak because they've grown up with, the best you can. Well, anyway, the most humane way to produce it, for sure.
How did you get started doing this? Like, what was? It seems like you're a very busy person to be starting a regenerative farm.
Well, it comes from when I was getting a little bit of success. I could see things coming along, and I sort of had a choice. I only had enough money to either buy a small apartment in the city, right, or some land. And my mum and dad weren't in a great place, and I hadn't really spent a lot of time with them in the previous decade because I'd been out trying to establish who I was, and I didn't really go out very much. And so what I did is I decided instead of buying an apartment in the city, I'd buy 100 acres in the bush, and my mum and dad could go and live there, and basically they could start fresh and have a sort of a new experience. But I bought 100 acres initially, but I think I've got like 1,700 acres or something now. But once I had the land, then I started feeling like, well, you've got to do something with it. It can't just be 100 acres of garden, and there's also that thing too of like, you're walking into farmland. You want to see a horse, you want to see a cow, you want to have somebody. So over time, I experimented by holding some cattle for a friend, and I got used to what you had to do and stuff like that. They were big, long haul beasts, and they were quite difficult to deal with. So that made me decide to go with Angus. But here's another story. I had 20 little calves down in the yards that had been picked up the next day, right? And at this stage, I was living in a caravan because I hadn't started building anything on the property. And so I go to bed, and at about 2 o'clock in the morning, I'm woken up because it's raining. Right? And I'm trying to get back to sleep. But all I can think of is these 20 little calves down in the yards, and how the floor of the yards would turn into muck. And these guys get picked up the next day, and all night, slipping over and sort of get covering each other with shit, and they'll be in great distress and blah, blah, blah. So about 2:30, got up, got dressed, went down to the yards, trying to figure out how to get them out of the rain. I had a shed down there, but it was about 30 meters away from the edge of the yards. And I looked around in the shed, and I had enough bits and pieces to make a fence for one side. Right? So I made one side of this alley, so it's just me on the other side. So I got these big long pieces of wood. And then what I had to do is I had to get them running towards me, and I had to redirect them along that fence line so they would go inside the shed. Now, while this is happening, it's pissing down rain, absolutely like tropical rain, And it took me about, 40 minutes, something like that. So it's deep in the middle of the night now to fix the fence. And then I got them running, and they're coming towards me. I could see one was about to jink away, so I had to sort of dance along with my. But it was amazing. I stopped that one little bloke, and he rejoined the rest of them, and then they just went like clockwork, just so smooth straight into the shed, right? So then in the shed, I'd laid out some hay and stuff. I left a little light on. You tell stories like that to farmers, and they think you're an absolute idiot.
Well,
what are you doing, mate?
you had to learn how to do it some way, but I think
It's just for me the next day when the truck came to pick them up, they were all more happy and
Yeah.
healthy and, not covered in brown shit, So, yeah, but so I'm not really a farmer. So, but I've got land.
You kind of are. I mean, that sounds like at least a practicing farmer. I mean, you actually did it.
Yeah, well, we still do. And we still, turn the meat out. But, when I looked into it in terms of the business, you have to really have about 25,000 head to make it a business. That covers you for, sometimes the price of meat goes down or whatever, or the costs around culling go up. I just didn't want to do it. Didn't want to have to be responsible in my heart for 25,000 living creatures when I couldn't be absolutely certain they were being treated well.
Right.
So, and I think that's one of the big mistakes that we've made going into this thing, of farms getting bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, because at the end of the day, the thing that drops off is the duty of care.
Right. And it's also the humanity of it all. It just gets so distorted when you have these factory farming operations that you're not even allowed. We have ag gag laws in America. You're not even allowed to film there because the conditions are sometimes so horrific that it damages the business.
We give grain to our cattle because there is, a nice texture and stuff that comes to the meat beyond being grass-fed. But we never put them into a feeding pen situation. And I think that's also part of the best part of the balance, because, they're still walking around on their home range. This is where they used to be. And then here's a pile of grain over here. So they supplement their grass with the grain, as opposed to just being fed grain purely to put on size. So what we turn off, man, and I think it's partly to do with the fact that they stay active, and we get a natural 7 to 10% fat ratio, which is the bottom end of the scale, but therefore, to me, you're getting more protein. And therefore, what we're giving you when we give you a steak is like an absolute protein pill. It's a hit.
It's better for you too physically.
I think so.
It is. Yeah. It's been proven that the nutritional balance of grass-fed animals is just much better.
Right.
They're not supposed to live entirely on grain.
No.
Just like humans are not.
But I think again that balance thing of their life on grass, and then just before you cull them, you give them a little bit of grain. It finishes them off, and gets them sort of, ready to be consumed. But you still have the same benefits of the grass fed because you never stop them,
right?
But you have the thing of them being fit because you've never made them stand still in a pen.
Right. It's gotta be a cool feeling too to consume only the animals at your place that you've actually raised. Like, every step of the way.
We used to, when we occasionally will have a fresh guest that's never been there before. And we'll do things like, you're going to love Buttercup. She was such just Australian sense of humor. Just, put somebody off their meal just as they're about to eat.
Yeah.
But I did used to name them, but I stopped naming them because that was an extra level of pain.
Yeah.
And plus, when you're level 20, they can all have a name. When you're 220, it's a bit difficult.
Well, you don't want to name something that it's just too weird. It's weird enough when people are so disconnected from where their food comes from already. Just the concept of killing it themselves seems abhorrent, but the concept of living without meat seems terrible too. Just we're completely disconnected from the act of how it gets to you. Yeah, we just go and see it wrapped up nicely at the butcher shop, and we pick it up. And 16 ounces, thank you, bye. And that's your entire involvement in the death of the living creature.
Yeah, I definitely think people need to, have an awareness of it.
Yeah.
Because we're sharing the planet, and they're helping us survive. So, at the very least, a little due respect is in order.
Yeah, and that's what we don't get from factory farming. We get the opposite. We get the worst elements of human nature that kind of put into this very bizarre food supply system that we have, where, at every corner, in almost every city, there's a place where you can get a quick piece of meat. A quick piece of meat of unknown origin, and who knows how they raised it, who knows where they got it.
And we just trust in the fact that it's still consumable.
And it's just bizarre that you get a cheeseburger for $1.39. How much work was involved in this?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And that, that's what I mean. It's like, I know the dollar it cost me to produce the steak at that level. And there's just no way on the normal chain of how the business works that it's acceptable to have spent that much to produce it.
Right.
You know.
Do you cook yourself?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And my mum was a caterer,
Oh, right.
so I love cooking. Absolutely.
And how do you prepare a steak?
With farm steak, I use black pepper and I use Lowry's garlic salt.
Yeah.
There's lots of garlic salts around, but that one's good. And it used to be available when I was a kid, and they stopped selling it in Australia for years. So we'd have to, every a friend was coming over, we'd say, "Oh, grab some garlic salt," but you can buy it again there now. But yeah, it's really simple, just salt and pepper. I don't do anything
What kind of grill?
extreme. I open flame and I make it as hot as possible, and I actually put oil onto the flame to make it go crazy for a while, because I like to have color on the steak.
Mm.
Like
Is
this
this
really
someone teach you this method? Or is there something you devised over time?
over time. Yeah, I did for a while there. I was a short order cook, and I cooked steaks. That's what I did every Monday night. This was like when I was working in clubs, and my name was in the paper every week, and my photograph was in the paper and stuff. But my mother said you still have to make a contribution to the family. So if you're in town on a Monday night, you have to cook in the restaurant. So I'd do cook 150 steaks on a Monday night if I was in town. And just over time, I cook it to my own taste, obviously. So,
Do you use charcoal, hardwood? What do you use?
I use gas most of the time.
Do you throw oil over the gas?
Yeah,
What kind of oil?
olive oil. Because I just want that absolute heat, so it sears the steak.
Mm-hmm.
Particularly when you first put it on the grill. So it hits the grill and it's actually surrounded in flame.
That's your method.
Yeah, well, that's that only lasts for a few seconds, but that's going to give you the color that you want. Because when I put it down on the grill, I want the color on that side. Because generally, I'm only going to turn it once. So I want that first hit to sear the outside of the steak, and that's the side that gets presented to the person that's
Are
going
you
to.
cooking a thin steak, a thick steak?
Doesn't matter, but normally we only cook, sort of restaurant cuts. So our high fillet, I think, is your tenderloin.
Mm-hmm.
Our porterhouse is your New York cut.
Well, we have porterhouse too. It's like one side of the porterhouse is the tenderloin, one side of the with the filet mignon, and the other side is the strip.
That's a Scotch fillet.
Oh, okay. Interesting.
But funny, we have different names for the same bits of meat. But so New York strip is porterhouse right now.
Oh, really? A porterhouse on this side of the pond always has bone in it. Pretty much.
Yeah.
You guys don't? No.
Yeah, that's a T-bone.
What's your ribeye?
What you call ribeye, I believe, is tenderloin, right?
No.
So that's our high fillet.
It's rib steak.
Okay.
Yeah. The tenderloin, it's like filet mignon, and then there's deep tenderloin. It's like this stuff along the back, and then the rib meat, like right where the rib hits that portion, the very fatty rib steak. That's the ribeye. And or a tomahawk with the rib bone on it.
Right. Yeah. Well, our sort of T-bone is half New York steak and half high fillet.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah, we have that too.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I'm not 100% sure over the top of all the different names for meat in America, but they tend to be quite thick cuts. We don't really do any of our steak in a thick.
The first time I ever ate a steak in Australia, this was like a long time ago, but before I really understood the difference between grass-fed meat and grain-fed meat, I was like, this is different. It tastes weird. It tasted weird. It tastes like richer. At the time, I don't even think I liked it. At the time, I was expecting like an American style steak, and I got this rich red grass-fed steak. It's like, wow, weird steak. It doesn't taste like American meat.
But when was the first time you went to Australia?
It was for a UFC. It was quite a few years ago, at least a decade ago. Yeah,
What do you think of this one championship thing?
it's great. Yeah, look, I like all of these organizations. I'm happy that there's more options for fighters. The one championship is
I
huge.
started watching a doco about that guy the other day. I didn't finish it though.
Chaudhry.
I like the idea that he's creating heroes. That's a
Mhm.
line he said. That's pretty cool. I have a project that we're going to do at the end of this year. It's called The Beast of Me. And it's about that sort of mixed martial arts fight.
Really?
And he's come forward as a potential sort of partner, what have you. And he would, hooking up with him will give the film great production values because we'll be able to shoot at one of his fights and stuff. So you'll have a crowd of 15,000 or whatever, that you haven't paid for.
Right,
Which is good for a film. And I did a rewrite on the script last year, and it's really full of heart now. So many times that people approach fighters, particularly in that sort of mixed martial arts, whatever, that everybody's insane, and that's just not really the truth. There's certainly insane people, but in their hearts, they have their own reasons for doing things and their own morality, and so they would never think of themselves as insane because they're on a journey, they're on a pursuit.
Right.
And that's why I think the script now has a real beating heart. So I think it's going to be a good project. Daniel McPherson, young Australian actor, he's going to be the lead of that.
But this is a good time for a real good MMA film. There's been some real good boxing films. The one that you did.
It's one of my favorite experiences, actually. So
Yeah, and the story of Braddock, it's an amazing story.
great story.
Incredible story.
Yeah. It met like funny resistance here with the release that the people couldn't get their heads around the fact that a movie called Cinderella Man was about a boxer.
Fucking America.
It was like, really?
That's funny.
It's that hard to get. Yeah. And it was like,
Classic Cinderella story is a thing that is always used in
supposed to be a
sports.
chick, right?
But it's used for men in sports all the time.
Well, it was some famous American writer, Damon Runyon or whatever, who coined the phrase.
Mm-hmm.
He wrote that the story of James J. Braddock is a Cinderella story.
Yeah.
That's where he got the nickname. But I just sometimes you're playing characters that you don't really rate as a person or whatever, or sometimes playing very negative characters. Earlier this year I did Nuremberg, where I played Hermann Goering, and so that's going to be coming out soon. Looking forward to people seeing that. But Braddock was such an experience, man, because everything that I've read about him, the stories I've read about him, I just liked him more, which can be a bit of a dangerous thing. As an actor, I try not to fall in love with the character. What I say is I'm in love with the job,
Mm-hmm.
So my job is to show you who that person is, whether it's positive or negative, because it's kind of weird. You can't fall in love with Hitler if you're playing that role. So it's sort of like, so that's how I sort of keep that objectivity. But I met Brad's family and stuff like that, and they kept telling me stories that just made me like him more and more. So it was it was an honor to be able to play that role really, and bring him back to a consciousness because people had forgotten about him.
Yeah. What was the physical training like?
It was Angela, man. It was Angela coming in. Okay, kid.
Angela Dundee.
Yeah, there's one rule around here. That is you listen to. Right? That's how we do it, right? I talk and you listen. And that I'm going to teach you to open anybody up like a can of tomatoes. That's what we're going to do, kid. Open them up like a can of tomatoes. Let's go.
Wow.
He was a great guy. I mean, what an incredible privilege to be given that beautiful man in my life. With all his experience and his stories and and his attitude to things, man. He was like, occasionally if you asked about somebody that he had a negative experience with, he would sort of like, he was around or whatever, and he would just tell you the pure truth. But for the most part, anybody you asked him about, he was like, what a great guy. And I asked him about it one day, and he was like, life's too short for the negatives, man. It's too short to have grudges or, opinions, negative stuff. Like, just let all that go. You know what I mean? So, but, then in reality, he would have an opinion.
Yeah.
But for the public part of that was to just, like, be positive, And he'd worked with so many fighters and so many different pursuits and under different pressures and what have you, Ali, Sugar Ray, blah, 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 15 world champions he coached.
Wow.
That's incredible. And the beautiful thing happens, if you can see it in Cinderella Man, there's a moment towards the end of the movie, right, where Braddock's won the world championship. And I'm standing in the ring and I'm walking towards my corner, right? And this little bald man walks towards me, right? And this shot, I start laughing, I bend forward and I kiss him on his head, right? He was walking towards me in the ring and he was going, "Number 16, baby! Number 16!" And that's what he called me for the rest of his life. Whenever I saw him, he would introduce me to people as, "This is my friend Russell, number 16.
Wow.
Cool, man, right? But, a normal day, training for that film, you wake up in the morning, you go for a walk, probably about 5Ks, right? Then we'd go and do yoga. Then we'd go and do the first boxing session, which would take us to lunch. We have a little bit of lunch. Then we do the second boxing session. After the second boxing session, we'd do weights. Then you'd have about 90 minutes off. Then we'd have dinner. Then you go for a walk. And the next day it was start all over again. It was full on.
But whose idea was the yoga?
His.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. That was the thing about Angelo. He had all the old stuff, but he was aware of all the new stuff as well. That
Yeah, it was
was
the
just
oldest
like,
stuff.
just sitting, well,
But for boxing.
we did yoga, but, he only thought about stretching, but it was yoga. It was like he set the schedule and pace on everything for that film.
Wow.
I had him in my working life for 6 months.
That's incredible.
It's just gobbled.
Did you think about having a fight?
Oh, we had a few.
Real ones? Like in the gym?
There's real ones in the movie.
Really?
You get to a certain point, 5,500, 6,000 choreographed moves, right? You get to a certain point, how do you accelerate this? How do you change the rhythm? So the fight with Troy, which I think is the last fight before the championship, that's 100% the two of us in the ring beating the piss out of each other.
Really? James, see if you can find that.
And he's
What would be
really
the
good.
scene? What would be the scene?
It'll be right towards the end of the film, and it's just sort of like little sharp cuts. That's marked some of those scenes. No, not that one. That's the end fight. So just prior to this, there's he goes through a series of fights. Currently forgetting the man's name. His first name's Troy. I can't remember his surname. He went on to become light heavyweight champion of Canada. And a couple of these guys are Olympians and stuff that were in the fight. But the hardest hit I've ever received is in that fight with Troy, because he was a southpaw and we both went in the same direction. We clashed heads. And we just had to keep going with the scene, right? But literally seeing stars. It was like somebody had put a piece of metal through my temple. We just were, we both moved to get out of the way and we just smacked heads. Yeah, this fight. That's all real. There's no choreography. Wow. And he was good, man. He was fast and he was on me all the time.
Dude, you were fit as fuck back then.
A little bit, I was
Damn,
40.
man.
I was 40 at the time. So I weighed the same in the opening sequence of Cinderella Man. I weighed the same as when I left high school.
Wow. It was a great movie, man. You did it justice.
Well, that's the thing. When you're playing somebody that's real, you've got to respect them, man. You've got to put that effort in to honor them.
Yes.
Mhm.
Yeah. Especially someone as legendary as Brad.
Yeah, and the thing is, you have to dial into his body, his body language. And he used to do this little flick thing, right, to get himself around, you know, where he always, like, he would move his front foot first, he wouldn't cross his feet over at all, so he's just sort of grabbing up on somebody and then going back, learning that, getting that drilled into my head because it felt so unnatural, but it's there, and after a while you get it, you can move quite fast, but that natural instinct is to sort of cross your feet over, but that leads to all sorts of problems.
Yeah.
It was a very interesting experience during that movie. And Ron Howard was the director. I'd worked with him the year before on Beautiful Mind, and he's a very exacting guy, and he likes to do things over and over again. So when we first started that shoot, I don't know if you know this, but subluxated my left shoulder. I was doing a little fight with a guy called Wayne Gordon, another Canadian Olympian, and he just caught me on the point of my elbow and just put my shoulder out, But because I was so fit at the time and so strong, it went out and back in. But it came back in with such force that it broke the bone. So I had to go and have an operation. Tore the labrum tissue. I broke the bone. So I had an op, and the normal recovery is like 3.5 months or something, right? But I was making a movie. I couldn't do that. So and they were going to cancel the film. They're going to just shut it down and all that. And I was like, no. I've waited 2 years to do this film, and I've already done the training, so we've got to finish this. Just give me, X amount of weeks.
And you were allergic to cortisone.
Yeah, which was really problematic on that situation. But 20 days on the 21st day of rehab, I stepped in the ring and did 10 3-minute rounds on the 21st day after the operation. So, but that has led to ongoing problems, which the doctor did say at the time. If you try and cut this short, the arthritis you're going to experience when you get older is going to be mind-numbing, and he's absolutely right.
Have you ever gotten stem cells into it?
No, I've been started to talk with a friend in the East, actually.
How long are you in town after this?
I leave tomorrow morning.
What time tomorrow morning?
About 10 or 11.
I might be able to get you treatment before that.
Really?
There's a stem cell clinic we work with in town. Ways to well. Incredible.
This is the thing. I think it's the family of the guy I'm talking about.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. I met him here. I don't know if you know this, but way back in the day, Austin was my place.
Really?
Yeah. We came here in 2000, 2001. August 14 or 15 was 30th for Grunstad as Governor Rick Perry at the time. He declared that because we brought so many tourist dollars into town, in the middle of August, bringing 2,000 plus people who've flown in, got a motel, and they're going to go to a rock and roll show over at Stubbs, that was the thing. And it's funny because we haven't sold out this time. We're here, we play tonight, but we haven't.
Where are you at tonight?
Stubbs.
I love Stubbs. Yeah. We did shows there at Dave Chappelle night during the pandemic.
Okay.
Yeah, when everything was shut down, we tested the entire crowd and did outside shows. It was awesome.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I went there first just to have some barbecue with, and had a conversation with Rodriguez, the director, who was here. And then, a year and a bit later, I walked on that stage. It was unbelievable. I was here to record at Willie Nelson's place. And we said, why don't we do on Fridays? We'll just do little shows in town, right? Cool. So we booked a place, Stubbs, because a friend of a friend knew Charles Attal, who set Stubbs up. And, and while, I was in England working on another thing before coming here, they just said, hey, these tickets are going crazy, so can we go outside? So we came here. We were here recording for a month, and every Friday night we'd go and do a full house outside at Stubbs.
Wow.
It's cool. And then we came back the year after in 2001 and raised some money for like an abused girls shelter.
Mm-hmm.
But I haven't been here since 2001.
Wow. Lots changed.
It's exploded.
It's exploded.
There's 250,000 people.
Yeah.
It's nearly a million now.
It's 1 million in the city and another 1 million in the surrounding areas.
But coming in from the airport, I
Yeah.
was like, I can't even, I don't know where I am. You know,
Yeah.
the viewpoint on landmarks and everything, it's just completely changed. And, you know, before arriving, just yesterday, you know, I had an absolute picture in my mind of what I was about to experience.
Right.
Because I came here so often in a 2 or 3 year period that, you know, I would tell you that I know the city like the back of my hand. You know, driving in from the airport, I was like, it's just gone.
Right.
It's not the place that I know.
Well, it's changed a lot in the 4 years that I've been here. Right. It's exploded.
Yeah, look at the cranes downtown.
It's crazy.
It's still going.
Yeah, it's bizarre. I think that's a mistake. I think they're kind of fucked. I think they're kind of overestimated because the real estate market has cooled down considerably. Yeah, because whoever was going to move here moved here.
Right.
You know, and then it's like everyone was expecting that the boom would keep going, but it hasn't kept going. It hasn't kept going at all. It's gotten to
A million's good size for a city.
It's about perfect.
Yeah, you can get everything you need, and you get it at the speed that you want it at. There's competition in all areas, so
Mhm.
you know. But you can still get around as long as your transport system is good. You can still get around.
Yeah. Yeah, the traffic here is so easy. People complain about it. I'm like, you guys are adorable. This traffic is cute. This is cute traffic. Living 25 plus years in LA, I know what real traffic is like. And even LA, when I moved there in '94, it was nothing like it is now. Now it's just insane. Now it could be 2 o'clock in the morning and you're bumper to bumper traffic for an hour and a half. It's bananas.
Yeah, but I mean, look at New York now. I mean, I was shooting a beautiful mine once with a late night, 2:30, 3 o'clock in the morning, and then a tunnel coming back from Jersey. And we just like,
Mobbed.
we're there for an hour.
Yeah.
In the tunnel.
Yeah.
It's going.
That freaks me out, by the way. Something about that fucking river being right above your head.
Yeah.
Like, I know they know how to fix it. I know they knew how to build it. It's been there forever. I know.
It's going to be that day, right?
It's going to be one day.
You've seen enough movies to
I've
know.
seen enough movies. Just bring a fucking leak and we're all done in the worst way possible. Fuck. Dude, I don't like it. Get me out of here. The moment I'm in the tunnel, I'm holding my breath. I'm like, get me the fuck out of here. I don't like it. I'd rather be in a helicopter than in that fucking tunnel.
But it's funny that you should bring that up because on that shoot, after that night, I said, if we're going over there all the time, right? I'm living right next to the Liberty helipad in Chelsea, right? Just a 10-minute trip. Right?
Yeah.
Get me out of the freaking car.
Yeah.
Because that movie was it was a lot to carry around. You know, the mindset I had to be in all the time for that. And so they ended up agreeing. So I would like literally walk to the helicopter pad, jump in a helicopter, 10 minutes.
That's pretty nice.
In New Jersey.
That's pretty nice.
Yeah, it was pretty cool.
That was a fantastic movie. It really was. Beautiful Mind was one of my favorite movies. So just the mind of a person like that, like playing a guy that's so troubled and brilliant. I mean, how difficult is that to train for? Like, how do you get yourself into that mindset?
The relief when that movie was over was huge, you know, because you do tie yourself in knots a little bit when you're playing a character like that, you know, and it's part of the job and you just go with that flow, you know. But yeah, I was very, very happy to put all the detail of those diseases aside because, you know, the guy that wrote it, his mum and dad, you know, treat people with schizophrenia, so he had a lot of first-hand knowledge that he could pass on to me, you know, and a lot of that was to do with physical tells, and when the physical tells happen in the course of somebody's connection to the disease. You know, the thing about Beautiful Mind is it has a device in the film. The film begins, you believe everything that's unfolding in front of you, and then there's that click where you realize, hold on a second, have I been watching him? Or am I inside his head? You know, and that's the thing that, like, worldwide, that trick works. You know, I saw that movie in a few premieres around the world, and there's this gasp that comes out of the audience, and it's, you know, only 15, 20 minutes in, when they go, and they realize that they've been inside the head of a sick man,
Right.
as opposed to watching some, you know, spy drama unfold.
Right.
It was fun. I read that script here.
Really?
Yeah. I was doing the shows, 2,000 stubs. I'd rented a beautiful house over there, on the other side of the river. I don't know why I'm pointing that way. I don't even know where the direction of the river is from here. But yeah, and Jeffrey Katzenberg busted my nuts about reading it. I was like, man, I'm doing the band shows. I've got, I'm recording with the band. I just want to be in this space. He goes, I need you to read it now, And he'd been part of the Gladiator, so I read it, and I ended up bringing him thank him. Just the experience of reading the script was just fantastic. One of the best scripts I've ever read, and I had that device on the page, so that wasn't a trick out by the filmmakers later. The same experience of reading it is the experience you have when you're watching in the cinema. Yeah, man. So it was about, I don't know, 2 o'clock in the morning, sitting on the back porch of that house. It was still over 100 degrees. It was really hot, and I read it in one go. I thought to myself when I sat down to read it, I said, I'll read 10 pages of it in sleep, right? And it didn't get me awake. And I remember putting that script down and walking and jumping into the swimming pool, at 3 or 4 in the morning, or whatever, going, I'm absolutely doing that fucking movie.
Wow.
100%.
Wow. So that's exactly what you're talking about, the kind of film that just gets in your skin.
I've said it, lots of times, but it's a physical response. It's like goosebumps. It's like I'm reading it, and then just a thing happens, and I'm not even thinking about it. I just pick up a pen and I start writing down what I'm going to change in that bit. I can start working on it immediately, and if I work on it when I read it, that's the one I'm going to do. And I've stuck true to that. Even, as I was saying before, sometimes it can be a really imperfect document, but there's just a couple of things that resonate, So it's like, okay, you have to do it. My joke is that in that way I respect the gods of film. It's like, I'm only there because I have my reasons and I need to be there, and so, and that way now it doesn't always work out, but you can do the greatest pedigree movie and a text. You can have, A-lister number 1, A-lister number 2, A-list director, great subject matter, nobody gets to see it. This is sort of a type of alchemy, and I came out of an independent film world, and then suddenly a couple of those independent films got successful, and it led me to another place, but I still like to work in an independent world because, if one hits, that's the one that's going to be fun and important, or whatever, if it comes out of nowhere.
Yes.
So I don't, the studio films, great, if it's the right situation, I'm not sort of saying that there's a negative in doing that. If you know what I've done, all sorts of big studio budget films, and I'm Superman's dad in DC. I'm Zeus, the God of Gods in Disney Marvel, and I'm Craven the Hunter's Russian father in Sony Marvel. So it's like, it's the experience of doing those films is the same for me as other things I go to work. I have a particular character thing in mind. This is what I'm trying to do. The thing about my job is, in reality, most film directors you work with are genius. They're genius people. Male, female, or whatever. The person that has worked to the point of getting to helm a feature film, where you have to cover all of the aspects, from production design to the sound, to how you're shooting, what lenses you're using, the people that you're working with, where you shoot it, all of those responsibilities come on the film director. So the joke I often make about working with Ridley, it's like I get to hold the paint palette for Titian. Like Titian's doing his shit, and he turns to me and he goes, Russell, I need more blue. I go, right you are. I can do some blue. It's a good gig, being able to work with super smart people,
That's incredible.
Super creative people.
I love the thought of appeasing the film gods. That attitude is the right attitude.
It's, I know I say it as a sort of a witticism, as a joke, but it's actually what I fundamentally believe.
Yeah. I think it's real. I think there's something to it.
But if you approach everything like that,
yes, I don't know if they're gods or I don't know what it is, but there's something.
There's something there.
Something real.
Something
Yeah.
there. And I've been talking to whatever that is all the way through my life.
Yeah.
All the way through. I actually say this on stage because I have a song called Michelangelo's God, which relates to an experience I had recently with my mum. I decided that when I heard that they were making another Gladiator, that I'm going to take my sons to Rome so they get to experience what I've experienced since that movie came out with the people of Italy and the people in the city of Rome, in terms of the privileges that they give me and the experiences that they give me and the regard and what have you. And I thought, before there's another one and that water is muddy, I'm going to take my kids over so they can really experience it. So I was talking to my mum, and my father had just recently passed away, and I said, why don't you come with us? And initially she said that because she'd only ever been to Rome with my dad, she didn't want to come because she thought it would just make her sad, because that city connected, her to him. And I said to her, Mum, listen to what I'm saying. This is a place that connects you to my father. You have to come. So she came along, and we were, doing all the normal family stuff together, touristy stuff, Spanish Steps, Fontana Trevi. I took the kids to see the old office, the Coliseum. Just normal family stuff. And then I got this call from a guy at the Vatican, and this is all based on that movie, right? Heard you're in town with your family. Would you like to come and walk through the Vatican Museum and the Sistine Chapel by yourselves without any tourists? Wow. Now, I've done the tourist thing, 1,000 new special friends of you in the Sistine Chapel, natural light, I've done that. So the idea that we could walk in there by ourselves, absolutely. So, and I've taken my mum because it was such a big walk, and she's in a wheelchair, right? So I'm pushing her around. But every corner we get to is something of immense beauty. I can see her remembering when she was there with my dad and what he said, or a friendship he made, or whatever. He was a bit around. He was a chatty fellow, my old man. He used to make friends very easily. So we went through that, and I could see it affecting her. And then they took us into the Sistine Chapel. It's unbelievable, man. I'll do it exactly the way I do it on stage for you, man, because it's a funny moment. This guy comes up, he goes, Rasse, for you today, I will turn on the lights of the Pope. I said, sorry, well, the Pope, he likes to come to the chapel to meditate. He likes to see all the beautiful colors. So we put in some lights, and he turns on these lights. I mean, that ceiling is amazing natural light. When it's got like 16 spotlights on it, and you can see the real color of the light blue of the sky and the reds, and you can almost, with that much light on it, you feel like you can see the paint strokes. You see it there under Michelangelo's genius in the light. And I said to the guy, that was amazing. Why did you do that? And he goes, Rasse, please, my son, you are the 8th king of Rome. But so later in that same visit, he took us to this little balcony. And to get onto this balcony, not the one on TV, it's another meditation balcony right on top of the museum. To get there, we have to go on this very small little elevator, So I'm there, just me and my mum. So, how you doing? Enjoying it? And she just starts floods of tears, crying. She goes, can't stand I just feel your father so close to me. We get up on that balcony, right? In the distance, I can hear some music. So I asked that man, what's the music? And he says, well, it's a Wednesday. The Swiss Guards band is rehearsing. They only play ecclesiastical music. But I can hear what they're playing, and so can my mum. And it's that old Irish folk song, Danny. The reason that comes into the conversation we just had is we played that at my father's funeral. So here it is, right? This moment. How does that timing work out? Where's the coincidence factor of that? What's the odds of that? They never play anything other than ecclesiastical music. But on the day that we're in a place where we can hear a private rehearsal of the Swiss Guards band, They just happened to be playing the song played at my father's funeral. When I've gone through this whole process of convincing my mum to come with us, and she says she can feel my dad all day, she was saying that and shedding tears trying to know we had that moment together. Wow. So I don't know how it works. I don't know really, what I do feel is that all religions are simply a human way of trying to explain the inexplicable. There is definitely, because I have examples of it in my life, if you offer, and we can call it prayer, or you could call it just an introspective conversation, if you focus on using your imagination and your personal energy to change things around you, they will change. You can do a lot of things with simply the power of your beautiful mind. Yeah. So that's where I sit with it. I don't know what it is, but I know it's available, so I use it.
That is as close to a miracle. It's a thing that happens occasionally in a person's life, and that moment will touch them forever. That you almost go, too many things lined up. Too many things lined up so perfectly.
How is this even?
How's it possible? Did you talk to the band? I would want to talk to them.
To the Swiss Guards band?
Yeah. Did you guys ever play this before? Did you have some wild thought?
I did actually.
Did you?
They wanted me to go and see their armory. Again, another experience that you would never have, right? So I get taken down, and here's the history of the Swiss Guards, and their connection to the Pope. And here's all of the armor that's been worn by the guards over the centuries. Here's all the weapons and the swords and all that sort of stuff. And I did ask them about the Danny Boy, and the first guy I talked to was like, no, they wouldn't have played that. You misheard it, because they only play ecclesiastical music, But apparently they were building up to some performance for some visiting dignitary, and that was the choice of song for that thing.
Just too many things.
Too many things. The guy called me at that time. We made the thing on that date. I've convinced my mum to come. It was just all that. The lights of the boat.
There's something undeniable about just being in the Vatican itself. There's St. Peter's Basilica. To this day, it's one of the most incredible experiences I've ever had. Just walking through that place and just trying to imagine the workmanship, the artist, the artistic ability to duplicate the kind of incredibly intricate designs that are in that scene, and how uniform they are, how gorgeous they are, and how many hundreds of years it took to accomplish. How many people were involved?
The first time that I walked in there, which was 1991, and this probably sounds a bit weird, but I got sort of offended or something. It was so over the top, right? It's so incredible. And I've thought about it from the perspective of, this is a group of men trying to build a mountain to show you they're as powerful as God, or something like that. You know what I mean? So I was probably a little more idealistic or whatever at that age. But I remember being like, it was so overwhelming, it shocked me. And I got kind of pissy about it. I was like, man, that would trick a lot of people. It would trick a lot of people if they walked in there and they saw all that beauty. They go, oh, these guys must have a direct connection to whatever's going on. These are the guys I should hang with,
But they probably do, which is how they made it. That is the trick of being a person who walks into there and who's, a devout religious person. You experience something that seems like a representation of the divine, right? Because that's what the art looks like. It's so incredible.
You know that there's that, I forget the name of it, but there's a statue there. It's carved from marble. And it's like of Mary holding the body of Christ.
Yeah, we were just talking about that the other day.
Yeah, it's got like that veil.
Yeah.
It's carved.
Yeah.
Just insane.
Unbelievable.
Again, that thing of like the incredible privileges and experiences that the Italian people give me. That's behind glass. and you're 20 foot from it. I walk into the chapel, this guy taps me on the shoulder, says, "Come here," and I could stand next to it. It took me inside the room where it's in.
Wow. And it's just when you think, I mean, how old is this? What year was this? 1498, 1499. Unbelievable. And just the level of detail of the anatomy. Like, look at the ankle. Go back to that larger photo again, Ken. Look at that ankle. I mean, look how the detail on the toes, everything. I mean, it's just unbelievable.
How do you go about? How do you? I have this sort of thing with a lot of art. How do you go about looking at a rock, grabbing a chisel and a hammer, and getting to that?
Right.
What the hell? Yeah. It's like when I see, a painting by Arthur Strickland or something, and he's painted a glass. How do you do that?
Right. Yeah.
It's like, it's insane.
Yeah, it's insane. It's insane that, well, there's levels to every game, right? And the level of that game is like every other sculptor had to look at that and go, "Oh my God, what am I doing?"
It was damaged between the wars, I think, by a Turkish guy who was either born in Australia or had been living in Australia, and he went to Rome. And back then they used to be able to walk right up to it, and I don't know, you hit it with a hammer or something like that and damaged it. There you go.
I broke the arm off. Did they have to, how did they,
It was 72. Hungarian. Oh, yeah, sorry. I was Turkish, Hungarian, one Australian. I was the top.
attack the sculpture with a geologist's hand while shouting, "I am Jesus Christ, I have risen from the dead." With 15 blows, he removed Mary's arm at the elbow, knocked off a chunk of her nose, and chipped one of her eyelids. How did they repair?
That's the thing, man. It's perfect now.
Wow, painstakingly restored returns. Can you show me the photo of what it looks like now? Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, imagine they repaired that. How? Yeah, good fucking job.
Look at that material, man. Look at that. And the bodice of her costume.
It's all of it is incredible. The way his fingers grasped in between the two fingers, grasped the piece of the cloth. Insane.
Yeah, so I was able to just walk right up to it, walk around it, and at one point in time, the guy says, "You can put your hand on it if you want." So I did.
Wow.
Yeah, but that was, I just wanted my kids to experience a little bit of that because it has been an incredible relationship I've had with that country.
Oh, I'm sure.
Just based on film.
Yeah. Yeah, but it's based on fucking amazing film.
It's not a bad one.
It's a fucking amazing film. How much training did you have to do physically for that?
Oh man, I had to start. So it was heavy because I'd done a film called The Insider with Michael Mann.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about that too. Whether you started smoking cigarettes before or after that?
Way before. And I know all about the negativities involved in the process, and it doesn't stop me. So it just goes to show how potent it is as a drug. So I basically just stopped all exercise to try and sort of get into the shape of the guy that I was playing, and I met Jeffrey Wygand, the guy that I was playing, and it was a funny thing because Michael Mann was convinced that Jeffrey was an expert golfer, and so I've been doing these golf sessions and stuff, and I met him at a golf course and took him to the driving range, and he was not an expert golfer. And I asked Michael, "Where did you get that impression from?" He said, "Well, the way he talks about it." I was like, cool. So I used that too as as part of the personality of the guy. The guy thought his golf game was way better than it really was. It's just an interesting little, detail. So there's one conversation where golf comes up and you can see there's like a little color comes up in his cheek because he wants to defend himself or big himself up or whatever. It's just absolute minor detail, no concern to anybody else except me, but it amused me. But in that conversation, I asked him some pretty tough questions, and probably at my age now, questions I would never ask somebody in that situation. But I was younger and had that kind of confidence. And I kind of crossed into some territory that wasn't comfortable for him, and I made him cry. And he didn't want to cry. He was sitting opposite me, and he was sort of like emotional affected. And I was, man, I have to honor this man. I have to put every effort I can into making sure that I tell his story the right way around. So then I met Ridley, and I was coming off that film, and I'd made a decision at the beginning because we kept like cutting my hair and dyeing it. We bleached it 7 times, but it wouldn't behave like an old person's hair. We could comb it into place, and then the next day it would go. We took the hairline back, shaving the hair back, and I just looked so fucking weird. I was so. I just said to Michael, man, I said, just give me a wig. This is just crazy, I'll shave my head, just get me a wig, because then my hair's going to be exactly right, And that's what we did. So when I met Ridley, I was maybe 35 or 40 pounds heavier than I'd been on LA Confidential, which was the last movie that he'd seen me in. I was bald, and I had a really weird sort of suntan because of wearing the wig. So my face had something, my head was white, and I don't know how he could possibly have ever seen me as the character. But yeah, that first conversation I had with him, I said, when you started? And he's like, January. I go, it's about 3 months.
It was 35 pounds.
Yeah. And fine muscles. So the first thing I did was I went back home and I went on a motorcycle ride for about 10 days. And I sent a guy ahead of me in a van with a cooker. So wherever I decided I was going to stop that night or whatever, I could only eat his food, and it was just really, really basic, just sort of salads and beans and stuff like that, It's changed so much over time, the knowledge we have in nutrition and everything, back then you pretty much, you're working off some really dodgy information, like at one point in my life, everybody was told, the Mediterranean diet is the key. So eat pasta every day, just like the Italians do. Cut to a whole bunch of big people. The thing being is the food production process is not the same necessarily in other countries outside of Italy or France, or whatever that food production methods that are like artisan methods that have been used for a long, long time, and pretty much most of the places you go, that food hasn't necessarily been affected in the same way as it might in a more westernized country like America, like Australia. We borrow your food production methods. So we've got, corn syrup up the jacksie and everything, as well. So, but yeah, so I had 3 months to get ready. And that's, I don't think when we started, I don't think I was ready, but by the time we were halfway through the film and my shirt's coming off and all that sort of stuff, I had enough time and enough focus on it to get it to a certain place.
So did you have to train while filming?
Yeah, constantly. Because it was, I mean, training in that, at the top step of the third tier of the Colosseum, there's a room that's got gym gear in it, or you're in the middle of the desert and there's an extra tent, and that tent is the gymnasium,